We're just about ready. Good evening, everybody. I now call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. This is a meeting of January 9, 2024. We're starting just a little bit late. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Member Myers.
Here.
Member Martinez.
Present.
Member Rivera.
Present.
So, Mr. Rivera, we heard you, but it was really quiet.
Present.
We're working on the IT here. We'll go down the dais and we'll come back to you, Mr. Rivera.
Member Bronga.
Here.
Member Johnson.
Here.
Chair Constant.
Here.
Vice Chair Zolotel. Here. Member Cross.
Here.
Member Volland.
Happy to be here.
Member Brawley.
Here.
Member Salt.
Mr. Salt will be excused. He should be here in approximately an hour.
Member Perez Verdia.
Here.
Youth Representative Matthews.
Present.
Member Rivera. Chair, you have a quorum.
So we heard you, but it sounded very much like you were speaking in a science fiction movie. So, Mr. Johnson, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I would be honored. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Youth Member Matthews, would you please read the land acknowledgement?
A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that today that we gather on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Member Matthews. So next on the agenda, we have minutes of previous meetings. We have no minutes of previous meetings. That takes us to the next item, Mr. Mayor, the Mayor's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, everyone. Good to see you here. I hope everyone had a wonderful holiday break and was able to enjoy time with their families and loved ones. Tonight is our first meeting of the new year, and like always, there are some important items on the agenda. I specifically want to talk about the renaming of the Port of Alaska. Last month there was a very contentious debate, I'm sorry I missed it, about this topic, and it was ultimately decided by the Assembly to postpone indefinitely after several different iterations of the renaming were presented. I understand there was a motion to reconsider, and for that I am thankful. However, I want to express the importance of reconsidering the original name put forward by the naming panel. I know from my administration, and as expressed several times by the Assembly, processes must be followed. While I'm proud of the hard work and diligence that has gone into this renaming, I am extremely disappointed that it has taken this long to pass through the body. From the start, the renaming was an idea championed by both my office as well as former members of this Assembly. There were some stumbles along the way, but the item you see before you tonight is a result of the process at work. The naming panel that was formed by the Assembly and my administration unanimously voted on the Don Young Port of Anchorage. To ignore their recommendation is against the process and against the will of the citizens of Anchorage. With full support from our congressional delegation, especially Representative Peltola's office. I urge you to pass this tonight and not delay it any further. Moving on to snow plowing and snow removal. By now, we are all well aware of the historic snowfall amounts that we've gotten so far this winter. Just yesterday, KTUU posted that we broke another daily snowfall record on the 7th. Our snowfall total from November 1st to January 8th surpasses the 2012 season record by nearly 6 inches. Today's update from street maintenance is a testament to just how much snow our crews have had to move since November. And here's the update. There have been 41,123 loads of snow hauled since November compared to 30,663 loads hauled in 2012. Street widening occurs every time we put a load of snow into a truck or push back or blow back a berm. Street maintenance has hauled or widened main roads, residential areas, schools, and the central business district 63 out of the last 66 days since November 5th when we received our first record snowfall. 85% of all municipal right-of-way has some form of street widening completed. The remaining 15% is planned and in progress. Upon completion, a second round of widening will then continue. The timeline to get areas to where we would like it to be is 4 to 6 weeks of hauling and widening, barring no more snow. Every snow event extends this timeline. Snow dumps are beginning to reach approximately half capacity. In 4 to 6 weeks, we anticipate snow dumps are going to be near capacity. Street maintenance asks for patience from the public as we realize that streets are narrow and cul-de-sacs are full. Crews will continue to work 24/7 to provide service to all areas of town. Finally, I am thrilled to announce that this Friday marks the first annual Mayor's Job Fair. This job fair is an opportunity for the municipality and employers across Anchorage to meet and hire job seekers on the spot. It will connect job seekers with employers across Anchorage and is a great opportunity for employers to connect with candidates in this tough hiring market. We are expecting about 85 vendors to join us on Friday from a vast array of fields, including manufacturing, healthcare, engineering, emergency services, and more. I want to thank our friends at Easy Park for partnering with us to provide free parking in the parking garages on H and 6th Street, and I want to thank our HR department and our Office of Equity and Justice for their great efforts in organizing this event. Like many employers, we are very familiar with the tough hiring market right now and are looking forward to meeting job seekers and getting some of our vacancies filled. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's it for me.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next on the agenda, we have the chair's report. Good evening, everybody, and welcome. This is the first regular assembly meeting of 2024. As the mayor said, I hope everyone enjoyed the break and had an opportunity to rest and be with family. I'm glad that you're here tonight. We're starting off the new year with a bang and have a really packed agenda tonight. There are lots of people here to testify on items, so we'll do our best to keep on track and move efficiently through all the items that we have to get done. I'll start with a brief review of 2023. I hope you saw last week's Assembly newsletter that contained a recap of our 2023 accomplishments. The Assembly, with thanks to the administration and all of our partners, saw progress in all of our 2023 priorities, including advancement of the Port of Alaska modernization, passage of several initiatives to spur housing development, expansion of the Fire Department Mobile Crisis Team and the Police Department Mobile Intervention Team, passage of the online checkbook to create an online dashboard of municipal spending, and nearly 100% recovery from FEMA of the funds we spent on the pandemic. Again, thank you, Mr. Thurn. At our Rules Committee meeting this week, the Assembly will develop our work plan for 2024, and we'll release that to the public by next month so you can follow along with what our priorities are in our work over the next year. Most importantly, elections are coming tonight, and our next meeting are the final opportunity to make proposals and amendments to the ballot for 2024's regular election. So with the beginning of the new year comes the beginning of the new election cycle. The municipality will hold a vote at home election this March and April, and the mayor and several school board seats. The open District 2 Chugiak Eagle River Assembly seat will be on the ballot, as well as proposed charter amendment and several bond propositions. Candidate filing opens this Friday, January 12th at 8 a.m. and closes on Friday, January 26th at 5 p.m. The Assembly will be approving the bond propositions over tonight and the next meeting. And the last day of voting will be Tuesday, April 2nd. Local elections have a very direct impact on our daily lives and include the efficiency of our snow plowing, the health of our parks, the strength of our public safety. So I encourage everybody to follow these issues closely, tune in, and be prepared to vote on April 2nd or by April 2nd. So I just turned to my kind of standard report that we have a full agenda. I'll do my best to move us along so we can conclude at the most reasonable hour. Note this is a business meeting and we're here to do the work of the municipality. Please help to create a climate of respect in the chambers and refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, or pacing. If you have signs, please keep them smaller than 8.5 by 11 inches. Also, please keep the aisles clear except when lined up to testify. Please don't approach the dais here, but if you have something to share with the members, please hand it to the clerk for distribution. Also, if a point of order is raised, please stop speaking so that I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If the rules aren't followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, I may pause the meeting, or if an actual disruption occurs, I may give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. If you're here to testify on a public hearing item, when you come forward, please state your name, what part of town you're from, and since it's a public hearing, please stay on topic and direct comments to me or other members on the dais about the item we're deliberating. It's helpful for testifiers to provide comments on any proposed amendments. You'll have 3 minutes, and community council representatives will have 5. Assembly members don't typically answer questions during that period. That comes later during debate, as public testimony is the public's opportunity to speak. So thank you all. I would actually have another note from our legislative team. Your testimony is, oh, never mind. I'll read that later. Thank you. I'll move on now to Assembly Committee reports, and I'll start with Mr. Myers.
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair, and Happy New Year, everyone. The Community and Economic Development Committee held its first meeting of the new year on January 4th, and our next meeting will be held on January 18th. Again, we meet at the Permit Center at the 4700 Elmore at 9 a.m. on those mornings. And then also to talk about this weekend, one of the things that was presented to us at the Community and Economic Development Committee was a group called the Alaska Independent Music Initiative, which is hosting a music summit focused on the creative economies and the music economy of Alaska and Anchorage, and that summit will be held this Saturday at the Nave in Spenard from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. I will be opening with some opening comments that day, and this Friday is the first meeting of the Chamber of Commerce's Board of Directors meeting for the new year, and it is also hopefully no meeting Friday, and I'll be able to attend as we often have conflicts and scheduling conflicts with work sessions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Next, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There will be a meeting of the Housing and Homelessness Committee next Wednesday, January 17th from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at City Hall, room 155. We're going to be continuing our discussions on emergency cold weather shelter and the eventual transition out of ECWS on April 30th. There are a couple of items on the agenda today related to the Municipal Audit Committee and the Act for Annual Comprehensive Financial Review. As I stated at a previous meeting, the ACFR continues to be delayed. The items on the agenda look to extend the contract with a third-party auditor, BDO, through March and adds $40,000 to their contract. My hope is that this work will all get done by March and we won't have to further extend this contract. I fully appreciate all of the work and difficult circumstances that have led to this extended delay, and I look forward to digging into all of that once the ACFR has been issued. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Next, Ms. Braga.
Thank you, Chair. Tomorrow, Health Policy Committee meets at 9:15 at City Hall, room 155. I also wanted to call out, we are having a resolution of action 10B2 today about supporting fair inflation-adjusted state funding, and there is a Red for Ed march at Town Square on Saturday from 12 to 1. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Bronca. Next, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The next meeting of the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee will be on January 18th at 11 a.m. at City Hall Conference Room 155, and also available online for people who want to participate that way. The primary topic of conversation is going to be around the Port of Alaska. We anticipate being able to review the 65% design for Terminal 1, which will allow us to make more informed decisions in terms of what the cost of that project will be, which will then guide further conversations about what our plan of finance is for that. As anyone who's paid any attention at all at the port knows this is a massive project, and the Assembly is very much committed to making sure that we are fiscally responsible, and so this will be important conversations. So I would encourage people to either consider attending in person or tuning in online. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. On January 18th, from 12:10 to 1:10 p.m. in room 155 is the Budget and Finance Committee of the Whole that I co-chair with Ms. Brawley. This will be our typical agenda, which includes an update from the Budget Advisory Committee, an update on the MOA Trust Fund Board, update on FEMA reimbursement, as well as ARPA grant distribution. And then we will review our monthly budget to actuals, both as to general government as the alcohol tax, and then take a snapshot of our MOA financial status. So it's always a lot in that hour to cover, but it's a really good way to check in and learn about the financial health of the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. Mr. Cross.
Thank you. Yeah, on January 3rd, we had a meeting, the Public Safety Committee meeting of the whole, where we got an update from APD regarding the body cam installations and updates. Essentially, as they continue to upgrade the vehicles, they get more efficient each time they do it. And so we're on track with that. Anchorage Fire Department regular updates, MCT hiring, wildland fire mitigation, snow emergency. We did hear and talk a little bit about, of course, you just heard the mayor talk about the tremendous snow load we have. And we stressed the importance that business owners and individuals with older properties, flat roofs, built 70s, 80s, have that snow removed. We have seen some catastrophic roof failures recently, and we anticipate more coming if individuals are not cognizant and intentional about making sure that snow is removed from their properties. We're not out of there yet. Law department updates regarding our shortage of prosecuting attorneys and how we're doing on filling those. And then finally, we discussed the two ordinances that are coming up later today regarding Anchorage modification and adoption of state changes in marijuana distribution laws. And we heard from Chief Curl about public safety's concerns with some of those perhaps or potential changes. If you have anyone, I would encourage everybody that a lot of what happens, you get lost in the details. I would encourage you to go to the YouTube channel where all our meetings are processed online. If you have an item of particular concern, please watch that. There's a volume of information there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Bolland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So our next meeting of the Quarterly Assembly Transportation Committee is going to be on Wednesday, January 17th from 2 to 4 p.m. at City Hall. We have an ambitious agenda, chock full of topics. So in addition to hearing from our standing reports with AMATs, the Traffic Department, AKDOT, and Long Range Planning, we will be talking about things like getting an update on local control of 5th and 6th Streets, the Minnesota Cheese Grater, Track J Emergency Access Road in Government Hill, the traffic calming program, safe routes to schools, and amendment number 2 to the AMATS Transportation Improvement Program. So a lot to discuss. Our motto at the Transportation Committee is Anchorage, a place to get to, not just a place to get through. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bolland. Mr. Salt is still not yet here. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. No update tonight.
Thanks. I somehow managed to jump Ms. Brawley. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you, and thank you to Ms. Zalatel for giving the update on budget and finance. The other committee update is the Legislative Committee will also be meeting on Wednesday, January 17th, 12:45 to 1:45 p.m., also in City Hall 155. We have a briefer agenda. We will be hearing a briefing from our state legislative lobbyists and also giving some general updates on the upcoming session, which will have started the day before on Tuesday, the 16th. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. So, Youth Member Matthews, anything you'd like to report?
Nothing I'd like to report.
All right, thank you very much. So that next brings us to the addendum to the agenda. So before we get to the addendum, we're going to address the late on the table items, which incorporate any late on the table items into the agenda. One second. Thank you. So now I'll go ahead and address the late on the table items. We have just a handful of them, small handful. The first one is a new item, so we will have to go through our late on the table procedures. It's item 10D42, Assembly Memorandum unnumbered AM 2024 sole source grant agreement with Alaska Children's Trust to provide continued support for the Anchorage Child Care Early Education ACE Fund implementation. Who is moving this? Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. Would you like me to give the rationale?
First, it would be moved to lay on the table.
I move to lay on the table.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Brawley now.
Yeah, thank you. The rationale for doing this, it is time sensitive. This project is already underway, and the implementation of Prop 14 and the Early Childhood Fund implementation team. So we introduced a timeline which shows that we are planning to have a lot of robust public engagement in late January. This item was approved in our budget in November 2023, and so we just want to make sure that this is moving forward so that we don't hold up the work. And if we waited for a later meeting, then it would slow down essentially the administration process.
All right, so is there any discussion on the item? So on this is an 8-vote requirement. Members may proceed to vote. The motion is to lay on the table.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, that item has, and the youth member votes yes, that item has been laid on the table. So next we have item 10G14. So I'm going to go ahead and read this item first. So it's an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters residing in the Upper O'Malley Limited Road Service area of the municipality at the regular municipal election, April 2, 2024, a ballot proposition to alter the boundaries of said service area by removing all of the Rock Ridge Drive right-of-way between O'Malley Road and East 112th Avenue from the Upper O'Malley, Lursa, and submitting to the qualified voters residing in the Anchorage Roads and Drainage Service Area at the regular municipal election April 2, 2024, a ballot proposition to alter the boundaries of ARTSA by annexing all properties adjacent to the Rock Ridge Drive right-of-way between O'Malley Road and East 112th Avenue. Both propositions to be effective only if both are approved by the voters respectively, and accordingly amending service area maps in Anchorage Municipal Code Section 27.30.700. Who's moving this?
Yeah, I would move to introduce and set the public hearing for January 23rd.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Ms. Zalatil, third by Mr. Cross. All right, so that item is addressed. Next, under item 11, unfinished business, we have a supplemental item 11B2, AO 2023-114S2, an ordinance providing for the submission of the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $1 million of general obligation bonds in the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of an area-wide public restroom pilot project, and the question of an increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operations and maintenance costs. The election to be held in the municipality on April 2, 2024, and approving and adding project to the area-wide 2024 CIB to include the public restroom pilot project. So that item is now introduced. Next, we have under 14E2, AO 2023-132S, an ordinance providing for the submission of the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $4 million of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of access improvements in the Chugach State Park Access Service Area at the election to be held in the municipality on April 2, 2024, and approving and adding the additional projects to the 2024 CIB to include the Chugach State Park Access Service Area projects. That takes care of our laid on the table items. Right, so now I would ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed in the label on the table items.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is made by Ms. Zalatil to incorporate, seconded by Ms. Borelli. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent. Any objection? Seeing and hearing none. The addendum and laid on the table items have been incorporated into the agenda. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Prior to the meeting, I asked the chair for a quick moment of personal privilege before we turn to the appearance requests. The right to speak to your government about anything exists with very limited exceptions. This leaves the Assembly Chair with very little discretion in deciding whether to grant or deny a request for an appearance before us or to limit audience participation at the end of our meetings. This means speakers may say things we disagree with, things we applaud, and things that leave us with questions. We, as your local government, are here to listen to it, not necessarily to act or react to what's said before us. With this in mind, appearance requests, which is the next item on our agenda, are one of those ways residents get to speak to their local government. Tonight and in future meetings, during appearance requests, I'll listen to these speakers as they have the right to address us, and I encourage you to take advantage of a similar opportunity if there are topics you'd like to speak to us about. It's really down to the idea that appearance requests are the chance for you to address your local government, as is audience participation, regardless of the viewpoint expressed, and regardless of whether or not we are in agreement with it. And I think that's really important because we have been receiving a lot of emails about granting appearance requests, and I think it's really important to keep that in context. Thank you.
I would just add that the code does provide some boundaries around appearance requests. It has to be items germane to the business of the assembly. So with that, we will now turn to appearance requests. Mr. King, welcome. The microphone is not on. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Daniel King, and I live in Spenard. At the last assembly meeting, Michael, a concerned constituent, came up to speak about a ceasefire resolution during an approved appearance request. Before he came up, the chair of the assembly decided it was important to preface the speech by implying it would be anti-Semitic and that the speaker may be sending threats to a synagogue in town. I found this to be disheartening, that not only would the assembly chair do this, but that no assembly member would reprimand him for this. I understand a lot of you don't want controversy. I hate it myself, but it's your job as community leaders to speak up. What Michael followed up with was comments that I generally agree with. I may not be a Palestinian or Israeli, and I may not have the strongest understanding when it comes to problems surrounding these two countries, but I am an engineer and I understand numbers. Since October 7th, over 28,000 Palestinians have been killed, including 12,000 kids. Around 1,200 Israelis have also been killed, including 36 children since then. There isn't time to get into the numbers before this date, but know there are thousands more over the last 75 years. I'm not here to talk about the past because we are actively dealing with civilian death rates daily that are too astounding to compare with other situations. I am Irish and Native American, so my ancestors have experienced occupation and genocide in the past. This should not exclude those that haven't experienced this personally from speaking out. It's our duty in every community to speak out when we see this kind of slaughter happening. I call for a ceasefire personally because every life lost in this world is a life lost. To say calling for a ceasefire is anti-Semitic shuts down conversation that could be had on this topic. It also implies Jewish people at large are the main antagonist in this situation, which isn't true. Saying this is about the Jewish people also implies this is a religious war, which it is not. Both Muslims and Christians live in Palestine. This is the Israeli government and Hamas that are fighting. This is not a war between Muslims and Jews. When someone calls for a ceasefire, it means ceasefire on all sides. It means no more bombing from anyone. It means there is room for diplomatic, calmer heads to prevail. I thank the Assembly for the resolution passed last year calling for better education on the Holocaust and anti-Semitism in schools. I think had this been regular curriculum when some of our community was in school, we wouldn't have the confusion we do now on this topic. I'd also like to thank Assembly members Karen Bronga and George Martinez for being willing to meet and discuss a ceasefire resolution for peace. I look forward to supporting this and letting this be a stepping stone for larger change in our community, both locally and nationally. I'd also like to thank again Mr. Martinez for letting me know we can submit public testimony manually to the clerk. I think we would have felt more heard had an Assembly member elected to mention this at the last meeting. We will be here again tonight, and we plan to do just that. Please support a ceasefire. Thank you.
Next, we have David Gottstein. Mr. Gottstein, welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name, what part of town you're from.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is David Gottstein, and I live in Turnagain. We Jews have been persecuted for thousands of years. It's human nature for people to look for scapegoats to blame for what is going wrong in their lives. For generations, we Jews have been demonized, falsely accused of killing Christ, of drinking the blood of Christian babies, of controlling banking and the media, etc., etc. The seeds of anti-Semitism are always planted. It's what brings them to the surface and allowed to fester, grow, and to become a danger that I want to share with you tonight. Islamism is a global jihadist terror movement to eliminate all non-Muslims or infidels from the Middle East and beyond, by any means necessary, even the beheading of Jewish babies. Its first target is Israel. Its main weapons are terror and death, and to turn the world against the Jewish state through propaganda techniques that strategically combines lies and the natural prejudices against Jews. Hamas purposely causes the suffering of Palestinians as propaganda fodder to turn the world against Israel. I cry for the thousands of Palestinian children that Hamas wanted dead for its propaganda war, but look forward to the better future life that the IDF will bring to 1 million Palestinian children by liberating Gaza from Hamas's tyrannical terrorist Nazi regime. To be a part of the solution instead of the problem, this body has to be able to differentiate between hate speech and free speech and not use as an excuse you didn't have an option. You can create that option. Otherwise, it sounds too much like I was only following orders, a defense rejected at Nuremberg. Otherwise, you become an agent of institutional anti-Semitism, wittingly or unwittingly. We are raising generations of young children who have not been taught enough accurate history about the Middle East, such that their young, impressionable minds become prey to the Islamist anti-Semitic propagandist. I am sure the dozens of students who were guided to storm the speaker's line 3 weeks ago to control the narrative didn't know that the land wasn't taken from the Arabs of Palestine by the Jews in 1948. Those Arabs who stayed kept their lands. Those who left to join the armies to defeat Israel and who lost don't have the right of return to reclaim their land that they lost in a war to take all the land from all the Jews. I am confident that the students who were here 3 weeks ago have not been taught that. To be clear, a call for a ceasefire keeps Hamas in power and is a call for death to the Jews, and the raping of Jewish women and the beheading of more Israeli babies. The slogan "From the river to the sea" is code for death to the Jews. Instead of the right answer is a peaceful two-state solution. So I urge this body not to go on the record of being supportive or a victim of the jihadist Islamist propaganda. If you want to be educated, fine, but this is not the way to do it.
Thank you. Mr. Kendall, Scott Kendall, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Constant. Scott Kendall from Sand Lake. October 7th was the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust. Over 1,200 murdered, 200 taken hostage, mostly civilians, elderly, children, and infants. To put those numbers in perspective, it is as though 200,000 Christians were killed, or 200,000 Muslims were killed, and 20,000 were taken hostage. What if on October 8th the UN had condemned Hamas for war crimes, demanded the release of all hostages, and ordered Qatar to extradite the leadership of Hamas to The Hague for trial on war crimes? Ask yourself why that did not happen, and ask why many celebrated instead. Because if it had happened, thousands of civilians would be alive today. Israel responded with overwhelming force, just as Hamas had hoped. I might not agree with the scope or nature of Israel's response, but they had to respond in some way. It's possible to feel that Israel has the right to defend itself and to seek to rescue the hostages while still weeping for civilian deaths. It's possible to feel that casualties on both sides of a war are tragic, particularly those of children, and that the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is unacceptable, while still acknowledging that Hamas started this conflict and is primarily to blame. We can hold both of these truths in our heart at the same time. The Assembly has been called on to comment about a ceasefire, but a ceasefire requires 2 willing parties, and the single biggest opponent of a ceasefire has been Hamas. The conflict has been weaponized and used for personal advantage, sometimes in front of this body, mostly by people who suffer no consequence and no prejudice. Please remember that the way you talk about this conflict will have consequences for me, my family, every Jew who is less safe as rhetoric spirals into anti-Semitism, and for that matter, sadly, the Muslim community as well. They suffer these same consequences. Anti-Semitism has risen 400% since October 7th. The tearing down of posters, threats to Jewish daycares and schools are on the rise. To be clear, it's not anti-Semitic to support Palestinian liberation. I myself support a Palestinian state. It is anti-Semitic to justify, deny, or celebrate October 7th. Using the words Zionist as an epithet is anti-Semitic. And finally, the claim that Israel has no right to exist is anti-Semitic, since Jews have an indigenous right and tie to this land. This war was started by Hamas, and it will only end when Hamas releases the hostages, lays down its arms, and surrender. If this body does speak on a ceasefire resolution, it must contain 5 parts. That anti-Semitism is to be condemned, that a ceasefire must be bilateral, that all hostages, 130 plus 8 Americans, must be released, that Hamas must disarm and its leadership disavow further violence.
Hold on 1 second. We have Ms. Zalatil in the queue.
Thank you. Either could the speaker wrap up with his 5 points or email his 5 points to us?
I have only the 5th point. If I could read that one line, please.
Up to the chair.
Proceed.
Finally, any ceasefire resolution must include the acknowledgement that Israel has a right to exist, just as the Palestinian state has a right to exist in peace alongside its neighbors.
Thank you. So I have a request that you would email your comments in so that members can chew on that. I think probably that's the best way to go right now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kendall. All right. And I would just address a comment that was made that it was implied or stated that I made a veiled accusation that the testifier at the last meeting somehow committed some act of violence or threat of violence against the Jewish temple in this town, and that was never the case. That was a matter the reason I brought it up is because it was real and happening that night at that time, and if we're not careful in these conversations, that's what this conversation promotes. Not that I was pointing to any individual. The FBI gets to find out who did that. So with that, we will now move on to the next part of our agenda. The next part of the agenda is the consent agenda. Items numbered 10A through 10F and are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business information, reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be accepted, introduced, or approved by the Assembly by a single vote on the motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So we now start down the dais, and with Mr. Presidente, any items to pull?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to pull 10A2, 10B2, 10D23, 10D42, that was the late on the table item, 10E14, and that's it.
So just go back through that. It's 10A2, 10B2, 10D23, 10D42, and then 10E14.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Chair. 10A1 for reading.
All right, 10A1. Mr. Cross.
Nothing to pull, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 10C1, 10C8, 10C11, 10C12, 10 Delta 2, 10 Echo 8. Also 10D8.
Thank you. All right. So I'll just go back through that list real quick. 10C1, 10C8, 10C11, 10C12, 10D2, 10D8, and 10E8. All right. Mr. Johnson.
No items, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Branca.
10D15.
10D Delta 15. Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
No additional items.
And Mr. Myers.
No additional items. Thank you, Chair.
All right, I'll go through the list one more time. 10A1, Mr. Volland, 10A2, Ms. Brawley, 10B2, Ms. Brawley, 10C1, Ms. Zalatil, 10C8, 10C11, 10C12, Ms. Zalatil, 10D2, 10D8, Ms. Zalatil, 10D15, Ms. Bronga, 10D23, Ms. Brawley, 10D42, Ms. Brawley, 10E8, Ms. Zalatil, 10E14, Ms. Brawley. Is there anything I missed? Okay. So now I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Volland. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to this item? Hearing and seeing none, the consent agenda has now passed. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we'll take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which have been accepted, which the future public hearing, all items in 10G. So if you're here to see action, on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have now been passed and approved. So if there's no objection, I've been asked that we take up 10A2 before we take up 10A1. So 10A2 is AR 2024-22, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing January 16, 2024 as National Day of Racial Healing and reaffirming the municipality's commitment to advancing equity and creating a community where all people are valued. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Zalatil. Again, on this item, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, that item. You object? Okay, so there's an objection. We'll go ahead and take a vote. Members may proceed to vote. The vote comes in pre-filled. Something's not right. So go ahead and try to vote and see. Okay, thank you.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Okay, on a vote of 11-1 and the youth member votes yes, that item has been adopted. So,
Quick point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Just since I noticed Member Salt is not in attendance and his vote is recorded as yes, is that correct?
it is not correct. Thank you.
I didn't even push a button.
You did not push a button. Okay, we definitely have an IT problem, Adrian. So that vote will actually be 10-1, 10-1. It's not 10-2. Now you have Ms. Brawley marked as no.
Kevin didn't vote. I think we need to do the voice vote.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and do a voice vote on this item while we figure out what's wrong with the system. So,
Member Myers?
No.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Bronga?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
Chair Constant?
yes.
Vice Chair Zalato?
Yes.
Member Cross?
No.
Member Voland?
Yes.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
Member Presverdia?
Yes.
That's correct. Okay, so on a vote of 9-2, that item has passed. So is someone here to receive this? I'm told that there's supposed to be someone. Come on down, welcome. And then we have Mr. Martinez, I believe, presenting, and
Mr. Chair, I'm reading.
Ms. Brawley reading. Thank you.
Okay. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing January 16, 2024 as National Day of Racial Healing and reaffirming the municipality's commitment to advancing equity and creating a community where all people are valued. Whereas Black and Indigenous people of color, BIPOC communities, have experienced centuries of persistent and systemic inequities and racism in the United States and throughout the world, including in Anchorage. Whereas racism prevents people from living in a community where everyone has fair, equitable opportunities to thrive and negatively contributes to educational, economic, and health outcomes for communities of color. And whereas ideologies based on racism and white supremacy continue to pose serious threats to the well-being of individuals and communities, with increasing trends in hate speech and public discourse, hate crimes, and racially motivated violence, which requires intentional and positive statements, policies, and action to counteract. And whereas racial healing is at the heart of racial equity, a process of reckoning with the history and ongoing impacts of systemic racism and white supremacy to build authentic relationships across diverse communities and make positive strides toward a society where all people can thrive. And whereas recognizing the need for and committing to the work of racial healing can help repair damage caused by racism, encourage dialogue, and build trust within our community, and bridge the divides created by prejudice, discrimination, and systems that promote inequity and harm. And whereas in 2017, the W.K. Kellogg Foundation launched the Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation, TRHT project, and established the Tuesday following Martin Luther King Jr. Day as National Day of Racial Healing, first recognized on January 17, 2017. And whereas this important work must take place in all aspects of our community, including efforts by the municipality led by the municipality through the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission, Office of Equity and Justice, Equity Committee of the Assembly, and in evaluating all local government functions with an equity lens. Now therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes January 16, 2024 as National Day of Racial Healing and encourages the whole community to celebrate our diverse cultures and civic life at the Martin Luther King Solidarity Cultural Celebration at Betty Davis East High School on the evening of Monday, January 15, 2024, and to join the Alaska Black Caucus and Alaska Children's Trust at noon on Tuesday, January 16, 2024, for a virtual event to mark National Day of Racial Healing. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 9th day of January 2024.
All right, anyone like to make any comments? The microphone is open if you want to say anything. Doesn't look like it. Okay, thank you. Next, we'll move on back to 10A1, which is AR 2024-14. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designating January 15, 2024 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service and recognizing and honoring the legacy and dream of Dr. King. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Member Volland. Any objection to this one? Hearing and seeing none, that item has been passed unanimously. I have, I guess, Mr. Volland reading.
I'll be reading.
And Ms. Zalatel presenting. Hello, welcome.
All right, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designating January 15th, 2024 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service and recognizing and honoring the legacy and dream of Dr. King. Whereas in 1983, a federal holiday was created marking the birthday of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and in 1994, the third Monday in January was designated as a National Day of Service, a day on, not a day off. And whereas Dr. King stated that life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? Each year, Americans across the country answer that question by coming together on the Martin Luther King Day of Service to serve their neighbors and communities. And whereas participation in the MLK Day of Service has grown nationally and locally, with volunteers taking part in service projects such as tutoring and mentoring, preparing and delivering meals, building and repairing homes, schools, and senior centers, as well as teaching and reflecting on the life and legacy of Dr. King. And whereas Dr. King vested his hopes for the future of humankind in our youth, in Anchorage, the youth of the Anchorage chapter of Jack and Jill of America will be honoring the legacy of Dr. King by collecting canned foods on January 15th from 1 to 4 p.m. at the Aleutian Pribilof Islands Association, 1131 East International Airport Road, to donate to the Food Bank of Alaska. Jack and Jill Youth will also be launching an online campaign addressing food security from 2 to 3 p.m. on Facebook. And whereas Dr. King often expressed his concerns with the disparities within our nation's legal system, which is why the Alaska Bar Association will be honoring Dr. King's vision of a more equitable legal system by hosting their 15th annual MLK Day free legal clinic on Monday, January 15th from 12 to 4 p.m. at the Mountain View Boys and Girls Club at 315 Price Street. And whereas the Alaska Black Caucus will be honoring the life and legacy of Dr. King by hosting Hoops for Unity on Saturday, January 13th from 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. at the Fairview Recreation Center to build relationships between police and young people. And the Martin Luther King Jr. Day I Have a Dream Solidarity Cultural Celebration from 5 to 7 p.m. Monday, January 15th at the Betty Davis East High School. And whereas the municipality of Anchorage proudly joins in this annual celebration of service and community by encouraging volunteerism and recognizing community service projects, with the MLK Foundation of Alaska hosting a community commemoration of Dr. King's life and legacy on Sunday, January 14th at 3 p.m. in the West High Auditorium, as they pursue the dream of one people with one purpose to achieve one community, the beloved community. Now, therefore, The Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves that January 15th, 2024 is designated as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service in the municipality of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 9th day of January 2024.
You can take the mic, please. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and to the Assembly proper and the Mayor and his staff and all who are with us on this evening. I greet you in the name of the Martin Luther King Jr. Foundation of Alaska, of which I serve as president, Pastor Leon D. May I, and also serve Reverend Desert Community Church here in Anchorage. And as it relates to the MLK Day of commemoration celebration, that's to be hosted on Sunday, January the 14th, out at West Anchorage High School, 3:00 p.m. in the afternoon. And we do want to extend an invitation to the Assembly and to the Mayor and everyone else assembled on this evening to share with us in that commemoration celebration. Inasmuch as Dr. King himself stood for racial harmony and equality and peace among all peoples, there were those in his movement that were not only blacks or African Americans, but there were all cultures that had come together in the fight for equality and equity. And he did it based on love and nonviolence. And even when he accepted his Nobel Peace Prize acknowledgement, he was astounded that somebody could be given a prize for combating violence with nonviolence. And he even took the pay that he received for it, the monetary value, and donated it because he wanted to further the cause. And so I would say to you and I would say to us that equality and equity is always in order, and I want to commend you, the Assembly, for honoring this year after year after year with these resolutions. And my prayer is that beyond the resolution, that the actions and/or, as previously stated earlier, the reactions would effectuate change. I would say that our theme for this year's celebration is shifting the cultural climate through cultural diversity. And so each of you are invited Sunday, January the 14th, 3:00 p.m., West Anchorage High School. Come one, come all.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good evening. Happy New Year. My name is Krista Scully. I'm the Pro Bono Director at the Alaska Bar Association. I'm thrilled and honored that this body has once again acknowledged our event on MLK Day. This is our 15th year. It's also the 29th year that this was declared a federal day on, not a day off. I'd like to remind the body that all are welcome for civil legal issues. We'll be there from 12 to 4. I encourage people to arrive by 3:30 so they can get all the way through an intake and a consultation process. And for future note, we intentionally picked the Mountain View Community Center our first year because of its access to public transportation and as a walkable neighborhood. However, this is, I think, about the 6th year that the buses haven't run. We would really love for people to attend without the expense of a cab ride or Uber or relying on other people to get them there. We want to be able to serve as many people as possible. So once again, thank you very much for this resolution. Good night.
Good evening. My name is Kim Waller, and I want to, first of all, thank you to this body for this resolution, and I second my colleague Krista in our MLK Day of Service. It is indeed, for many of us, a day on, not a day off, so we will be busy collecting food for our canned food drive, our Super Bowl of giving, and I just wanted to actually make a correction here because the event is being held at the location of the former school district on DeBar. So there does need to be a correction there. I just want to make sure that people know where to come out. And of course, you all are invited, and thank you in advance for your ongoing support of our young people in Jack and Jill Anchorage chapter. Excuse me, Jack and Jill is a nationwide organization, about 252 chapters strong across the nation, and we are very honored and emboldened to have such a strong and thriving Anchorage chapter. So thank you for your support.
Thank you. All right. So we made a bit of an error in the consent agenda procedure because a couple of items, 3 items were pulled that don't exist, and 2 items were approved that needed to be pulled. And so I'm going to turn to Mr. Cross.
Yes, so I move to reconsider items D11 and D12 and add them to the consent agenda.
So the motion is to reconsider and pull from the consent agenda items
D11?
10D11 and 10D12.
That's correct.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Volland. So if there's no discussion, members are asked to vote yes on this motion to reconsider, not no. And Ms. Zalatel will be recused from this vote. So members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider. Clerk's just taking a second to catch the system up. I guess I can, maybe ask, go ahead. Okay, members may proceed to vote. The motion is to reconsider items 10 to 11 and 12.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
So on a vote of 10 to 0, items 10D11 and 10D12 have been reconsidered. They will now be back on the agenda, the consent agenda, as we go through. So we'll get to those when we get to them. And somebody make sure if I forget when we get through those need to be addressed. Okay, so next we have item 10B2. 10B2, Resolution AR 2024-18, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly authorizing the Assembly Chair to sign a joint resolution of the Anchorage Assembly and the Anchorage School Board in support of fair inflation-adjusted state funding required to maintain a quality public school system and increase student performance. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms.
Second.
Brawley, second by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I pulled this item mostly just to illustrate that it is slightly different than a lot of our resolutions for action because it is a joint resolution, and wanted to also thank the members of the school board who worked collaboratively with myself, Member Braga, and Member Martinez to craft this resolution. They did really the heavy lifting on it. And then also just to say that when this is signed, this would be, it's relatively rare as I understand it, but it would actually be a joint action of both bodies. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 9 to 2 and the youth member votes yes, AR 2024-18 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10C1. 10C1 is Assembly Memorandum 7-2024, exercising options to renew non-encumbering contracts with LeMay Engineering and Consulting, Inc., LeMay, and Changing Technologies, Inc., CTI, to provide temporary support and payroll services. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel.
Second.
Second by Mr. Volland. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I move constant amendment number 1.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion to amend by Ms. Zalatel and a second by Member Volland.
Sure.
Go ahead, Ms. Salatel.
Yeah, so this clears up and makes more clear the language that this contract is being authorized from the period of January 1, 2024 through the end of this year. The way it was worded previously appeared to authorize not only this renewal option, but the subsequent ones as well. And usually these come back one renewal period at a time, so this just clears up the language. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, the amendment has passed. Now we have the main motion before us. Any discussion? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes yes, AM 7-2024 as amended has passed the body. Next we have item 10C. 8 doesn't exist, so all the rest of those are gone. Item 10D2. 10D2 is AM 4-2024, recommendation of award to Arnhem Consultants for AMAT's Recreational Trails Plan for the municipality of Anchorage. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. Move Zalatel Amendment Number 1.
Second.
So a motion to amend by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. So briefly, what this does is it focuses on the Recreation Trails Plan, which I know is the proper name of this plan, to really be a transportation plan, a non-motorized plan, and really look at all ways in which non-motorized transportation can be used. And so I read through the RFP and just expanded a little bit of the items that we would like the consultant to look at in creating this plan. As this recreation trail plan comes back to the policy committee through AMATS for adoption, I would really recommend to the policy committee to consider possibly removing the word recreation and figuring out maybe it's just a trails transportation plan and renaming it for now though, because the RFP went out in a particular way. Keeping the proper name, but really focusing on the fact that this is active transportation focused, and transportation is used not just for recreation, but for lots of things, such as riding your bike on the trails to work, or walking to work, or getting to the grocery store. Thank you.
So I have a few members in the queue. Mr. Volland.
Thank you. Just want to support everything Member Zalatel said. This is also consistent. I want to provide a little background. Right now before the AMATS Policy Committee is a proposal for TIP Amendment Number 2, an omnibus amendment to the already approved Transportation Improvement Plan, which is our short-term, our short-range transportation plan. The Assembly previously passed an amendment on the Transportation Improvement Program in support of a project that is currently programmed. It's PLN 00019, and that is essentially an inventory of everything you see here. So the right-of-way, we actually supported expanding that project to include inventory of non-motorized easements, and to have all that information moved into ArcGIS. In the AMATS Technical Advisory Committee recommendations to the Policy Committee, they have run contrary to the will of the Assembly and advised that that project be removed. And so I think Member Zalatel and I share a motivation to see this project move forward in any way that it can. I also strongly support the change of language here, removing recreational. Our trails, as Member Zalatel pointed out, serve a variety of active transportation needs, including commuting, essential errands, and so that also impacts what type of funding we are able to procure, and also what what types of right-of-way, it's something, it's part of the conversation too around like the Fish Creek Trail connection to the coastal trail, for instance. And so I think we strongly need to emphasize that our trails serve a variety of purposes and needs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I support this amendment as well. It's really important to realize that one of the challenges in the Anchorage real estate industry is that many times private property parcels have public access easements or trail plans and they, actually on the property. Homeowners may purchase those not realizing that's part of a larger plan. We see that in Ram Valley, we see that in areas of Bear Valley, we see that along the Fish Creek, you see that maybe even on Campbell Lake. And so if we can clarify and make sure those documents are available for private property owners as they purchase properties to know that they're adjacent or that there's plans to develop trails in their areas that may abut or may even possibly be on their property, I think it's important for us to provide that clear, concise information to private property owners. Thank you.
I have myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant.
Thanks. First, I would note slight scrivener's error or consistency error. It's pedestrian rights of way. It should be undeveloped rights of way as opposed to right of way. So maybe just as a scrivener's detail, add that S after right of way. And I just want to say I strongly support this. And some years ago, Mr. Weddleton and I struck a partnership where we pulled a project that was a priority for AMATs, but turned out to be a major boondoggle for the city because Anchorage taxpayers were going to be asked to pay tens of millions of dollars for a state priority that we would never approve, but it was in a hopper 20 years ago, and the state used to pay for capital funds, and so we got boxed in, and we pulled that item off, and boy, did it, you could hear the proverbial train wreck when the state bureaucrats realized that we were exercising some of our sovereignty. And so I just want to communicate to the AMATS team that we are about to begin in a number of ways exercising our sovereignty, because it has become apparent again that projects are coming at the last minute and being approved that are harmful to the neighborhoods of Anchorage. And so put on your seatbelts. So with that, I would ask members to proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
And I would note Mr. Salt joined us approximately 5 minutes ago. Mr. Salt, hello, I want to say you're here.
Randy Salt here, thanks.
All right, thank you. And so on a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes, yes, the amendment has passed. Now we have the main motion before us. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
So on a vote of 12-0, AM4-2024 as amended has passed the body. Oh, and the youth member votes yes, thank you. So next we have item 10D8. That one was pulled. We're going to let it die for lack of motion at this time. So no motion is warranted. Yep. So next we have items 10D, 11, and 12. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. Items 10D and 11 and 10D12 involve the HAND Commission. In my position as the Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, we work closely with the participating jurisdiction, which is the Health Department, with its HUD funding. Often that HUD funding and those plans, which also rely on the Anchored Home Plan, are presented to the HAND Commission, and we coordinate funding. So I believe I have a substantial interest in the makeup of the HAND Commission in my professional job and would ask to be excused.
It is the ruling of the chair on this item that you do have, these two items, you do have a conflict. Anyone disagree? Hearing, seeing none. We'll move on. Next we have item 10D11, 10D11, AM 15-2024, Housing, Homelessness, and Neighborhood Development Commission, Richard Mystrom. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Cross.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Any discussion? Hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member having voted yes, the item has passed. AM 15-2024 has passed. Next we have item 10D12, AM 17-2024, Housing, Homelessness, Neighborhood Development, Dave Rittenberg. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Volin, seconded by Mr. Cross. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Volland?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, and the youth member votes yes, AM 17-2024 has passed the body. Ms. Zalatel can come back. So next we have item 10D15 that's been pulled, AM 20-2024, Anchorage Equal Rights Commission, Sharon Gibbons. Ms. Braga.
Move to approve?
Moved by Ms. Braga.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Braga.
I was hoping that I could postpone this to the next meeting. I tried to call Ms. Gibbons to ask her a question, and I was not able to get a hold of her.
So you just make that motion?
So move to postpone to the meeting of January 23rd?
Sure. Motion
Second.
to postpone has been made by Ms. Braga to the meeting of the 23rd, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. The motion to postpone.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 1, AM 2024 has been postponed to the meeting of January 23rd. Next, we have item 10D23. 10D23 is AM 48-2024, Public Safety Advisory Commission. What's the will of the body? Matthew Glinsky.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Okay. Motion
Second
to
for purposes of discussion.
postpone indefinitely by Ms. Braga, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Go ahead, Ms. Braga. Sorry, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. So I pulled this one and am recommending postponement, not so much with concerns about the individual, but this is the Public Safety Advisory Commission, and I know that that's really been a point of contention for the last few years. And I know also we've seen major public safety issues like body cam implementation, like what's happening on our streets. There's many public safety issues that I think this board could be taking up. I do appreciate that they submitted an informational item that we've already passed on our agenda. But really what I would like to look at after I reviewed the code this afternoon is I would like to propose a change to the composition of this board. So what I'm recommending is postponing this because this is a new appointment. We already just approved a reappointment of an existing person, and I did the math. It looks like there's either 6 or 7 of 9 members, so that they would still maintain a quorum. If you remember, the Internal Audit Committee recommended that we actually sunset this board in January of this year. We didn't end up passing that. I believe we extended it for another year to October 2024. But all of that to say, I really do think that this needs more attention. It is not an urgent issue, but I would recommend that we postpone this, that we don't make new appointments to this board at this time other than reappointments. And then I again would like to have a conversation with the administration, with the community, folks at APD, and really kind of think about a better composition for this board and put that in code. And so that is my recommendation and why I'm making this motion. I've also reached, one more thing, I've also reached out to council to ask the implications for basically if somebody is seated on a board and then the composition of the board changes, does that person serve out their term or what happens? And so I don't have an answer to that yet at this time, but I would like to investigate that further, and so I'd like to commit to working on this in the next few months. Thank you.
Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brawley, for pulling this item and bringing those concerns forward. I wholeheartedly support your intent to take up the composition of the board. It was about 4 years ago, the Public Safety Advisory Commission looked very different. In particular, we had appointed some women who were working on missing, murdered Indigenous women and girls issues, and that I felt was very effective. It was bringing a broader perspective and a set of priorities that this body had said existed into an advisory commission that could bring forward policy recommendations. And I think we need to get back to this particular commission looking like our community. Right now, it is very heavy on law enforcement, ex-law enforcement, and the newest appointment is former military experience. All of that is fine and relevant, but if that is the sole type of voice we have on that board or that commission, then we're not hearing from residents who interact with public safety entities, whether that's the fire department or the police department or our justice system. So I wholeheartedly support that work and would agree to partner in that work with you if you need an extra set of eyes. Again, and I want to reiterate, this isn't about the particular nominee. It is the opportunity to kind of hold steady. Right now, the Public Safety Advisory Commission has sufficient membership to make quorum and can continue with its work while we take an additional look. And you have to start somewhere, and each appointment is an opportunity to start shaping this commission in a way that's more reflective of our community. Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So I have myself in the queue. So I agree in the principle of organizing a set of standards for what criteria the individual members should meet, but I'm going to speak against the motion to postpone indefinitely this nominee. This nominee, it just so happens, we met after one of the Public Safety Committee meetings. He's been attending just as a volunteer member of the public, and I had a really robust and very valuable conversation with him about his background and interests in the field, and he's a member of our community. He has served some time, but he's also in the military. He's also a very strong data and analytics person, has a mind for some things, probably more and beyond other members that are even currently sitting. And so I'm going to ask my peers to consider voting down the motion to postpone, but I will also join you in the work, Ms. Brawley, of reorganizing the qualifications of this. I believe this person is highly qualified. Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just briefly respond to the question, and I'll put forward the administration's view of this candidate. So there was a question about the composition of the Public Safety Advisory Committee. I just want the body to know that if this person is confirmed by the body tonight, there is another vacancy, and we certainly would welcome a conversation with Member Brawley about what the remaining vacancy looked like. That said, I appreciate the chair's comments too from the administration's point of view. This is somebody who has been involved in the military, it's true, but also has dealt with wildfire prevention and rescue, and so has a unique insight. I was unaware, Mr. Chair, of your conversation with him. But we think that this is somebody who's representative of the community and has a maintained interest in public safety in a broader sense. Should the body vote to postpone, I just want to again make the commitment from the administration's point of view. We'll be happy to sit down rather than have this sort of discussion at the dais in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next in the queue, I have Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As co-chair of the Public Safety Committee, I would absolutely agree with Ms. Brawley that I think that these commissions are really important, and they are a serious commitment of time, and to make sure that they are structured in a way that they're really intentional and providing the kind of resource and information that we really need. And I think that this is one example. I think there are some other examples of commissions that really need to be rethought. So I just want to add my support for the work to rethink this a little bit and make sure that we're getting the information and the resources and the feedback from community that we really need in order to make good decisions as a government. So just want to support that work and happy to participate as well. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just curious, and I think Mr. Byrd may have answered, if this position is filled tonight, do we have one more vacancy on this board?
Through the chair, that is my understanding, Member Myers.
Okay, thank you. So I, along with Mr. Constant, would agree, we'll be voting no to sunsetting this. I think we have a hard enough time filling boards and commissions and getting people to volunteer. I think if you want to change the makeup of the board, we should do that in a work session, not after someone's tried to get an appointment on the board itself. I don't think that's appropriate, and it does feel like that you're picking on this individual, whether you are or you are not. Somebody's put their name forward, they brought it before the body, they're volunteering their time and energy to go sit on this board for the betterment of Anchorage. So I think we need to vote this down and then move forward with the consideration. Thank you.
A couple more in the queue. Mr. Rivera, you haven't spoken yet.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to go ahead and support Member Brawley's motion here to postpone this item indefinitely. I appreciate the recommendation from the chair, but my biggest concern is if we do approve this and we move forward in the future with a change in the membership of this particular commission, the ramifications of that, and in particular, the basically booting out of certain members. So I would rather not give this potential commissioner a false hope that they're going to be on this commission. I would just rather put a pause, and perhaps after the members go through this exercise to figure out the membership of this commission, maybe Mr. Glensky fits, and his name can be brought back before us again. But I think that's more wise action to take rather than confirming at this point. Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
Thank you. I would also encourage us not to postpone indefinitely, vote down that, and then move forward towards Mr. Galinsky's application. The only thing I see when I look at this individual is maybe too qualified when you look at his resume. This is a public safety advisory commission. I can understand that you know how you want that balance, but we're here basically changing what we want that makeup to look like on the dais, which I don't think is inappropriate. So I think we should move forward to this individual, either approve him or don't approve him, and then we can do a work session on that. But everything that I heard that was a concern this individual's application addresses, is such as, if you look at basically his law enforcement experiences in technological advances, artificial intelligence, and how these forces are being used in law enforcement. Like, you couldn't speak to somebody who has the qualification of research in things that are completely relevant in today's day and age with law enforcement. I would hate for us to lose this individual's wisdom and expertise because we're not sure what we want this board to look like, but we haven't figured it out yet. So I would say let's move towards utilizing this individual's magnificent history of law enforcement expertise. Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you, and I really appreciate the discussion. So again, I want to reiterate, my concerns are not about the individual, so I really appreciate the information from Mr. Constant, and I understand there may be perception of that, but I just want to be clear. I also want to clarify that what I see here is really a weakness in our code, and the reason it relates to this individual appointment is, as Mr. Rivera also said, that it does create confusion if we intend to make those changes in the future. And our code right now really gives no guidance or rules about the composition of this board. And I know there's been a lot of discussion over the last few years about needing balance on boards. And so I believe we need to codify that. So I will also say that I still intend to vote yes to postpone, but I am not hurt if others do not. And either way, regardless of the outcome on this item, I am still committed to reviewing and making those changes. And I appreciate others' interest. I certainly do believe this is something that would be great to work through the Public Safety Committee. Thank you.
I have myself in the queue. Hold on.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So I will say that this individual is qualified, and also after my conversations, very interesting and very prepared to help in a lot of the conversations we're having. But I also recognize that this administration has appointed basically a set of individuals who all have very similar qualifications and backgrounds. And to the point of that, if you look at item 10F1, we had discussed earlier in our leadership meeting, polling this item for discussion. 10F1, it's this very interesting resolution that the Public Safety Advisory Commission advises the Assembly that they would like us to hire an out-of-state contractor to tell us how Anchorage deals with homelessness. We accepted that. It's just an accepted report. I want us to all be really clear that that item that was accepted does not create a funding vehicle, does not put forward that we want to see that done, that can be a conversation we have. But when you look at the list of members, I understand the homogeny that starts to redound from it. And so I still, that would ask my peers to vote no on this motion, but I understand. Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So apologize for not being here on time, but I'm curious, did we also pull 10D24? So that's also Safety Advisory Commission. So
no, it was reappointed.
Okay, so to me, I think maybe, I don't know a better word to say it, but it feels like we're speaking out of both sides of our mouth by pulling one and not the other. So I think I'm not in favor of postponing this and rather just move forward and have this person help us correct the board composition in the future.
It's unusual for a third time at the Apple, but I'll let you, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I just wanted to restate what I said earlier because maybe Mr. Salt didn't hear. The reason I pulled this one and not the other one is that one is a reappointment. It is a current member. This is a new member. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. The motion is postponed indefinitely.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 5 to 7 and the youth member votes no, the postpone indefinitely has not been approved. We have another motion.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Salt, seconded by Ms. Zalatil. Any further discussion? Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. Yes, this person is more than qualified, and in fact, speaking directly to the qualifications, probably has qualifications that are slightly different than the other members. That said, I do hope that with this open seat that that still remains, that we will either see a very different type of appointment or that we'll work with Mr. Byrd and have a further conversation about the composition of this particular advisory commission. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I am happy to support this person. I will just say that, and I think I forgot to say it earlier, I have already reached out to Assembly Council to understand basically the implications of if we change the composition of a board, how that affects current seats. So it's not something we need to answer now, but that will be part of the discussion either way. Thank you.
And I myself, thank you. I don't know what legal counsel's position on that, but the code is really clear about appointments. Appointments are made, they're done, and it's hard to remove someone from an appointment. If a commission were to be sunsetted, fine, it goes away. If it were to be made into a new commission with some other function, all of those members would be gone and we would start over. But I think just from a practical legislative perspective, assume that it's a deal once they're appointed, once this vote happens, it's done. And, but again, I'll finish by saying I will strongly support your effort to look at this. And since you're the only one I know of the body who's actually read the entire section of Title IV there, it's good that you're leading that. And I would say maybe let's not limit it just to one commission. It might be fine to start with just one, but there's a filter that we should be applying that is representation across any number of our various commissions. So just something to think about. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I think going through this conversation on the dais makes me wish that we would have sunsetted it, because I'm curious about our opportunity then if we do want to make changes and put in qualifications so that we ensure balance and a variety of perspectives. I feel like we're kind of hamstringing ourselves in that regard a little bit tonight by choosing not to postpone and now to approve the new appointment. And I think for that reason, I'm going to be voting no. I think it's great that that effort is going to happen, but I guess I'm just wondering, so then are we going to wait for all of those terms to expire before we can reimagine that board? Food for thought. Thank you.
Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. I think I'll use this as an opportunity to make a request to the chair that we revisit this conversation about boards and commissions composition at the Rules Committee and perhaps have a conversation there about making it a standing item, just to make sure we're progressing with the work and seeing who's working on which so that we can be consistent and we don't lose track of it, because board and commission appointments, they can either fall within the particular committee that hears similar items, or we could take them up kind of more wholesale about how we want to be advised and what type of expertise we want on those for the type of advisement we would want. Thank you.
Thank you, and probably not this week, but next month, yes. Mr. Presverdia.
Yeah, just 2 quick points. One, that happy to work with Ms. Brawley and others who want to discuss this particular item and try to work through the Public Safety Committee as one way to do that. Second, that not only the representation on commissions, but the purpose of the commissions, and I know the code speaks to that, but just hearing the conversation tonight about whether that purpose is about expertise versus diversity of perspective, community voice, etc. And so I think there's some opportunity to clarify language on purposes of commission that really align with what we actually need them to be doing. Thank you.
Mr. Glinski sure has opened up a project. So with that, if there's no one else, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 1, AM 48-2024 has passed the body. Yeah. So next we will move on to, and just as a moment of privilege I'll speak to, we did not poll items 10D, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, another set of appointments. There's a little bit of gray area in the code in which for some reason it allows a one-year appointment for initial appointments, but the read of the code makes it confusing and almost like every member is a one-year appointee. And so we went ahead and appointed one last time. We kind of talked about this a year ago, and I guess we didn't really clarify it. So they were all appointed for one-year terms. And so we're going to work with the administration to come back on this one as well with a better way to approach the term structure for the commission. But for those items, we did confirm them tonight on the consent agenda. So next we have item 10D42. 10D42 is AM 77-2024 sole source grant agreement with Alaska Children's Trust to provide continued support for the Anchorage Child Care Early Education Fund, ACE Fund, implementation. And what's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
So I have a motion, I think it was by Ms. Brawley, and seconded by Mr. Presverdia. I know there's an amendment, one sec. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Ms. Brawley.
Move Brawley Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Motion to amend by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Brawley.
Well, I will preface all of this to say that we already dearly miss our budget analyst, Desiree Camacho. And so this is a minor error that we made in preparation for this item. The amendment simply removes the fund certification from the second page, or actually the third page, which is the sole source memo itself, because that was an error on my part, and then also changes the fund certification to Alden Thurn, CFO, on the first page. That is the only change. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, and the youth member votes yes, the item has been amended. And the main motion, any discussion? Seeing, hearing none, members, Mr. Bolland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask, just because I'm seeing this for the first time as it was laid on the table, a couple questions for the sponsor. In the, I guess on page 2, bottom paragraph, where it talks about the communication plan, launching of a website, it says ACT contributed $60,000 toward the first phase. Was that monetary or in kind, if you know?
Ms. Barley.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And this is also, I will point back to, let me get my notes. I believe it was sorry, one second. Oh, no, it's here. Sorry, AR 2023-404, we laid out a timeline. The contribution was actually not directly to the municipality. I suppose it would be considered in kind. It was really the time and expertise to do that first phase, to really set this up, knowing that it would take time for appropriation of uni funds. But this is really a Proposition 14 implementation project, the ACE Fund implementation project. So it's a partnership. And so Alaska Children's Trust did not directly provide funding to the municipality.
Okay, great. And if I could maybe, do I still have the floor?
You have the floor.
Thanks. Yeah, I think ACT does really good work. I know that they've been involved in our strategic planning for alcohol tax as well. I guess I wonder, having the same organization involved in both things, I wonder a little bit about their capacity, and also, as this is sole source, are there other organizations who could assist in this work? I think I'm going to support this, but yeah, I don't know. I just want to make sure that we're capturing a variety of community partners in this work. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Thurn.
I just wanted to make one comment here. I want to certainly support the Assembly on this tonight, but when an item is needed to be fund-certed and it's a laid on the table item by the Assembly, I put my name on it. I will be checking tomorrow, but I had a conversation with Ms. Brawley and where this funding actually is. I would just request in the future, Assembly laid on the table items that have a fund cert, that it would be great to know that maybe in advance so we could try to run it through. But I will check on it tomorrow, and if everything's good, we'll be fine. But if it's something issued, I want to make sure I can bring it back at the next meeting. But I understand from Ms. Brawley, this is a time-sensitive issue, and I'm willing to put my name on it, go forward, make it happen, and I have confidence that the money's there. I just want to make a comment that now and in the future, if you have a laid-on-table item, I certainly appreciate to fund-cert it in advance. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone might speak to that. Mr. Johnson hasn't spoken yet.
Yeah, thank you. I am inclined to support this. It sounds like a good program. And while I think I can guess what the answer is, just as a matter of record, I would appreciate if Member Brawley could explain why this had to be a laid on the table item instead of going through the regular agenda process.
Yeah, thank you.
Hold on. I'll just note that we did that once, and that was at the beginning of the meeting, and it got 8 votes. And now you can ask that question again. I'm not judging you for that or saying no. I just want to be really clear that we did actually have a vote on that question. So, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. Just very briefly. First, thank you, Mr. Thurn, and also to Ms. Alger in the audience. We had a quick confab before the meeting, so I really appreciate everybody's collaboration and figuring it out. I also will definitely acknowledge that this was not ideal process. It is something that we had intended to submit a little bit earlier, but also, as I stated earlier, we have a really robust public engagement process. It's outlined in that prior resolution, and a lot of it is scheduled to happen in late January, really wanting to make sure that we do some of that outreach first before we get too far down the line as far as recommendations. So that is why we're trying to expedite this as much as possible. Thank you.
Is that sufficient? All right, thanks. And I didn't mean to chastise you. I just wanted to point out to the fact that we went through that.
No, that's fair. And then again, I believe this could and should pass.
Thanks. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. I wanted to speak a little bit to the point raised by Member Voland. So I think ACT is in a unique position because they fund a lot of work that's very much related to what, in child care and early education. And in fact, they also distribute funding. So I think in a lot of ways, they are a way to know the landscape. It's one of the reasons we put that prevention funding and the alcohol tax through for them to then distribute. And so they're actually getting to learn who is interested in this, who has the capacity for the work, what is that timing, where are the leverage points. And I think there's generally this idea that we like to put these types of things out for sole source, but this is the creation of how we want to take up this fund. So I think that expertise of where this intersects with lots of other funding opportunities, obviously the amount going into this fund from the marijuana tax yearly isn't going to be sufficient. So how we can maximize and leverage those dollars, I think ACT is in a particularly unique position to talk with us about. Thank you.
So just to speak briefly to Mr. Thurn, I think the message from the sponsors is that the appropriation funds were made available like a couple weeks ago in the budget process just before, and so it wasn't a new project, it was a project of funds already appropriated. So we'll do a better job of getting you the fund cert language in advance so you can have a chance to make sure there's no errors, but the fund cert was available because the funds were just appropriated for a specific purpose. So if there's no one else on this item, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes yes, AR 77-2024 as amended has passed the body. Next, I think we have item 10E8. 10E8 is AR 2024-10, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $200,000 from the Chugach, Birchwood, Eagle River Rural Service Area Subursa Fund 119000, fund balance to the Chugach, Birchwood, Eagle River Rural Road Service Area Subursa Fund 119000, 2023 operating budget in the Maintenance and Operations Department to ensure adequate funding for the winter maintenance services for the remainder of 2023 due to record snowfall. Ms. Zalatel.
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Cross. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I just had a question on this, and I think it's because of the language on lines 17 to 20. It speaks to record snowfall in November and December of 2023, that a sizable portion of the winter maintenance budget was consumed. Appropriated funds will ensure adequate funding to pay invoices for fourth quarter maintenance and continued snow removal activities. So I guess my confusion lies in, are we using funds now to cover some 23 costs, but also making sure there's funds moving forward for the rest of this snow season? Is that the intent here, or is it all back to expenses occurred in 2023?
Mr. Wilbur, I see you hanging out back there, so Mr. Collies, if that's okay, I'll jump right to it. Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. You just turned off the mic. There you go.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Salatel, great question. So these are expenses from the fourth quarter of 2023. We're going to use 23 money from the Chugach Birchwood Fund to support the expenses that they had in 2023. And the invoices are coming in now, and they just don't have enough funds from their 23 allocated. So we'd like to just use their fund balance.
Okay, then it says, though, it says, and continued snow removal activities, which seems contemporaneous, and that's where the confusion lies. If it's not going to be continued snow removal activities in 24, I would like to remove that language.
Through the chair, Ms. Alatel, we will continue snow operations in 24, but this request is to take 23 money to pay for 23 activities.
Okay, thank you. That's an important clarification. With that, Mr. Chair, I would move to amend to delete and continued snow removal activities on line 20.
So a motion to amend by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Walland.
And just very briefly, that just makes this fully within 23 and makes this document clear. Thank you.
Do you have the line? Oh, you did. Okay, good. Line 20, good. Okay, so the motion is to amend. The amendment is on the board to delete and continue to delete and continued snow removal activities on line 20. Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, and the youth member votes yes, that item has been amended. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, AR 2024-12 as amended has passed the body of the youth member having voted yes. Next, we have item 10E14. 10E14 is AR 2024-21, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating a transfer from the area-wide general fund 101-000 2023 operating budget in an amount not to exceed $400,000 to the operating projects committed general fund 1900000 in 2023 and appropriating operating projects committed general fund 1900000 fund balance in the amount not to exceed $400,000 to the operating projects committed general fund in 2024 to continue previously appropriated project purposes. What's the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of January 23rd.
Second.
So a motion to postpone by Ms. Brawley to the meeting of January 23rd, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you so much to OMB Director Sharon Lechner for the conversation this morning or afternoon over email. The intent is to bring an S version of this, or whatever the term would be, at the next meeting with some minor corrections and more information, or I should say more information.
Anyone else wish to discuss the item? Hearing and seeing none, a motion to postpone is before us. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Brawley?
On a vote of 12 to 0 and the youth member votes yes, AR 2024-21 has been postponed to the meeting of January 23rd. I believe that brings us to the end of our consent agenda. At this time, we will recess for our regular dinner break, and we'll be back in 20 to 30 minutes. So we're going to call this meeting back to order. We're going to call this meeting back to order. Mr. Rivera, are you on the phone?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right, are we back on the record? Next up, we have item 11A. 11A is a motion to reconsider. The ordinance number AO 2023-81, ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage, ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly adopting the public naming panel's unanimous recommendation to name the Port of Alaska as Don Young Port of Anchorage and amending Anchorage Municipal Code 11.50 and certain other sections of the code and Anchorage Municipal Code of Regulations accordingly. We have also an AM with it, 11A1, which is 585-2023. We have an IM number 150-2023. The public hearing was closed. 9:12, referred to the naming panel. 9:26, public hearing was reopened. 9:26, public hearing was closed. 12:19, postpone indefinitely. 12:19, motion reconsider to postpone indefinitely. AO 2023-81 was, I should say, notice of motion to reconsider was given by Mr. Rivera. On the S1 version is on the floor if this passes with a motion to reconsider. So, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do I need to make the motion at this point?
Well, I would ask you to make that motion.
Okay, then I will go ahead and move to reconsider.
Second. So we have a motion to reconsider by Mr. Rivera and a second by Mr. Cross. I had seconded for the purpose of notice. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not going to belabor this because I think we spent a considerable amount of time debating this in December. But long story short, I do tend to think that we got a little bit wrapped around the process axle with this item. I think there are two realistic alternatives, the S and the S1 versions, which withstand scrutiny. I think rather than starting from scratch, which is what I understood the intention of the lengthy debate that we had in December, and start a new commission that hasn't even been formed yet with such an auspicious naming, which I myself have very serious concerns about, I'd rather us take a breath, sit down as a group out of our business meetings and see if we can sort this out. I fully respect there are some members who may be totally opposed to any current or future versions of this item for their own reasons. But I'm going to ask the body to please reconsider and then give us some time as a group to figure this out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. So I have myself in the queue, and I'll just be very brief in this first go-round to say that I put the note on the agenda. If the reconsideration passes, I will be asking the members to vote to continue this item to the meeting of the 27th, which will provide us a true opportunity in a work session setting to go through the various items, the S, the original, the S, the S1. I have my concerns with several of these, and I want to make sure we don't spend the critical time we have before this election must be closed up and the ballot must be finalized by the meeting of the 21st. So that's my initial input. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I'll support the motion to reconsider, but I'll be really clear. I don't think it needs a work session. I don't think we need to go through the options. The options are before us. There's the original proposal, there's the S, and there's the S1. And I'll be really clear. The S1 is the only one I am voting for. So, thank you.
Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. Just I want to get a clarification on what you said, Mr. Chair. You said that if the vote to reconsider passes, that it will appear on the next meeting, and that your intention is to hold a work session to discuss this more in depth. Is that correct?
I'm going to ask the members to support a motion to postpone the item to a subsequent meeting so that we can have time to really sit down thoughtfully outside of right in here when we have these two meetings dedicated to finishing up the ballot. So it wouldn't be de facto, we would have to take an act to get there. What happens if the item is reconsidered is it is before us now.
Okay. Well, then I'll just be brief because I really don't want to spend a lot of time tonight rediscussing this. I think we discussed it in full, and I think we made a decision, and that we should stick to that the decision. But I'm happy if it's the will of the body to bring this back up, and that there is an actual work session that we can discuss this more in depth, so that when we come back to the dais that we've already hashed through all of it, and folks come with their ability to make a decision. That I would support that, and so I had a lot to say tonight, but I'll hold that. In that I think that if we can dispense with this quickly, I'm happy to support bringing this back up if those items are in place. Thank you.
Ms. Braga.
I do not support reconsidering. I received so many hateful emails. Some were thoughtful, and I think I responded to all with the explanation of why my vote is how it was and will continue to be. Some people said he's just old-fashioned. One said he's an anachronistic misogynist, but we should still name the port for him. But the letter that struck me the most came from a man who said he's been following politics for 40 years, and he said he agrees that he's consistently brought an abundance of federal dollars to Alaska and should be remembered for that. However, he was not the kind of person I would like my children to emulate. Confronted with anybody who was running for office opposite of him, he was rude and confrontational. He was incapable of participating in civil discourse and always
Point of
relied
order.
on his ability to humiliate.
I would,
It's been a point of order called. I'll go ahead and entertain it, Mr. Cross.
I don't feel comfortable with reading disparaging comments regarding Don Young. She can make mentions, but I don't want to use this as an opportunity to bash him. And if you'd like to continue, I would invite Ann Young to sit here so you can look her in the face while you do that. His wife is sitting right here. So if we're going to sit here and read through your public comments and disparage a man who's done more in his life than all of us put together to help this state,
Mr. Cross, I think
then do
you
it
made
with
a
his
point of
wife.
order, and I think what your point of order, the general gist of it is you don't want her to be able to say what she's saying. Is that fair?
I don't want her to disparage a deceased man with his wife in the room. She can say, I get the gist, but I wouldn't allow anybody to say the same thing about you, Chris, and you,
No,
I would hope you
I
would protect our character. We don't speak it, we don't typically attack people's character on this podium.
I understand, and I just am going to say that the point of order is not upheld by the rules that we have. A member can say uncomfortable and terrible things. I spent years in this room with a member who had a seat previous to you who was an expert at that. And as much as we don't like to hear some things, it's our job to hear them. And so the chair rules that the point of order is not valid.
So I will skip the part that is the most embarrassing moment of this man's letter that happened at a Kenai Chamber of Commerce luncheon, and just read the end that said, however, those of them who knew him well could attest for the fact that similar behavior was not unheard of by Mr. Young. And I cannot support someone, as this man said, who I would be embarrassed to point out who he was to my children in years to come.
Thank you. Mr. Cross, you have the floor now.
Well, since we're going to go down that road of characterization, I would like to ask Ann Young, who's here in the audience.
Before that, Mr. Cross, the motion before us is the question of reconsideration, which she
On her
said-
thoughts on this reconsideration and the reasons why some individuals may not want to. I think it's relevant.
Okay, I think I won't rule that out of order, but we will keep it careful because we might find ourselves in a situation where members who made a decision to put a motion to reconsider on the floor might find themselves in a place where they will just vote how they voted the other night. And so I would offer that we should be mindful of that. So,
Move to
Mr.
override
Cross.
the ruling of chair.
Okay, so I ruled that a member could have Ms. Young. There's been a motion to override the ruling of the chair. Is there a second?
Second.
So a motion has been made to override the ruling of the chair by Ms. Alatel, seconded by Mr. Presverdia. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. I think that this is more of a procedural motion about why you will or will not move to reconsider, and it is not a public testimony item or an item as to the merits of the options that would be before us if we reconsider. So I think it's inappropriate. There would be an opportunity, if this item is reconsidered, to possibly ask the speaker to come up and speak to her thoughts on any particular option before the body.
Anyone else wish to speak to the motion to override the ruling of the chair? The question before us now is, Mr. Presverdia.
I just want to agree that first of all, I apologize that you're standing there. I think that we're at a procedural point where we just are trying to decide whether to bring this back or not, and we need to make that decision. Once that decision is made, then certainly we want to make sure to hear from folks who have a stake in this. So I think we just need to move to decide whether we're going to reconsider this or not, and then folks will have the opportunity to weigh in. Thanks.
So a yes vote overrides the ruling of the chair. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 5 to 7, the motion fails. So I just ask everybody to think about the cause and effect of what we're doing here. Mr. Cross.
Thank you. Ann, thank you for getting up at 2 a.m. and spending all this time traveling to be with us. First, thank you. And so obviously you understand that we're looking to reconsider the vote in naming the port that's been postponed indefinitely. But, you know, having gone through this process and seeing what we're going through now, I would like to know, you know, your perspective on reconsideration and basically what's playing out here. Thank you.
The microphone is off. There's a blue or green button there. You're good.
Am I on? Okay. I'm sorry, my voice is somewhere over Canada, I think. It was fine till about an hour out of Anchorage, and then it sort of just disappeared. But I do thank you all for continuing to look at the value and the importance of naming the port the Don Young Port of Anchorage. I am committed for however many flights it takes and for however many hours it takes to see this resolution, this amendment, come to fruition. There is no one more appropriately qualified to have the Port of Anchorage named after him than my husband. Many of you have probably been in Alaska, maybe even longer than I have. I am an Alaskan. I've been here for 35 years, and I will continue to be an Alaskan. My husband was the epitome of an Alaskan. There never was and there never will be anyone any more committed to this state than he is, and than he was, and than he is continuing to be even into the future. Many people in the U.S. Congress continue to support anything that's Alaskan that has Don Young's backing. It's an admirable, wonderful thing. He was a gift to Alaska, he was a gift to Anchorage, and he was a gift to all of us. The idea that the amendment is continuously being kicked down the road like a kick-the-can game is quite frustrating and very confusing and disappointing to me. It would seem that anybody who has any degree of knowledge about Alaska and how we got where we are and how we're continuing to be where we are certainly should have a better awareness of what the appropriateness is for him to be named, the Don Young Port of Anchorage.
All right, thank you.
There is
We're at
never
5 minutes, Mr.
anyone,
Cross.
and there never will be anyone in our lifetimes, any of us in any of our lifetimes, who is more qualified to have this honor than Mr. Young. In fact, it will probably be true that no one ever will be any more qualified ever to have the Port of Anchorage named after him than my husband. So my commitment is to continue to support Alaska Airlines for as long as it takes, for as many flights as it takes, for as many times as I get up at 2 o'clock in the morning to catch a 7 a.m. flight, to come here and speak with you and support your commitment, I hope, to seeing and doing the right thing. I mean, it is the right thing.
Ms. Young.
It's so obvious.
I'm going to interrupt. Thank you. It's time to move on. This is 6 minutes of testimony. We have a lot of people in the queue, and we want to get to the question, so.
I will answer questions.
No, we don't have questions for you. We have to get through all of the people who want to speak up here before we take a vote on whether to reconsider the item.
Okay.
So we're going to proceed through the queue. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I will support the motion to reconsider and will save any other comments for the formal part of the debate. Thank you.
Mr. Volland.
Also support the motion to reconsider. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
It's just been said.
Mr. Bronson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ann, I just got a question for you. It's in the attempt to clear your husband's name, he was called a misogynist tonight.
Point of order.
A point of order has been called.
I don't know that this goes to the merits of the motion for reconsideration about whether or not to bring the items back to the floor.
Well, the disparaging remarks didn't do that either.
So I'll ask
So we're
the
trying to clear the record here.
chair to rule on my point of order, and I don't appreciate being interrupted, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and I'm going to uphold the point of order. Ms. Zalatel is correct. A member did make effectively a point of order when a previous testifier made a testimony. You missed the boat, Mr. Mayor, on that question. If you have something to the merits of the question for reconsideration.
I missed what? I didn't hear.
You missed the boat on having anything to say about a previous testifier's...
I don't get to vote. I've said enough. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You can speak to the motion to reconsider, but the other matter was 3 people prior. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I will just state that if somebody would like the port named after Mr. Young, then we need to reconsider this item first. Thank you.
I see no one else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-1 and the youth member votes yes, the question is now back before us. The motion is motion to postpone indefinitely. Mr. Cross.
Actually, I was going to move the original motion.
We
not the
have,
S version.
we have a version on the floor. The floor was the S1 version, I believe, and until the S1 version is...
Well, then I move to amend the S1 version to mirror identically
So-
the original version.
I have a point of information.
Okay,
Well,
so...
can I move to amend it so it takes it back? Because
You-
what was moved was if you just allow me my explanation. The complication and part of the whole reason for this was that what was moved was not the original proposal that was drafted and issued by the naming panel. And I'm trying to get back to where we started before it was altered.
So
Point of information,
I would like to know how I do that.
does moving a different version supersede
No.
the motion that's on the
it
table?
does not.
So
the
what's
motion-
required to dispense with the S1?
Have to vote it down or vote it in, or, as I would hope we would do, is motion to postpone to the meeting of the 27th of February so we can do this in a work session instead of here, because we have a lot of business to get done tonight, and this is not the business. We have an agenda item. So, yes,
Okay,
first
well-
we have to...
Let me just go back because I should be recognized, right?
Yep,
And so
okay,
let's
you have
finish
the
this
floor.
conversation. So my question for you is, you're telling me I can't move to amend the motion that's on the current version, S1, and amend it back to the original?
So whatever is it the S1? The S1 version is on the
okay,
floor.
we're
If-
just amend to postpone indefinitely? Okay.
Another point of information, if the S1 dies, do we have the opportunity here in the agenda to bring forward one of the other versions?
Yes.
Thanks.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I was going to say, we need to re-vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely. And I believe that the only superseding motion to that would be a motion to, I believe the only superseding motion to the motion to postpone indefinitely would be to postpone to a time certain. I think those are the only 2 options before us. So at this point, I would urge a no vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
In that case, then I will move to postpone to the meeting of February 7th, or sorry, 27th.
Second.
Motion to postpone to the meeting of February 27th. And second, moved by Ms. Brawley and seconded by Mr. Presverdia. Do you want to speak to that?
I am moving this at the request or advice of the chair, and also to say that as was previously stated, we have many business items that have a hard deadline for our election, and given the confusion tonight, both around process and the content, I believe it would be helpful to have a work session to have more time to debate this. Thank you. Or, sorry, not debate in the work session, but prepare for debate at a future meeting.
To identify what the path forward is. Mr. Rowland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm ambivalent about the motion to postpone. I am prepared to support the original version tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Bronson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to speak against the notion to postpone. I think we all kind of understand what's going on here. This has been going on for almost 2 years now. This process started March 18th of nearly 2 years ago. Why we need more work session? I have no idea. Get it figured out. This is, you look at the stack, it's nearly a half an inch thick. We've been through the process 3 times. Why the delay? Just stand up and vote. If you want to vote against naming it the Don Young Port of Anchorage, just vote. Kevin's been trying to get to this. Just get to that vote. I think that's we could do this in 5 minutes. So that's all I have to say. Thank you,
Mr. Salt.
Just real quick, for clarification, if we vote to postpone to a time certain, then we are done with this item and an original version cannot be raised, okay?
No.
No. Still,
Nothing else can happen if we vote for the time certain it's postponed, and then all
Yep.
the items would come back.
Tonight, if we postpone this, every item in the suite moves forward with us. It doesn't preclude any of the subordinate items coming forward.
Okay.
So we would have the full suite of items and an opportunity to deliberate in a way to discuss the potential paths forward. So, yes.
okay, thanks.
And so I have myself in the queue. I am prepared to vote something after Don Young, but I am not prepared to call it the Port of Anchorage again. And the bottom line is this commission, which was set up and staffed by members of the administration, took upon itself to go outside the boundaries of the resolution and add this message. And so we are not ready tonight. So if the point is rush to a vote, get it done, I'm afraid you're going to find just as many no votes on the item, and it'll just be done. And you can come back in a number of years and attempt it again. And so if the argument is rush because we've got to get it done, you're probably going to find results very similar to what you had on the 19th of December. But it doesn't actually have to be that way. With a little bit of collaboration, a little bit of processing through the various documents we have and setting of a path, the Assembly could actually get this done. But rush at your peril. Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted some clarification on what we're voting on.
Motion to
Motion to
postpone.
reconsider the item and postpone it to the 27th?
No, the reconsideration passed, so the
Okay.
item is back before us, and the motion before us now is to postpone the whole conversation to the meeting of February 27th with a work session, or 2 if we need, to sort through the various versions, hear from people what their concerns are, and chart a final course to action.
Okay, thank you. In that instance, I will be voting no on that. I think we are all ready to make a decision as well, so thank you.
Mr. Byrd. Are you speaking on behalf of the mayor?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, this is the second time for the mayor on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to address, Mr. Chair, the point that I think is a good one about the naming of the Port of Alaska. And I'm happy to discuss this at length with you or any other members of the body. But I think that you should know, Mr. Chair, and all the other members of the body, that when I was first tasked with this as the Chief of Staff for Mayor Bronson, I was specifically asked, make sure that it will be the Don Young Port of Alaska. It took a certain amount of humility from the administration's point of view to hear the experts, chief of whom was Jim Jansen, the head of Linden Transport, tell us, and hear from Port Director Steve Rebuffo, tell us the nomenclature is Port of Anchorage. So I just want to make that point, Mr. Chair. We were wedded, as it were, to the Port of Alaska ourselves. And I thought, Mr. Chair, your compromise solution in the S version was a great olive branch, and I still think it is. One of the things I just want to make the point on behalf of the administration is that we think there is some merit in deferring to a panel recommendation, particularly because it takes it away from the vicissitudes that affect us as the executive branch and the legislative branch and the fights we get into. We choose people to represent us on a naming panel who we think will not only carry our values, but also have a degree of expertise and separation from issues just like this. And from the administration's point of view, I can say that we got to the point where we were willing to accept the recommendation of the panel, which we weren't at first, that it should be renamed the Port of Anchorage. If the body comes back after the work session and, for example, like with the S version that you suggested, Mr. Chair, Port for all Alaska, I mean, personally, I think it's great. It's a great compromise offered, and I appreciate you making that. But I wanted to make sure that the body knew and everybody, including Ms. Young, that we've looked at this and we had to take a step back and accept humbly that we're not experts when it comes to naming ports. And we hope that the body will respect the work done by the panel. We certainly do. And that's all. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera, actually, sorry. Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm hoping that we can close off this discussion soon and vote in support of the motion to postpone this item to the second meeting in February, in large part because I seriously am concerned that if we vote against this motion that we will spend another hour debating the merits and how to move forward and find ourselves in a situation where nothing gets approved. And I want us to avoid that. And I think the best way for us to do that is to sit down in a work session and try to hammer some of these issues out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. And also similarly, reading the tea leaves with respect to the disagreements that we have on this body, I don't want to see this die. I do want us to see us take action on this. And I want to reiterate to the point that Mr. Burgess mentioned, one of my concerns was that the difference between a naming panel process that identifies attaching a name of a dignitary to an installation and the renaming of the port, which I remember the municipality did a renaming process. Those processes were fundamentally different. And so a naming panel is not the process for renaming the port. It's the process to attach a name of a dignitary to an installation. And so on that note, and just want to highlight one more thing that was mentioned, we are a municipality. We are a local government taking some step toward recognizing a state and federal representative with a local municipal asset. It's very different than the airport, which is owned and operated by the state of Alaska. So I wanted to just be real clear that this is a municipal asset, and one of the arguments was that, well, there are other ports. Mr. Jensen said there are other ports, and so we should change the name back to the Convention of Anchorage. But if we are in fact being asked to do this recognition of a state elected official, I think it's absolutely fine to remain to keep the name of the port of Alaska, because that is exactly why the designation and the honor to the representative matters, if that narrative holds true. So I would encourage us to get this back on the agenda and to move forward with this, not changing the name of the port, but just attaching, if that's the action that we're taking, the dignitary, in this case Don Young, to the current name of the port of Alaska. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. I have a point of information. For February 27th, since we have a motion to postpone to a date certain, do we have to dispense with this, or can that be amended? That can be amended still, right? Okay. So I'm going to move.
Hold on. We're good.
Okay, I'm going to amend to postpone to the meeting of March 5th. If I can get a second, I'll explain why.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, so a motion to amend the amendment has been made by Ms. Alatel, seconded by Mr. Presverdia.
To March 5th?
Yep.
Okay, so the reason being is I'm going to be back. I'm going to miss a meeting in February. I will be back for the meeting of the 27th, but I'm afraid I'm going to miss the work session on this, and I don't want to, because the discussion here goes deeper than this item. It's the role of a naming panel. Is it advisory? Is it where we are in a position where we can't propose anything different? And so I think the conversation is deeper, and I would like to be a part of that conversation. And I think we also need to have a part of that conversation also be about how this naming panel proceeded. What really struck me from Mr. Bird's comments were we should follow the naming panel because that basically takes us out of the picture because we put some people on the naming panel. However, the mayor put forward the initial proposal, and the assembly had nothing to do with that. And I think this proposal is salvageable, but was flawed because it suggested a person and the place. And I think in order to do this correctly, you have to say, we want to honor this person, what things could happen to be named after that, and that would be the job of the naming panel, or we want to rename this place, and what are the options for that? And so I want us to have a conversation. We're here, we're in this moment. How do we reconcile these things? What is the role and the weight we want to give the naming panel? And I want to be a part of that conversation. So I will admit that my motion to postpone, the amendment to postpone to the 5th is self-serving. But if it's not till the 27th, I will apologize if I miss the work session, but that might mean longer debate on the 27th. Thank you.
All right, so I have a number of people in the queue still, Ms. Bronga. Okay, so then the amendment is, okay, so if I have a couple of people in the queue, but the question is, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to observe that this is an unusual situation where we have two meetings that go basically week to week. Usually we have 2 weeks between meetings, so functionally what we're talking about is postponing in an extra week, so I just want members to be aware of that. The February 27th to March 5th is a week's time. I think that still allows for plenty of time for a work session. I am indifferent as far as which date we choose, but I see the rationale for this item. And then I would also add that if we have the opportunity to have this discussion in a more informal setting and with more generative conversation, then I would anticipate that when this comes back for a vote, if and when it comes back for a vote, if we vote to postpone this, that it will go much smoother in the assembly meeting. So I am in favor of something that gets us to a resolution quickly. Thank you.
All right, so anyone else on the amendment to the meeting of the 5th of March? I don't know that, were you on the amendment to the 5th of March, or were you? Yeah, I didn't think so. So, Mr. Bronson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, the narrative kind of holds that this is just slipping. Maybe if we had a meeting on the 18th, we could actually make it a two-year exactly to the passing of Don Young. But there's unfortunately no meeting on March 18th. I don't understand why we need more time. It's been 2 years. We've been working on the formal process more than a year. So have at it. That's fine, but I think the public understands what's going on here. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would say if the public understands anything, we're trying to salvage this process. So anyone else on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none.
Yep.
Members may, Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you. So I'm not going to support the postponement to a time certain simply because I am not optimistic that even if we have a work session, it will really change folks' minds. I think my colleagues know what they're willing to support and not support. We have 3 different versions. We have the original recommendation of the naming panel. We have the S version that changes it to Port for All Alaska. And then we have the late on the table item from the previous meeting that suggests naming the cargo docks. And so we have 3 options to choose from. And I actually think we could move one of those tonight and get it done with. Thanks.
Anyone else on the motion to postpone to the meeting of March 5th? Hearing and seeing none. The amendment. Yep. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 7 to 5 and the youth member votes no, the amendment has passed. Now we have the amendment.
Mr. Chair, I procedurally veto that vote. Thank you very much.
You're going to earn a no vote on this. Okay.
And
you're going to win. And
sorry.
lose.
Moved over at the veto.
Chair Conjure, can I change my vote to a no vote? I meant to hit no instead of yes. Motion to reconsider.
It's too late.
Okay.
The veto has occurred. All right, we're going to not get park bonds on the ballot or CASA or because of this, because we're going to talk about this tonight. So there is a motion to override the veto. Is there a second? Hearing no second. Oh, is there a second, Ms. Brown?
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion to override. Any discussion? Members may proceed to vote. Yeah, Ms. Alatel, Ms. Brawley.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Vote of 6 to 5, the override fails. The youth member votes yes. So now we have the motion to postpone to the
Point of
meeting.
information, Mr. Chair.
Who's that? Mr. Myers.
Mr. Rivera voted yes, didn't he?
Still, it's insufficient. Thank you for the clarification. We'll make sure the record is clear. So I am sad this is going this way because you're going to make me vote no on naming after Don Young. So we have a motion to postpone to the meeting of the 28th. Members may proceed to vote, or 26th. 27th. It's, yeah, so it's back to the 27th. So, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Yep. On a motion, a vote of 6 to 6, and the youth member votes yes, the motion fails. We now have the motion before us. The motion is to postpone indefinitely. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Chair, I move the original version.
It's too late. The question was called. We have an item on the floor. The motion will be dispensed or not.
Member Rivera?
Sorry, can you remind me what motion we are voting on?
Postpone indefinitely.
Yes.
I actually mistakenly voted. I'm going to vote no.
I veto this, Mr. Chair.
I let the clerk know before the mayor spoke that I had changed my vote. The motion to postpone fails. So now we can vote on this item. Members
The
may
motion-
proceed to vote.
Move the original.
Yes, you can't. You have to vote it down. It's a main motion. Or you vote it up. Your choice. It's the S1.
Point of order.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chair, on behalf of the mayor, I'm looking at Robert's Rules 1269, a substitute offered for a main motion or resolution when there is no other amendment can be offered, as Member Cross attempted to offer earlier.
The question was already called. It's out of order. Members may proceed to vote.
Point of information, Mr. Chair. What are we
Mr.
voting on?
Myers. What?
Can you give us some clarification of what we're voting on now?
The motion to approve the S1.
Point of information.
Mr. Wallen.
If this vote fails, then can we bring forward a substitute version immediately after?
I think we need Mr. Gates for this conversation. But let's take the vote. I had already called the question. Please raise the question.
Yeah, that has a, both Vol and I, it
Advantage.
affects our vote, that information.
Member Rivera?
If this is the vote on the S1 version, then I vote yes.
Point of information.
Mr. Martinez.
Chair, please, normally when we're making a vote, sometimes, most of the time, someone speaks to it. Can someone speak to exactly what we're talking about right now? S1 as amended, S1, which exactly is the item that we're focused on at this point, Chair?
It's the S1, which is the main motion that was on the floor before we voted previously to postpone indefinitely. It's the docks.
Yes,
It's the docks,
it's the cargo docks.
cargo docks.
I'm the sponsor of the S1.
Mr. Chair, may we request a 5-minute break?
Sure. Actually, we're in the middle of a vote. So the vote had already been called. The question is up before you. The question is, shall we approve the S1 version?
Are we still waiting for the answer to my point of information?
No.
I think that materially impacts how I, okay.
Okay, Mr. Gates, they want to know if this item passes or fails. If the item fails, can they bring back one of the other versions? The S or the S, the original.
Mr. Chair, I'll try to answer best I can, but I want to answer in two parts. First part is the wording of this actual motion is move to approve the S1 version, if I understood correct. Another possibility here is an amendment to that motion. It says it replaces S1 with the original AO. I think that's what Mr. Cross was trying to do. So that's one way to amend it, not the wording of the document itself, the wording of the motion. And then getting to your first question, if the S1 is voted down, the motion as worded right now to approve the S1 is voted down, it does not preclude making a motion for approval of the S or the original. Those could still be alive.
Thank you. So the question had already been opened. The votes are before you. On a vote of 5-7, the motion fails. I'm going to go ahead and clear the queue.
So motion to move the initial version.
Second.
To approve the main original version. Moved by Mr. Wallen, seconded by, moved by Mr. Salt and seconded by Mr. Myers. Mr. Salt.
I just simply want to hopefully get this through tonight and move on. Thanks.
First, Ms. Alatal, then
I move to call the question.
Second. There's a motion to call the question and a second. Clerk will bring the question up.
No, we need to vote on the motion to call the question. It takes 8.
Yeah, and she's got to bring it up. So the question, having been called, open it up, please. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 5-7, the question has not been called. Ms. Alatal.
So I was in the queue to call a question, but since you gave me the floor, again, was only willing to vote for the S1. I believe we should stick with normal naming of conventions for the port, and I thought the cargo docks was a reasonable alternative, so I will be a no vote. Thank you.
Ms. Bronco.
I just wanted to clarify something for Mr. Bronson and whoever else heard that those were my words. Those were words that I read that came from a supporter of Don Young who called him those things but said, let's still name him. So I'm sorry if you thought it came out of my mouth. My conflict with this naming is for other reasons that I'm not going to say out loud, but what I want to say to you is we do honor all that Don Young did for our state in many ways. He has March 18th named as Don Young Day. A volcano has been named for him. The Don Young Job Corps Center has been named for him, and the Don Young Federal Building. So he has had a lot of honors, and there are more people in our world who also want to be honored. And so I personally feel like the port doesn't have to be named for him because he has had a lot of honors so far. Thank you for letting me clarify.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I won't go into some of the other debate points that I wanted to get into regarding naming things after politicians, naming process, all of that. All I will say is that I plan on voting no on the original version because since December, I have made my position clear that there are two versions which I think pass muster, both the S and the S1 version. So what I am hoping to do to hopefully scrap some victory from the jaws of defeat here is to vote down the original version and move the S version. Thank you.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll ask you a question first. Can a motion for the S version supersede this motion for the original version?
I think Mr. Gates has to answer that question.
So I'll ask that again.
It's a parliamentary move I've never seen occur in this body.
Can a motion for the S version supersede the motion that's on the floor for the original version? Can a motion for the S version supersede the motion that's on the floor now for the original version?
And for clarification, Mr. Gates, I would ask, Mr. Byrd had cited a rule from Robert's Rules. I would like to have him restate that for your benefit, Mr. Gates.
Through the chair, Mr. Gates and I have been communicating electronically, but for the sake of the body and the good of the order here, I was quoting Robert's Rules 12:69, which has to do with offering a substitute when there is no amendment pending on the main motion. That is what I believe the disposition was when Mr. Cross offered the original as a substitute version, and I think it may be germane to Member Voland's point. Thank you.
Mr. Gates.
If I understood Mr. Voland's question, whether the current motion on the floor is the motion to approve the original AO, and the question is whether a motion to approve the S version superseded. And I think that's more in the form of amending that motion to replace the original AO with S. So it's a motion to amend what I think would be proper, rather than, it doesn't really supersede it, it's a different motion. So you want to amend that motion to replace the original AO with S version.
Okay, thank you. I guess for my part, I can support either the original or the S version. I think from comments that I've heard from my colleagues on the dais, there would be more support for the S version. So perhaps if those who moved the original version would be willing to withdraw, I would be willing to then move the S version.
Mr. Chair, can you give us the difference between the S and the original? Is it Port of Alaska or Port of Anchorage? Because I'd be willing to withdraw my second for the S version for Daniel to make that motion. But we don't have those documents in front of us, so I would just like some clarification.
I don't think need to take away your motion. I think what I'm hearing is a motion to amend can occur. Again, Mr. Cross, I apologize. I've never seen that happen since I've been on this body in almost 8 years. I've never done it. And so I didn't mean to overrule your rights. But that said, the difference is Don Young Port of Anchorage and Don Young Port for all Alaska. So that's the two. The number one is Don Young Port of Anchorage.
The original.
And then the second one is Port for all Alaska. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, in that instance, I will amend the original version that's on the floor before us now to be consistent with the S version, in conformity with the S version.
So there is a motion to amend by Mr. Volland. Is there a second? I would second it. Okay, Mr. Myers seconds it.
And I guess I'll just speak to the amendment then briefly. I think that this is a path that more members would be likely to support, and we can move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Bronson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to clarify with Assemblywoman Braga, I did not in any way interpret that as your statement, so I just hopefully, we're good on that. The other issue is I know there's a lot of things around the country that are named after Don Young. In fact, in the state of Florida, they're making efforts to name some stuff after him. The difference with this one is that Don Young asked for this one, and actually in a very humble way, he says, Mr. Mayor, there's a lot of things named in our state after Senator Ted Stevens. He says, if you ever get, and this was a week before he died, he was in my office, and he says, if you ever get around to naming that port, I'd like it to be named after me, if you all would mind. And quite frankly, that's why we're here today, is because Don was a friend of mine. He was a gentleman of the highest order, and I just thought it's right that the Dean of the House got the port named after him that he actually requested. So I just want to say, Karen, I didn't think you were saying that.
Mr. Martinez, or Mr. President, I'm sorry. Oh, wait, Mr. Rivera, did I get to you yet?
You did. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm really disappointed with what's happening tonight, because I think that, first of all, the characterization that this is a debate between people who respect him and don't respect him, or people who, that is just completely false. I knew him my whole life. As a kid growing up, I knew him. And so, because he's been in office for most of my life. This is not about that. This is about making a good decision. And so any characterization that this is being kicked down the road, or that this is about a debate about him, that doesn't hold true for me at all. And so I'm disappointed, because it feels like we're being bullied into a decision that's not a very well thought out decision. And that there was a process. Yes, the process was more or less followed, but we've also determined that that process, especially for something of this scale, is inappropriate. That's why we changed the code, because it's not a good process to have 4 people make a decision about the name of our port. As much as I respect those 4 people, that is not the way to do this. And so I'm frustrated, because we're being forced into a decision, and I will not vote for this. And it has nothing to do with my respect for Don Young. It has nothing to do with whether I think the port should be named after him or not. It's because this is a poor process we're going through. And it's not a good decision to be made tonight. We should have postponed this. We should have had a better conversation, so that we can come to a decision that actually makes sense. And so I unfortunately am in a position tonight where I have to vote against something that I probably would have voted for, because we're not ready for that decision. And I apologize that you're having to be a part of this, because should be disparaging that this man who's done so much for this state. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to vote no, but it has absolutely nothing to do with my respect and my love for a man who did so much for the state that I love. So my hope is that we can vote this down, and then we can bring it back and do it the right way, and do it in a way that actually honors the man that we're trying to honor. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm not sure if this goes to this amendment, but I'll ask for your guidance, Chair. In my vantage point, the yes version attempts to say what the Port of Alaska is today, which is essentially the Port of Alaska, versus the change to the Convention of the Port of Anchorage. And without the poetic language of a port for all of Alaska, no disrespect to the poet in you, Mr. Chair, I think it would be simple to just have if we move this forward, where would we have an amendment to just say, we will just change Anchorage back to Alaska and call it a day?
Yeah, it would be now.
Well, let's go through it then. So I would offer is it an amendment? To the original, to the S version.
It's the S version, and it's an amendment to the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment to drop off for all and leave it Alaska.
Then it would become Danyang Port, Alaska.
Port of Alaska.
Right, so it's not just strike off for all Alaska, you have to add of.
Right on. Sounds good. Yes. Add the of.
So there's a motion by Mr. Martinez. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Myers. So I have a quick question for council. Mr. Hurt, does this item have the clarification in it? Can you verify the S as the track J clarification? So there's a motion that's been seconded. So is there any discussion about the motion? I don't see any discussion, so members may proceed to vote on the amendment. So this amendment it doesn't have the lines of every time it's in the document. What it does is directs that every time it says in the document, port for all Alaska, it adds, strikes for all Alaska, adds a word of, it makes it port, Danyang Port of Alaska. So that's the clear, because we're going to have to authorize the clerk to go back in and make conforming amendments. So this is terrible to be doing on the floor. So that's the proposed amendment. Can we just add up consistent with S version, strike for all Alaska, put that in quotes since you. And then also add another phrase, and allows conforming amendments. So we do it all at once. And the conforming amendments just go through the document to make sure it's consistent across. So Mr. Myers seconded, right? Yeah. Members may proceed to vote. Poor Jasmine. We have our relief team pitching tonight.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 9-3, the item passes. The amendment passes. The amendment to the amendment passes. So now we have the amendment. Just a quick question to council again, Mr. Gates. Or excuse me, I'm sorry, Mr. Hurt. It's in there? Okay, no need to worry about my other amendment. So now we have back before us the amendment. Any discussion? Members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-2 and the youth member votes yes, the motion passes. I'm going to just speak real quick.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I have never opposed renaming the port for Mr. Young. He did a lot for Alaska. He also was a human, a man. I don't like the act of sainthood that's been going on, sanctification. It's not been fair to the members of the dais, not been fair to the community, and it's not been fair to an honest record of Don Young's life and story in Alaska. It was great, and it was terrible, and it was everything. It was life. And we should not practice hagiography in undoing the stories and making false narratives about people. Instead, we should embrace them for who they were. And I can say in the last votes Don Young took, I found great respect in his commitment. Never more in my life than this moment do we need people to stand up for the fate of our republic. On the days after January 6th, 2021, this man stood up against his party and said, no, this will not happen. We are not that. And no matter how far the country has slipped to that, he didn't. And when his party was so extraordinarily partisan that they would drive against infrastructure projects that would build the future of our state and our country, rebuild roads where bridges are falling down, he said yes. When all of his party said no, So this has never been a partisan issue for me. But I also don't stand for what effectively was bullying or emotional extortion or all manner of gross attacks against the Assembly for doing its due diligence in this process. That's not right. We are, in fact, a sovereign government. We have unto ourselves the right to make this decision. No one else, not some panel of 4 people that were set up and handheld to get to a decision. But instead, we have before us the question of, do we do this for Congressman Young? And I can vote yes on that, because I saw a man at the end of his life stand up for our nation, stand up for our state, stand up for our city. I'm sad that our city has failed to make application towards the wealth that was generated by the Infrastructure Act that passed. We haven't really gotten any of it because we don't have leadership to apply. It's a tragedy. But that all said, I think through all of this process, as chaotic and interesting and whatever you want to call it, is really symbolic of Congressman Young, because in the end, he got the job done. So for my part, I can vote yes on this. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera,
Yes.
On a vote of 10 to 2 and the youth member votes yes, that item has passed. Take a 5-minute break. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to change the order of the day to take up item 11 Bravo, 13 F, 14 Echo, 12 Alpha, 15 Alpha.
Second.
It would be 11B, 13F, 14E, 12A, 15A. Very briefly to it, if I may, Mr. Chair.
So there's a motion to change the order of the day by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. This would dispense with the bond and ballot propositions, as well as anything that is time limited. And then once we only have one 15, and that is a must-pass item, it would let us get the time-sensitive items out of the way.
To those of you who are here for other public hearing items and have been waiting a long time, sorry, sometimes this happens. And the members, any discussion on the motion to change the order of the day? Hearing and seeing none. Is there any objection to that motion? I'm not seeing any objection, so the motion passes. The order has been changed. So next on the agenda, we will take up item 11B. 11B is AO 2023-114 S1, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $9 million of general obligation bonds in the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of an area-wide public restroom project, and the question of an increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operations and maintenance costs at the election to be held in the municipality on April 2nd, 2024, and approving and adding a project to the area-wide 2024 CIB to include the public restroom project. Ms. Zalatel.
Is the motion to approve the S1 already on the floor?
No, there is no motion.
Okay,
pending.
so move to approve the S1.
Second.
So moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. There is an amendment for this item, and I would like to move that amendment.
Second.
So motion to amend by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland.
Thank you. The amendment is Constant Zalatel Brawley Amendment Number 1. This reduces the amount to $5 million. And the amendment really goes to my comments about the bonds. So with a tiny bit of latitude from the chair, I'm hoping to kind of just get my comments out of the way. So I think that this $5 million figure is important because what we have coming before the Assembly today and on the 23rd are a number of new bond propositions, whether it's the Anchorage Goes bond, whether it's the Chugach access bond, whether it on January 23rd is the cemeteries bond. These are all new items, and each of these bond mechanisms address issues that have long been identified as needing some sort of response, and all fit nicely into our Assembly priority area to improve quality of life for Anchorage residents. And as we approach these three new bond propositions, two tonight and one on the 23rd, I ask that we do so strategically and in a manner that sees the big picture for these pressing issues. To that end, as we debate these items, you'll see me present a similar path forward. Each bond in a $4 to $5 million range, which is not different from our annual Parks and Rec bond. And a request that if we move these bonds forward to the ballot, that members commit to engaging community councils in the implementation of these projects, and that we look at a change to our capital improvement program that includes these three types of bonds as mechanisms moving forward so that our neighbors can weigh in annually on which projects should be funded with bond money, and not necessarily just adding projects to big bonds, like adding everything to a parks bond or adding everything to a facilities bond. None of these proposed bonds that I've mentioned, the Anchorage Goes bond, the CASA bond, or even the cemetery bonds are really one and dones. So I'm hoping that we can be strategic, commit to a path forward that bets on our community being the kind of place we want to live, work, and play, and really commits to a community that supports residents from the beginning to the end of their life. So that is really the rationale for me for this $5 million figure. This $5 $5 million figure brings this in line with a strategy that I think we should apply to all the 3 new types of bonds. It also allows us to purchase enough toilets and install them that we would have enough to make sure we can still have a municipal-wide impact. We can get some good data on utilization. One of my concerns is if we reduce this figure too low for only 1 or 2 toilets, that if you have one place and maintenance wasn't sufficient, or you end up with a manufacturer's defect, it's not enough to get a true sample of what the impact could be. And finally, $5 million put out in an RFP for a Portland Loo style. That language is important. It opens up the possibilities. As we've started to talk about this, ideas for a variety of types of public restrooms have come forward. To me, that's exciting. That means our request for proposal is likely to generate interesting ideas that could meet our needs and actually end up saving money. So I would ask for your support of the $5 million figure. I think it brings it in line. I ask for your consideration of the larger strategy for these 3 bonding mechanisms that we're using and are new. Some new tools in our toolbox are never a bad thing. And I hope that you can support this amount. The last thing I want to say is, I don't know if you all know this book, Everyone Poops. If you've ever potty trained a child, this is a classic. It is from our library. It's a very popular book. I was fortunate it was on the shelf. But that's the truth. Everyone poops. And $5 million gives us 10 opportunities to, at least, to be able to use the restroom, to be law-abiding residents, and not go anywhere else, because frankly, Anchorage goes. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. Ms. Salatel covered a lot of the key points, but I just want to highlight a couple other things. One is that we know, unfortunately, especially in recent years, money does not get cheaper in the future. So one benefit to reducing the total number, again, recognizing that we need to be mindful and we need to think about the other bonds on the that are potentially going to be on the ballot, but also that we would want to have opportunity to be able to purchase a few of these. It doesn't mean that we would purchase them all at once. It also would allow for example, one thing the sponsors discussed, we didn't end up putting in the ordinance to put before voters, but to say that there should be at least 1 in each district. So if there were 10, that would allow for placement of at least 1 in each assembly district, looking at places, parks, other public facilities, or public places where they could be placed, as well as a few additional ones. And then I think Member Zalatel covered other reasons why having multiple of these units available would be helpful. And I will just echo that everybody poops. Thank you.
Ms. Bronco.
So I am really happy that you've come up with this different dollar figure. I had originally, first off, when we had the work session and the Portland Loo presenters were there is genuine enthusiasm and lots of cool things about that bathroom, but they are so expensive. And when I'm confronted with this $500,000 per restroom, it just gives me chills. It's just too much. And I heard from people that are so supportive of public restrooms, but also concerned about cost. And now that I'm seeing that your ordinance actually says standalone sidewalk restrooms, not specifically saying Portland Loos, I'm happier with it. I did get some messages from people that talked about how gross those are down in Portland, that I should fly down this weekend and check one out. But another option came up. There's a RomTech that's the knockoff of the Portland Loo that's half the price, and they have to actually pay $5,000 per toilet they sell because it's so much like the other. Urban Blue sent a lot of information today. They look amazing. So I do want to do this, but I wanted to buy less to start with, get a chance to see how they operate in Anchorage, And if we actually are able to maintain them. We have so many things in our city that are not well maintained, that we see things happening in our parks and we let them go. I want these restrooms to be there for everybody and make sure that we can maintain them. So I do think I'll support your amendment for the 5 million, and I thank you for compromising there.
Thank you. Next in the queue, we have Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm strongly supportive of the tailored amendment. I hear from business owners downtown all the time who are frustrated because tourists who are not patrons will try to use their restrooms because there is nowhere to go if you're downtown unless you're kind of in the know. You can go to the Captain Cook Hotel, but then you got to go all the way downstairs to know where they are, or you can go through to the Federal Building, but you got to go through security first. There's not convenient places for tourists who we want to be welcoming to downtown to alleviate themselves when duty calls. So I think this is something that could be very beneficial for downtown. I have had the opportunity to use Portland loos, and my experience was very different than what Member Bronga described. I thought they were great. They're industrial. They provide enough privacy for you to do your thing, but it's not a place where you want to hang out. I think they're engineered so they can really take some abuse, easy to clean, etc. So I appreciate the co-sponsors for bringing this forward as a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross.
Yeah, so not against the idea of public restrooms, but I can't support this bond request, and simply because I did some research. The city of Kodiak purchased 4 of these 3 years ago, and they have not been a wonderful experience. I talked to 2 assembly members, and I contacted Public Works, and I spoke to them and said, tell me the good, bad, the ugly. The open design attracts snow drifts. They've had issues. They shut them down most of the year and just open up 2 of them out of the 4 for a few months during the peak seasons. The best ones are near the port where there's lots of people. Anything where there's not lots of people to police it, there's vagrants, they get vandalized, and they're very expensive to repair. So I would say that we do a little bit more research on a product that we're going to go and ask the taxpayers to fund. I'm not against it, but I think we should be researching. We've got people who have purchased them 410 miles away. They should have been invited to our work session to talk about their experiences on them, because it's not a glowing review from my conversations. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to offer my appreciation to the sponsor of the amendment. I think it brings the dollar amount in line with where I'm comfortable the current bonds are. But I wanted to be clear also as well, and maybe the members also can respond. This is not calling for anymore a particular product. It's calling for bathrooms and funding for the associated maintenance. Is that correct?
Yes, that's why it specifically says Portland loose style to describe a self-standing toilet.
Thank you. And I just wanted to make sure that we were clear about that, because I think it's an obligation for members of the Assembly to be really thoughtful about what goes on the ballot. But I also really think it's important that the people of Anchorage have an opportunity to vote on their values. And this bringing it in line, the way you've done with this particular version, I'm very comfortable with. I recognize that we don't take care of all the bathrooms today, so I also want to be clear to the administration and to the municipality as a whole. Moving forward on innovation doesn't mean you give up what you're supposed to be taking care of today. And there is no silver magic bullet in anything that we do, but we can make progress by having a focus on public health, public safety, and the idea that when we talk about choosing Anchorage and visiting Anchorage, the idea is to really have people stay here a little longer, go a little further in our town, and make sure that those amenities are available for visitors and the members of our community as well. So I would be supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I reiterate a lot of the things that have been said. A lot of the objection to this has been due to the cost, but we've received numerous other options that are less expensive than what was initially proposed. We've also received options from in-state construction, units that have been deployed on the North Slope of Alaska and functioned. So there's a lot of research out there, a lot of other units we can look at. This will go through the normal purchasing process. So we've got the RFP. We may decide to do more than one style. And at the end of the day, I think, like Mr. Martinez said, the ultimate bellwether is the voter, and it's pretty hard to convince me otherwise to not send things to a voter. Thank you.
Thank you. And for my part, I'm in the queue. I just want to say that it's not a $500,000 toilet. It's $500,000 per unit or so that would pay for all of the installation costs, the shipping costs, the plumbing costs, everything. And so it's easy to get in your mind, they're going to spend $500,000 on this thing. That's not it. It's the whole suite of everything that goes into the process. And that was just a best number we could come up with. All evidence that we have found shows that the price will actually be less than that, and we will get more if we act in a timely manner before, as Ms. Alatel or Ms. Brawley said, the cost of money goes up to the point where it makes the cost change. And so I'm a strong supporter, and I urge your yes vote. Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, it's, yeah, on the amendment still. Okay. So anyone else on the amendment? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 1, the youth member votes yes. The amendment has passed. On the main motion, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate, Mr. Constant, you mentioned some of the points I wanted to hit. One key feature of this ordinance, as Mr. Constant just stated, is that a significant portion of the total cost per unit is built-in maintenance costs for the life of the bond. So not necessarily the restroom, if we keep it for 40, 50 years, hopefully it lasts that long, but really for the life of the bond. That's similar to how we bond for road projects in terms of budgeting for certain staffing needs, and also for our fire trucks. We've done that recently, so there is some precedent for that. It's probably not a perfect metaphor, but one I keep thinking about is, imagine if that when you're buying a new car and you're financing it, you're getting your car loan, that you were able to build into that financing cost your oil changes, your tire changeovers, other routine maintenance on your car. Not if you total your car, right, but just the stuff that you expect to do over the next few years as you own it. And that all of those things were built into the monthly loan payment for your car. It's the same general idea here. It's not that we're going to pay for all of it, or all unexpected events, but really that we know we need to maintain these. And really, I think that's been the common theme that we've heard from folks who both love this idea and don't love this idea, is how are they going to be maintained? And I think that's really key. And again, that's why we paid attention to it. And as Mr. Martinez said, I think it is really important to recognize that it will take commitment over time to continue to maintain these. And so the best we can do right now is make this proposal and hopefully bring it to the voters. And so I hope you support it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 10 to 2 and the youth member votes yes, AO 2023-114S1 as amended has passed the body. Next, we have item 13F, AO 2023-128, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the home rule charter to require assembly confirmation of the chief medical officer of the municipality. This is a public hearing item. Public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. Oh, wait, are you speaking on behalf of community council? I am. Are you a leadership of the council? Then you can have 5 minutes, but you got to turn the mic on. You turn the mic on and there's like a blue button or a green button there. You're good. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Well, good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the Assembly. My name is Scott McMurrin, President of the Rogers Park Community Council. I'm here to support Ordinance AO 2023-128, the proposed ballot proposition to require assembly confirmation of the Anchorage Chief Medical Officer, or the CMO. You previously heard testimony from Dr. Pete Mios, the immediate past president of the Rogers Park Community Council. He is leading a health and fitness meeting tonight and is unable to attend. He's had previously presented the Rogers Park Community Council resolution dating back 2 years, which urged this assembly to require assembly confirmation for the CMO. This body unanimously supported our resolution. Thank you. Dr. Mios was emphatic. The position of our CMO is critical to the overall health and safety of our community. In addition to understanding and implementing the latest medical and public health science, the CMO must recognize emergent public health threats, for example, the ever-evolving SARS coronavirus, TB, and sexually transmitted diseases, among others. Moreover, the CMO must be ever vigilant of air, food, and waterborne diseases and pollution. Our CMO must possess unimpeachable credentials, including graduation from a fully accredited medical or osteopathic school and residency, a professional work history and experience in related fields, and solid, verifiable recommendation. The position of Chief Medical Officer must be apolitical and unencumbered by any anti-science or anti-public health ideology. Our CMO must have the trust of the community. Thank you for embracing the critical nature of the CMO position and the necessity of assembly confirmation.
Thank you, Mr. McMurrin. I was hoping you would talk about airplanes.
We could go there if you want.
Another day.
Yeah.
All right, so anyone else wish to speak on this? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Volland, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Volland.
Thank you. I'm going to try to spare you all the waterworks this time, but no promises. This role is very important. And it's very important that Anchorage residents can trust whomever is in this role to make good recommendations when it comes to policymaking around healthcare. Important duties of the Chief Medical Officer include advising the mayor when exercising special powers during a state of public health emergency, advising the Human Resources Director in development and implementation of employee drug testing policies, providing information and advice to the mayor and assembly as requested on any matters involving public health. During a public health emergency, this role becomes even more consequential, as concurrence of the Chief Medical Officer is required to compel testing, screening, or examination of a non-consenting individual for contagious diseases. That concurrence is also required should the mayor order treatment or medications, or mandatory quarantine of individuals or groups who refuse said treatment. So this is someone that we really want to be able to trust. And who in this room doesn't value the ability to choose our own doctor, right? And so requiring assembly confirmation of whoever is in this role gives additional public process. It creates a situation where members of the public can view that publicly available curriculum vitae, resume, and weigh in with their assembly members and say, you know, here's why we support this person or here's why we don't. And I'll just say for me, again, on a personal note, it's all about restoring trust in our healthcare professionals. And I just, it's so important. When I was running, as I mentioned last time, when I was running for this position, that was something that was so important to me. I had the opportunity to write an op-ed with my really good friend about how the vilification of healthcare professionals has no place in Anchorage. And I wholeheartedly believe that to be true, and I want to do whatever I can in my time on this body to lift up the role of healthcare professionals so that we can get good advice. I want the policymakers for Anchorage to get really solid advice from our healthcare professionals, and I think this is one path to doing that. So I urge your support. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I appreciate Member Bullen bringing this forward. In my view, public health is the third leg of the public safety stool. We confirm our chief of police, we confirm our fire chief. It makes sense that we would confirm our medical chief if we want to be consistent, particularly as we approach public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Presberdea.
Thank you. I'm going to vote in favor of this, but I do want to take this opportunity to make a point as it relates to this, and that is that I am concerned that because of our current administration and because of the healthcare crisis that we experienced, this body finds itself making decisions that may have repercussions later on down the road. And I think that this, I think, is a good choice, but I think that continuing to pull more and more decision-making away from the administration is something that this body needs to be very cautious with, and that as we proceed forward, that we are making those decisions very carefully. I think that, so that's the point I wanted to make, that I am seeing a trend that is concerning me, and I want to make sure that we're not just thinking about the situation we're in now, but how that's going to impact the future of this city and the future of this body. So I want to make sure to put that on the record. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no one else, Mr. Vaughn, you can have a second bite at the apple.
Thank you. I appreciate Member Perez-Verdea's comments. I'll just say that, that's part of checks and balances, right, is that we have accountability on our side too. But I think that the scrutiny that comes with checks and balances is appropriate for this role. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Thank you. On a vote of 9-3 and the youth member votes yes, AO 2023-128 has passed the body and will move on to the voters. Next we have up item 14E. 14E is AO 2023-132, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $5,900,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of access improvements in the Chugach State Park Access Service Area, and the question of an increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operations and maintenance costs in the Chugach State Park Service Area at the election to be held on the municipality on April 2nd, 2024, and approving and adding additional projects to the 2024 CIB to include the Chugach State Park Access Service Area. Public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Irene Queednow, Anchorage, Sand Lake. This is the 6th ordinance that asks for the increase of the tax cap limit, just on the agenda tonight. So last year, you had the early childhood education on the on the ballot. And one of the things was, part of that was that you said you were going to lower the tax cap for 2024 by $1 million. You didn't mention that by moving the marijuana tax out from under the tax cap, you created a hole of $6 million. So lowering by $1 million brings it down to $5 million that you were able to spend without asking for the increase of the tax cap. And now you have 6 ballot propositions that ask for the increase of the tax cap. So the $1 million reduction is basically nullified. So I just want people to know that you got $6 million by moving out the marijuana tax without asking for the tax cap increase. Then you said you lowered it. Now you're asking on 6 propositions on this agenda alone for the increase of the tax cap. Thank you.
All right, so anyone else in the room, welcome. Come on down, please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is William Minnis. I'm the chair, long-term chair of the Bear Valley Limited Road Service Area. Been at it a while. We're on the very south end of the hillside. It's a smaller, so 2.5 miles, low mill rate, about 1,500, 1,800 feet, and we have dirt roads that are underlain with brush, water, and trees. These poor construction issues exacerbate damage done by the increased park access travel. The extra traffic on our roads dramatically increases the required maintenance of one of our 2 main road systems. We're in full support of the Chugach State Park Access Service Project since it will improve our ability to maintain over half of our LRSA roads for both visitors and residents. We support Chugach State Park, of course, and most of us use that McHugh Peak trailhead, but the extra traffic does take a toll on our roads. We appreciate the possibility to mitigate some of that non-resident damage. Thank you.
Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Carl Portman, and I'm a 45-year resident of Rabbit Valley. I am here to support the original CASA bond proposal, which I believe includes 4 projects. I support a robust bond that would include improved road access and trailhead improvements on the hillside. Projects supported by the original bond proposal would be good for tourism. It would improve access for Alaskans, relieve pressure on local neighborhoods, and provide for safer travel corridors. I am confident voters would approve such a bond by a comfortable margin. Chugach State Park is a crown jewel in Anchorage's backyard. It attracts more visitors than any other public land unit in Alaska, including Denali National Park. Visitation has increased immensely, putting significant pressures on the few hillside area trailheads and the road corridors leading to the park. There are often dozens to even hundreds of vehicles parked at the end of Canyon Road. The attraction is the new Sunnyside Trail up Flat Top, the improved trail to Rabbit Lake, and the surrounding peaks. Rabbit Valley has become another Glen Alps, with a crush of park visitors, but with poor road access and virtually no trailhead facilities. While I appreciate the inclusion of Upper Canyon Road in the CASA bond proposal, many residents in our area were disappointed when Upper DeArmond was dropped from the package. It is one of the few major roads on the upper hillside that is neither a state road nor in the Anchorage Road and Drainage Service Area. It was paved in 1987 through state appropriations, given it is a park access route, and has not been paved since. We're going on 40 years with no repaving. Upper DeArmond is the Upper DeArmond corridor is the only way to get to the Rabbit Valley trailheads. It is in poor shape and getting worse due to drainage issues and heavy park traffic. Given the Glen Alps Road service area is sparsely populated, and even with one of the highest mill rates in the city, it does not have the capacity to properly restore this corridor, although it does provide year-round maintenance. Therefore, I ask the Assembly to include Upper DeArmond in a subsequent CASA bond or help us to find another path forward. At the current cost, it would be approximately $4.80 per year on a $500,000 assessed home assessment value. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Come on down. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you. Probably want to pull the mic down just a little bit. Yeah. Pull it down a little bit. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Mark June. I've lived at 8801 Upper DeArmond Road for 45 years, and Upper DeArmond is the exclusive road access to 5 different Chugach Park trailheads: Flat Top Sunnyside, Peak 1, Peak 2, Rabbit Lake, and Ptarmigan Peak. I'm speaking in favor of the bond package. The bond is the first bond under the CASA program recently authorized by a strong majority of Anchorage voters. I am hoping that your actions in approving the bond will make it the first step in a successful program. All access to Chugach State Park is through local roads. And to date, the burden of building and maintaining those roads has fallen 100% on local residents, and the roads are all in various states of disrepair, made worse by the increasing use of the park. For example, Upper DeArmond is not just narrow and not just in bad condition. It is a 1-mile straightaway where everyone is either in a hurry to get to the park trailheads or in a hurry to get home from the park trailheads. The more park visitors, the more the road conditions become worse over time, the more there is a safety consideration between the pedestrians and road walkers with no room for them and oncoming traffic dodging the potholes and each other. My criteria for a good bond project is whether it will make Anchorage a better place to live. This bond and these types of access projects will do just that. The bottom line is the Anchorage voters should be allowed to say whether they want to pay for these access projects or not. And I'm hoping that the bond package starts a path forward for other good park access projects for the good of the entire community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. There's a question for you, Ms. Salato.
Thank you, Mr. June. You said first bond and successful program. Are you aware, you said first bond, that you hope this is the first bond and that there will be a successful CASA program. Are you aware, is there some strategic plan or sequencing of projects from now kind of out into the future? Because I haven't seen anything, so I'm curious.
Well, you're in a better position to know that than me.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Fair question, fair answer. Thank you. So I'm sure more will be made of that in the conversation ahead.
I would say that there is the opportunity for future bond projects under the same criteria, and I would hope those just be followed up on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So we have a couple, oh, come on down. And we still have a few on the phone we'll call, but since we have people in the room. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Bruce Talbot. I'm speaking for myself. I've lived up in Stuckagon area for the last 30 years. And as you probably know, the neighborhood is within the Basher Local Road Service area. In addition to the trailhead at Basher, the road goes through Bicentennial Far North Park, which is also paid for by LRSA. Our neighborhood includes one of the main entrances of Chugach State Park, including the most accessible state park entrance to Northeast Anchorage residents. The Basher Trailhead is proposed to be improved, and it's included in the CASA. During the winter weekends, it's often full, and on almost every day in the summer months. The parking lot is on top of a hill with a blind entrance, and it can only accommodate about 15 cars. So often cars are parked alongside the road, and it is the only entrance to the neighborhood. So the parking lot needs to be expanded and redesigned. Fortunately, the property adjacent to it is actually within Far North Bicentennial Park and is owned by the city. That parking lot also includes some access to Bicentennial Park along the power lines and down south toward South Bivouac. If the CASA bond passes, it would also include improving part of the Campbell Airstrip Road, which floods in the middle of winter because of overflow. And as I said, that is within the LRSA, but it's actually maintained by the LRSA, but it is in Bicentennial Park. The municipal traffic department's traffic counts also show that many of the times, about 50% of the traffic coming up that Campbell Airstrip Road is not to our neighborhood, but is for access to the park. So nonetheless, LRSA maintains most of the road within the municipal Far North Bicentennial Park. That's about 3 miles worth of it. But the state does not have the funding for expanding the existing Basher Trailhead, and it's beyond the ability of our local mill rate for the LRSA to pay for.
Sir, I'm going to interrupt, and I didn't start the clock. I'm going to give you 30 more seconds.
Oh, okay, I noticed that.
Yep.
Okay, so in conclusion, I support the CASA, particularly as it applies to the Basher LRSA.
Thank you so much. Don't see any questions. Anyone else in the room for now? All right, seeing hearing none, we'll go ahead and go to the phone. Could we call Ms. Marks? Angel?
Hello, this is Roger.
Hello, Mr. Marks. This is the Anchorage Assembly. We're here in a public hearing on AO 2023-132, the CASA bond program. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Ready now?
Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me okay?
Please.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Roger Marks. I am the acting chair of the board of the Glen Alps Road Service Area, or GARSA. GARSA operates and maintains the Glen Alps, Upper DeArmond, and Canyon Road corridors that go up to Chugach State Park. I speak in support of the proposed bond ordinance to fund capital improvements for access to the park through the Chugach Access Service Area, or CASA mechanism. Last year, the Assembly unanimously approved the ballot measure proposition that would create CASA, and voters overwhelmingly approved the formation of it. CASA became the only funding mechanism to improve the patchwork of poor roads that lead into the park. It's time to put CASA to work. It is the road service areas, or RSAs, on the hillside which access the park that are responsible for the capital improvements and maintenance of the roads within their service areas. The RSAs are self-funded from local residential property taxes and receive no funding from the city. Yet most of the traffic on these corridors is Anchorage residents who live outside the RSAs going to the park. Many of these roads are in poor shape, and these RSAs are sparsely populated. And even with the highest mill rates in the city, we don't have enough funding to properly maintain the roads due to the low volume of residents, coupled with the exceptional wear and tear that high park traffic puts on the roadways. If you want to support the tourism sector, you should support this. There are more visitors to Chugach State Park than Denali National Park. It is a very, very popular park with very, very few access points. The park is beneficial to hotels, restaurants, car rentals, outdoor outfitters, tour operators, and other tourism-related businesses. Not to mention the annual 1.5 million Anchorage residents and visitors who reach the park by traversing the RSAs to hike, bike, and ski. Our area has two of the most popular trailheads and only 300 homes, so you know the traffic to the park originates outside our area. Essentially, these roads should not be thought of as RSA roads, but as park access roads that happen to go through the RSAs. The proposed bond package will begin to fix this. It will allow voters to weigh in on these projects. The $5.9 million in the current proposal would amount to only 12 cents a month per $100,000 in assessed value. Many residents outside the Anchorage Bowl, such as Eagle River, Chugach, Indian, or Girdwood, would vote on the bond proposition but will not pay for it. The mechanism provides a match between who uses the road and who pays for the roads. Two of these projects on Basher and Canyon roads include parking enhancements, which will also enhance public safety. In summary, without the bond, no meaningful access and parking improvements are going to happen, and the roads will deteriorate further. Finally, in order to have a fair chance to gather broad public support, it is important that the bond package contain the diversity of projects from multiple RSAs. So again, please let the voters have their say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, next on the phone we have Ms. Pease.
Hello, this is Nancy Pease.
Hi, Ms. Pease. This is the Anchorage Assembly. We're hearing the CASA bond conversation, AO 2023-132. Are you speaking on behalf of yourself or the council?
Myself this evening.
All right, thank you. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. I fully support Ordinance 132 to put the CASA bonds on the ballot for the 4 projects. and to raise the tax cap by the tiny percentage necessary for future maintenance. The reasons are quite simple. Number one, safety. There are acute blind spots on Upper Canyon Road, for example, and the Assembly's already heard about the occasional obstruction of the roadway at Basher Drive, so safety. Number two is public health. The dirt roads in Bear Valley and Upper Canyon Road create dust that coats the neighborhood. Of course, this is a public health hazard to those passing through. It creates, I guess, some extra car washing, but it's generally bad for public health. Third, equity. I like this package because it's equitable to have a package that serves East and North Anchorage at the Basher Trailhead, as well as South Anchorage. This improves access, and it also protects the park resources and the quality of recreation by distributing visitors to several entry points, and distributing visitors is part of Chugach State Park's Resource Management Plan. So this works for equity. And finally, the economic benefits from decent park access are a really good investment. So for visitors to Anchorage, what better way to get folks to stay one more day than an easy outing to Chugach State Park, which then leads to another local meal and an overnight stay. And for residents, and especially for a vigorous, healthy workforce, what does Anchorage offer compared to other cities, say Seattle or Denver or Minneapolis? Anchorage has wild mountains in our backyard. So let's give residents and our workforce a safe, convenient way to get to trailheads at Chugach State Park. And that's what this bond will do. So I hope you will all support it. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a question for you, Ms. Peace. You submitted testimony, or you submitted that you wanted to provide testimony, and it was interesting what you called the item, the CASA Road Improvement Bond. And I wanted to hear your thoughts on whether or not this is actually a road bond.
I'm sorry,
Did you hear that question?
No, you cut out. Please repeat.
Yeah, so you submitted for testimony on the website. I read that, and what you called it was the CASA Road Improvement Bonds. And I wanted to hear your thoughts about access and road improvements, because I never thought of this as a road bond, but it's clear from the projects that were nominated by the LRSAs that there is a set that thinks this is a road bond. So I just want to hear your thoughts on access and roads, and just briefly, of course.
Well, the improvements are, except for the Basher Trailhead, they're outside of Chugach State Park. I guess maybe I can't. There's a design package as part of Basher, so I'm not sure how much of that is within the park and how much of it is within the roadway. But because they're projects within the roadway, I think that's the reason I called it a road improvement project. And certainly that's what LRSAs do. That's one of the reasons the LRSAs are supporting it. The cost exceeds local resources to do these upgrades.
Yep, exactly.
And
Okay,
the
that's what
capital improvements.
LRSAs do. It's a great answer. Thank you, Ms. Peace. So,
Thank you.
I don't know if there's anyone else in the room who wishes to testify on this item at all. Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move the yes.
Move to.
Second.
I was going to say move to approve.
All right, so there's a
I'm
motion
seconding the
to
S
approve
motion.
the S version.
Second, the original version, if it's, which I don't know who got it in first, but
So I believe that, and I hate to do this, but I think Ms. Alatel was the first to pull the trigger on motion to approve. And then Mr. Volland was second. So that's the motion. The S version is the motion on the floor at this time.
Okay, thanks. I'll speak to the motion. So I think that the S version that myself and Member Zalatel are bringing forward is a really good compromise. The Canyon Road improvement is one of the bigger items in terms of dollars. I still think this keeps the overall dollar amount sort of consistent with, being around the amount of a parks bond, just like we did with the bathroom bond. And for those who are reading this, what I'm referring to is what's also called the Sunnyside Trail Access Improvement Project. I will say I have a number of concerns on the whole process of this bond, it's a new bond, right? So there's been some kinks to work out, but I can't support the original version because of those concerns. One of the testifiers here mentioned non-resident damage to roads in the LRSAs. Well, the equity piece, I don't think is quite there, having all 4 projects that the original version lays out. What about the non-resident damage that folks in the LRSAs cause when they drive to Costco, when they drive on the Gamble-Ingra corridor? What about the maintenance that's required on those roads that everybody uses that the folks who live in the LRSAs don't pay for? What about the unpaved alleys in Fairview and Mountain View? You want to talk equity? Let's start a bond that can pave some of those alleys. I think another concern that I have is that there is no CIP process outlined. I was not satisfied with the answers of the co-sponsors when asked, did you look at the Transportation Improvement Program? Did you look at the CIP list? What is the justification for these projects, other than, yes, a lot of people visit the park? What's the justification for these projects being advanced ahead of projects in the Anchorage Bowl? We have flooding in Midtown, for instance, projects in Eagle River, projects in Girdwood. And I don't see a sequencing of projects in forward years. I also am greatly concerned that there is no mechanism to ensure ARDSA input on the selection of projects. As currently presented, the LRSAs are choosing which projects they do or don't want, whether that is road improvements or the access amenities that when we debated this and we put the idea of this service area before voters, that's something that we debated on the dais, and there was a strong call for. We don't want to just see road improvements. We want to see those access amenities. So parking, yes, but also things like covered shelters for people to wait, public restrooms, etc. I just don't see how the ARDSA folks who are essentially being asked by the LRSAs to cover part of this cost, how they were consulted. I don't think any of the co-sponsors visited my community councils to ask for feedback. Perhaps Member Bronga did because we have some overlapping, so I'm sure that she probably discussed these. But I'm not sure how these projects are prioritized, not just by LRSA, but by ARDSAs. And then housing density. There's been sort of this pervasive narrative through all of this of, well, these 4 houses at the end of this road can't cover the cost of this, this maintenance. And I guess I just have little sympathy for that because some of the community councils that are in these areas are the ones who consistently come against any infill density. If you have low density of housing, that means you have a very low tax base to be able to cover the cost of this maintenance, these repairs, these new projects. And so what I want to hear from some of these parts of our community is, what are you going to do to put more housing in your area? And so for all those reasons, I can't support the original version, but what I can support is that Canyon Road, and I think that the timing is there, lining up with, I know the state is going to be putting in some expanded parking at the end of that. Yes, a lot of people do use that access point for Rabbit Creek. I myself, I got to partake in that beautiful backcountry ice skating season that we had, and so I get it. But I think we need to take a more measured approach and then build out this bond in future years to say, okay, here's how we're going to get maximum community input in the coming years, and we can stack these projects and we can see how they interface with other CIP projects. So I would urge your support for the S version. Thank you.
Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. I spoke pretty much to my concerns about how this intersects with the Anchorage Road and drainage service area, ARTSA, particularly for my constituents in Midtown. And what I learned recently, one project that I've been looking at in the ARTSA is to help my neighbors neighbors being a term for all the constituents of Midtown whose basement floods at least twice a year, seeing if we can accelerate that project or anything, because it's been going on a really long time. And the answer is no. They're going to have to wait till 2026 to probably get their flooding that affects their quality of life day to day dealt with. And that's too bad. They have to wait in line. That's fine. However, what we have here is the opportunity, I think with the S, to time a project that is going to make a big impact, this Canyon Road access, with some work that the state is going to do. And it will alleviate some of the need. And that is the key here. When we bond for projects in the municipality, we never take care of the whole thing all at once usually. It's always incremental. And we try to find the biggest impact for the dollars spent. And how are we leveraging it and timing it? Often you want to ensure that you are timing hopefully a drainage project with a road project, because you don't want to repave a road to turn around and tear it back up to put in storm drains. And so here I think the Canyon Road or Sunnyside Trail access is that opportunity, and the opportunity is ripe. What I think we have here in the original version, which includes the Campbell Airstrip Road, the McHugh Peak Trail Project, and the Basher Trailhead, are opportunities. Opportunities that aren't lost if they are put off a year or two and included in a capital improvement program. I had asked the question about this being the first bond out of a successful program, because I think it is going to be a program. I think they're going to be, that the CASA bond is not a one and done. It is going to be a successive tool that we can bring forward in a strategic way to address Chugach access. And I think that that needs to become an option in our CIP list. It needs to become an actual option, just like restroom bonds and cemetery bonds, and I mentioned that earlier. And we can change code to make that's an option and that it's codified into our CIP. So that way, when community councils take up their annual lists and they're thinking about Chugach access, along with public restrooms, along with cemeteries, along with parks projects, along with their ARTSA projects, they can prioritize all of them. Because what we didn't get here, and what would have gotten me to an unqualified yes, even for the original amount put forward or discussed at 10 million, would have been a stack of community council resolutions throughout the community saying, this was discussed, this is highly important to us. And that's life, right? We don't always get the opportunity to do that kind of outreach or get that kind of traction. All of the testimony we have heard from the most part were from people who live in LRSAs, limited road service areas. And I get it, you're most impacted. But you all still drove to the library here today, and you were driving on ARTSA roads, and you don't make the contribution to those. So it is all about balance. So I urge your support of the S version. I think it will make a substantial improvement to the Chugach State Park access. It leverages the state's plans, and I see real material things to be worked on in the interim, particularly if the Basher Trailhead overflow would be contemplated and we own the lot next to it. Like, let's have that land disposal conversation and have those conversations so that we have all of the incremental pieces in place. So when we go to the voters and ask them for money, we don't have any other things to do, and we can actually convert on those opportunities to make real improvements. Thank you.
All right, now the other side, Ms. Bronga.
How do you know?
You're over there.
Thank you. I am a little bit gobstopped with the comparison of this CASA package of projects and alleys. It's not like the city of Anchorage is driving personal alleys every day to get to their grocery store or to go for a hike. So that's the first thing. The next thing is this CASA project list was supported by Rabbit Creek Community Council, Basher Community Council, Chugach State Park, Anchorage Parks Foundation, Alaska Trails, and the project manager for City Hillside District Plan, among many others. If you did not get letters of support from other community councils, it's probably because they thought it was kind of a no-brainer. We had 60% vote less than a year ago of people who were supporting the idea of making the ability to get to a trailhead easier. Anyone who's gone to a trailhead on a sunny afternoon knows that you're just praying that you're one of the, well, up at the top of Campbell Airstrip Road, there's a place where there's 5 spots, and you don't know if you're going to get up there in time to get one of those 5 spots, or else you're going to have to park way down the road. Same thing with that McHugh. We are, with this CASA package, we are putting forward ways to get to the mountains, which is the crown jewel of Anchorage. The other thing that's really disappointing to me is the equity. The east side, to carve out the Basher area where we need parking, is really offensive to me. If we don't go up Basher to get into the Chugach State Park or to get over to the Abbott Trails, we are driving completely around through Elmore and up, which doubles the travel time, which puts more people driving on the road, which is exactly what we don't want in this city. We want people to be able to access trails as quickly as possible. If you work with the Basher parking area, there is a possibility for Chugach State Park to sign a MOU that they would partner with us and do the outhouse and help with maintenance. And I think it's really short-sighted to carve some of these things out. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I just want to say, and this is slightly tangential, I do not care for this tactic where we essentially try and interrupt each other to move a particular motion. I worry about going down this road. I mean, at which syllable in the chair's statement do we get to jump in and move a particular item? This feels like it is a dangerous path to go down. I think historically we've been somewhat deferential to the people who have proposed the ordinance, to give them the first bite at the apple, and twice now with CASA we've seen ourselves kind of subverted with that. And so I don't know if that's really the debate for today, but it's not the way I want to do business. And so I'll say I'm a little disappointed. I'll also say too with this and the project list, it's fair to have a conversation around what we want to include, but to Member Voland, I'll say that in our first work session, we talked about what kind of mix of things do we want to see in here, and it was a pretty road-heavy package to start with. And I thought you made a good point that we wanted to see more of a mix to include more parking. So when we, the co-sponsors, sat down and talked about what change do we want to make, we wanted to reduce the dollar amount. We did that. And we also wanted to figure out how do we include more access and parking things, right? And sure, we can do more. Like, there will be future opportunities. But this list here was meant to incorporate some of that feedback we got. And so to chop out some of those things and really dial back to a more road-oriented stance, I'll just say we tried to take your feedback to heart, and I guess I'm just a little disappointed that, in fact, those efforts were apparently not sufficient in your mind. As far as, how does this mix with the necessary projects for ARTSA, I said in the work session, I think we all agree, this is a really weird system we have, and if we want to talk about how to do it better as a city at some point, fine, but that's not really the question that we have before us today. And I like to emphasize, this is not an either or, right? Like we have also bond measure that would support road projects within the ARTSA. We can do both. It's ultimately up to the voters to decide whether or not they want to do both. What is their appetite here? Yeah, there have been some projects that have been on that list for a long time and they're lingering, and I sure would love to find more ways to pay for them to fix prevent people's basements from flooding. Like, that's all well and good. The fact is CASA these projects haven't had a chance to even get on that list. They've been excluded from the opportunity to even really be up for consideration or to be included on the road bond historically. So I don't think of it in terms of like they're trying to jump ahead of line. Like, they haven't even had the opportunity to get in the line until now. So I think it's kind of apples and oranges in my mind. And again, I said it before, and I'll probably say it one or two more times before I'm done. I believe we should let the voters decide whether or not they think these projects have merit. Like, we put some thought into this list. Now, are there other projects that would be good to include? Sure, and we can talk about if we take this up again in 2025 or 2026, a better or different way to do it. Like, honestly, a lot of what we do is a process of continual refinement, and I'm here for that. But I look at these projects that we have proposed here today, and I think they're all good. I think they all have value. I think, to borrow the question that Mr. June asked, will it make Anchorage a better place to live? And I feel confident that if we fund all of these projects, they all will go towards achieving that goal. What gives me confidence that this is good, and that, in fact, I think the breadth of Anchorage supports it? I mean, the fact that 1.5 million people a year visit Chugach State Park, like, that's an extraordinary number. And that's about 1 million residents. That's essentially everyone in this town going to Chugach State Park, like, at least 3 or 4 times. That's pretty extraordinary. And then also there's the fact that 60% of voters last April said, hey, we are supportive of the concept of the CASA bond. Now, it didn't include specific projects, but that is a pretty strong mandate, I think, from across the bowl. 'Cause, I mean, again, it was not just the people in the LRSA areas who voted on this. It was not just the narrow cross-section. It was everyone in Anchorage was afforded the opportunity, everyone in the bowl really was afforded the opportunity to vote on this, and they, I would say, resoundingly supported moving forward this. So if we want to talk about how we want to manage it different in 2025, hey, I'm here for that. But these are good projects. They have merit. I would encourage us to support the original version. So honestly, I would take the yes version over nothing, but I strongly hope that we can go back to the original proposal on the table. And I don't know if there's a process to do that other than simply voting on the yes, and if it gets voted down, moving the original. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on that.
We'll keep going through the queue for now, Mr. Cross.
Thank you. So, yeah, spoiler alert, I don't support the bond. And here's why. And it isn't because I don't support what you're trying to do. It's because for whatever confounded reason, which I brought up when we created the Chugach area, or the Chugach Road Service Area, CASA, 50% of our Chugach trail access, according to the 2012 Chugach Access Plan, are on Eagle River, and you exempted all those neighborhoods from the road service area. All of District 2 is paying. Highland pays for it, Skyline pays for it, Peters Creek pays for it. All these individuals that are underneath there, they cover theirs through our road service. They're not covered by CASA. They will not benefit from this bond, but they're being asked to pay for it.
They're not.
Not through this bond. You're saying this bond, Eagle River will not be, because I was told area-wide.
No, it's not.
So let's have a question. So I want clarity because I was told it was area-wide.
No, it's true. Yeah, they're right.
So I'm being told it's area-wide by Meg and not by Chris.
Excluding areas currently contained within Eagle River and Birdwood.
Oh, well then, I apologize because I was told very adamantly, and I could show you that this was area-wide. And so in which case, all right, guys, you guys spend all your money all you want. Tax yourselves to oblivion. You go.
Mr. Salt.
Okay, thank you. So I guess, so it is CASA, it is the Chugach service area that pays for it, which there's a map that shows it. But so I guess why are we in this boat? A couple things. One, the state builds a great park, puts great trailheads, and then doesn't think about how to maintain access to those trailheads. So like Mr. Marks said, these are access roads that pass through road service areas that are not allowed to bond for capital improvement. So as Mr. Johnson said, they don't have a means to pay for these projects or even a seat at the table. So that's why CASA was created almost 2 years ago, voted on a year ago. And I'm just going to read some language from the ballot proposition. Creation, so we're all clear, creation of the service area would allow the municipality to submit to voters bond propositions for projects that support access to portions of Chugach State Park that are located in the service area and ameliorate the neighborhood effect of access by park users. Projects could include road and parking improvements, park access, and park access supporting amenities. Okay, so pretty clear. We can build amenities down the road, but if you can't get to them, you can't get to them. The reason why you're seeing the projects that you see is we did take the slant of access. And we went to the LRSAs for what projects they have had on the books and they have wanted to get done but couldn't fund, and that's where we got these projects from. The initial list was, I think, almost 10 million, which we've cut down to 5.9. Like Mr. Johnson, I would like the original version, but of course can live with the S1 version. In my view of the long-term history of this is we'll see some projects come in the next several years, and then eventually it should hopefully die off. And then I guess the last piece is just a word of warning and caution. We have a CIP and we have a CIB process, and we're violating that. And we're going outside the norm. And I think it's a unique year, and we're probably treading on dangerous ground should we continue going down this path. And there's a reason why we're going down this path. We probably need to take a step back and look at the CIB process to see if it is fit for purpose. Thank you.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So I personally support the main version or the S version this year. I agree very much with Mr. Salt that the process that was gone through is perilous because it doesn't really engage the community. What my first impressions were with the process, I was quite shocked when I saw a list of nominated projects all by the leadership of LRSAs, Limited Road Service Areas. I was just shocked because even in their list in the documents, they listed all the road services in the PowerPoint except for the one that is really the payer. ARTSA is a road service area. And so they only communicated with the leadership of the beneficiaries of the resource, the money, not the payer. And so an argument could be made they have an impact that no one else does because they live up there and people drive up there. But we've already heard testimony that, well, this is an interesting town because the people who live at the top drive down here and don't pay. Those of us who live down here drive up there. Some of us, it's just the way it is set up. And so to those who did the work of coming up with this list, I would say thank you for doing that work. I never want to kind of kick at people who are volunteering, but also next time you have to also include people from ARTSA at some level. And I've had some discussions with Mr. Johnson about next year's process, maybe a convening by the Parks Foundation with key stakeholders from the service areas and ARTSA, so that whatever list of projects is generated meaningfully for people who are in all parts of this new CASA service area, not just the ones who stand to receive money. I don't agree why we didn't hear from folks from ARTSA because it was a no-brainer. It was because they never were asked, never had an opportunity to make it to them. I can assure you, as soon as I saw the list, I shared it, but it was already done at that point. Like, we're already in the last phases of the conversation. And so I have been saying to the membership as much as possible for our bonds and ballot processes, I'm trying to move it all back a couple months in time, start earlier, so there's more opportunity for people to hear. And again, I'm only in the midpoint of my comments. I'll say again that I do support this, either one, whichever one makes it to the final finish line. But again, my concerns are germane and have to be spoken about. We have had great testimony from the folks from the road service areas. One gentleman said that basically the projects in the project would maintain half of the road service area's roads. That's a huge subsidy from ARTSA to a LRSA. We had another testifier say, we've had roads that haven't been upgraded in 40 years. So you should do this. That's not fair. 40 years you deferred your maintenance, waiting for someone to come along and pick up the bill for you. I'm looking around, I'm not pointing at anybody, but so then I think of like Chuck Marone, who was here for our housing policy conversation and what he talks about. And it's just a reality we all have to face. When you build way out into the suburbs, at the end of these long roads, your sugar daddy is us. We who live down here pay for you to exist, and yet we get beat up by you all the time. It makes no sense to me. Your roads are effectively paid for by us except for the very end which you come to. Your utility lines, it's because we buy in at 10 to an acre that you are able to buy in for your acre at the price you can. So there's this so heavy disconnect between who pays and who benefits. I agree with Mr. Volland. We need more density of housing all over this town, but I guess that is fairly a separate conversation, although it is tied to this conversation. So I will wrap it all up to say that I will be very invested in ensuring the process going forward is representative of the whole community, who are the stakeholders, those who pay, those who use, and those who benefit. And to answer your question, Mr. Martinez, or excuse me, I'll just look at the queue. Mr. Johnson, I think there is a way to have that other conversation, but you just have to figure out the parliamentary procedure that you saw tonight in action. So with that, I'll tell you, whichever one gets to a final vote, I'm a yes. So, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure about using the term sugar daddies with respect to the municipal government and making sure we have the city that we all want to live, work, and play in. But I understand your point about funding outside of areas or for areas that often find themselves at odds with the innovation that we try to take on behalf of this body. But I do want to say I will be supporting the original. I think the original, I don't find the arguments for going into this particular ordinance compelling to change it lower. I think we should keep it at the original number with the original project list, and I do take your point, Mr. Chair. I hope folks will improve the processes moving forward if they see deficiencies in the process. I do want to take one exception and just make sure we clarify the record. Mr. Cross, you mentioned tax yourselves into oblivion. I think that was your exact phrase. And we are not voting to tax her. We are voting to allow the voters to then vote on these particular items. And so back to the holy grail of democracy, let the voters decide, let the voters decide, let the voters decide. Thank you.
I don't think we've heard yet from Ms. Brawley on this. We have? We haven't. Okay, Ms. Brawley, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I was hanging back for a little while. First, I would also support either version of this bond, although I will say, and if you've been watching any discourse that I've brought up, I am interested in having bigger conversations, and I know it will take time, but I do have a question. Why do we have so many very small, limited road service areas? Can they be consolidated? Can we have a conversation about more equitable funding and covering of what is essentially all public services? And I don't say that because I'm proposing that right now, and I understand that those are also an act of the voters, so this is not something that I'm saying is contingent on my vote. I also went back to the Hillside District Plan, and I was just skimming the portion around the policy. And also, I just want to note, one of the pros and cons of doing district plans, it does allow for more localized public input and working out those local issues, communicating what you want as a small area. But the consequences, like this process, it focuses on the needs and desires of the folks who live in that area. But they also abut a state park, right? And so there's a challenge. And this Hillside District Plan was passed. The Chugach State Park Access Plan, which it references has not passed, is my understanding. There's a draft out there. It was never finalized, and so I think that's an unfortunate thing because it's a missed opportunity to use what would be an adopted plan to help guide this process and really give those broad guidelines to have that conversation. So just a plug for, for why planning is good sometimes. But also, I would really hope that we have that conversation in the future around things like the service areas. They are not considered really a best practice from a governance standpoint in pretty much any other state in the United States. In fact, there's some literature out there. So again, I know we can't undo what we have, but I think we can hopefully feel empowered to make those changes in the future. And again, that said, I support putting this before voters. I can see the rationale for having it lower. But I also see the rationale for having multiple projects. And then one final quick note, it strikes me as something that's worth putting on the record that road projects are just very, very much more expensive than park projects. One $4 million road project that we're talking about, which is in the S version and the original version, is basically the same size as our entire parks bond. And when you look at the parks numbers and you reflect on actually how small they are to put these interventions in our parks, I think it shows you the scale of how expensive road infrastructure is. And again, I'm not saying that because it isn't necessary. Certainly in this area, we don't want roads that continue to crumble and cause safety issues. But I think it's important to think about the scale of our investments and where our money goes. And I know that's a challenging thing often for the public and for members of this body to put our minds around. Public finance can be complicated, but it is something to think about that one road project for park access is going to be about the same size as the entire parks bond, unless we make amendments. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't think anyone else hasn't spoken that's in the queue, so Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad Member Brawley brought up parks and the cost of parks because just a handful of years ago, Member Weddleton, when he was on this body, brought forward a proposal where LRSAs would join the Anchorage Parks service area, and they would have to. And so I'm going to hit the equity piece again. You bet I am, because LRSAs pay very little for our Anchorage parks, the parks that are in the Anchorage Bowl. So those parks that are in Russian Jack, Airport Heights, Muldoon, etc. So my personal perspective is if you want to live in LRSA, you need to be prepared to deal with the cost of doing so. I'm also still very concerned, and I certainly appreciate Member Johnson's comments to, wanting to be responsive to some of my original feedback. I appreciate that. It's just, I want to make sure with this bond we are setting a good precedent, one that is equitable, one that everybody can support. Another concern that I have is we're still allowing some of these LRSAs to essentially have veto power. We heard at the first work session that residents near Grandview Trailhead at the end of Honey Bear Lane rejected CASA funding. They said, you don't want parking at the end of our trailhead. We only want, the road improvements. And so again, that ARDSA input is severely lacking, and we have so much room for improvement, which is why I'm saying, yes, I want to support what I think is the most important and the biggest project, but I can't support the whole package, and that's nothing personal, but it is about viewing the community as a whole and having more of a bird's eye view. And so with that, I will call the question.
Second.
Question has been called by Mr. Volland and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Had a couple more people in the queue. The motion having a mover and a second, we'll proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 10 to 2, the question has been called. So we'll now proceed to vote on the motion to approve. Yes. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 7 to 5, the bond is passed. So the ballot question, has passed. That's item AO 2023-132 on a vote of 7 to 5 has passed. The S version. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to clear the queue. That's fine. Next, we have item 12A. Assembly action on mayoral veto of ordinance AO 2023-129S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 2.30.030 to clarify the authority of the Assembly to manage its premises and resources. What's the will of the body?
Move to override. Second.
Mr. Boland has moved to override, and Ms. Zalatil has seconded in harmony. Double. Does you want to speak to that first, Mr. Boland?
No, just support the original motion. I feel like we do have authority over the time, place, and manner of our meetings. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be in the queue? Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, this is just a very small anecdote, but it illustrates the challenges with this. I accidentally sent some papers to the wrong printer last week, and I sent them to the library printer, which is out in the hall, which we really have access to during our meetings. It's not our typical printer. I went to pick those papers up thinking I don't want to waste, a bunch of paper and print them again. The library staff do not have access to that room. The security do not have access to that room, and so I was only able to pick up those papers tonight. And so, again, it really illustrates the limits on our ability to do business, even with a printer that I am allowed to print to. And so this ordinance does not specifically solve that issue, but I just want to give an example of, again, why it is important for us to be able to do our business and have access to premises. Thank you.
I don't see anyone else. I'll speak a little bit to it, Madam Chair.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So I want to thank my aide who a couple years ago now, I set him to the worst job. And that terrible job was reviewing in detail the public hearings around the mask mandate, which really brought out in some ways the worst in Anchorage. And he did that then. And then since the veto, I asked him once again to go into that breach and review the content so I could help my peers who didn't come through that time understand why it's important that we move to override this and that we assert in the code a process by which we determine our facilities. And so to my aide who experienced that trauma, again, I say thank you and I'm sorry. So I'm going to start by reading briefly just the dialogue that happened on the dais between Mr. Martinez and Ms. Helzer. Mr. Martinez asks, who is affording, excuse me, Mr. Martinez asks, why is this the Assembly's chamber? Ms. Helzer said, quote, the Assembly is provided the place to hold meetings and to engage the public, and the Assembly is afforded both this chamber and also spaces in the municipal city hall. So Mr. Martinez asks back, so who is affording with respect to the separation of powers? And that really does get to the heart of the question. Ms. Helzer replies, the charter provides the Assembly have a place to conduct legislative function. And so you do have the ability to have space for that function. But again, that space, according to that read of the law, we are afforded. We are provided. It is not ours. So Mr. Rivera asks, and the determiner, or excuse me, Mr. Martinez asks, and the determiner of that space, who? Ms. Helzer replies, the designation of space is an operational function in the city. So the operational functions are covered under the executive branch. Mr. Martinez asks, so it's the case that the executive branch controls the space and the meeting time of the separate and equal branch of government? Is that your argument? She says they're co-equal, yes, but there's a balance of power, and the balance of power is because there are separate, distinct powers, and the operational function is the executive branch. Mr. Martinez replies, so to follow up, to go to Mr. Constance's point, is it the opinion of the municipal attorney that the administration should shut down this room today, right now, and eject members of the assembly from conducting its business? Ms. Helzer replies, I don't believe so, because that would result in an impediment of the legislative function. And the assembly is entitled to conduct public meetings and to operate. And the charter gives that to the assembly. I really appreciate where she ended. I don't think she realized what she said. The assembly is entitled to conduct and to operate. That is where she ended, which I don't think she meant to say that, but you can review the transcripts. She got it right by mistake. So, back in 2021, this chamber was a whole different place. It was not a pretty place. We actually had a meeting in which we attempted to schedule a meeting on Saturday. We were told by the municipal manager, not this municipal manager, I won't ascribe these actions to the current public servant in that job, and I don't think he would, but the code in their interpretation would allow it. When the assembly wished to hold a special session on a Saturday, the administration declined to provide APD, saying, thank you, through the chair, Assembly Member Allard, as I previously stated, it would incur overtime for the CAP team to be here. That's who's here today, the fine men and women of Anchorage Police Department. Frankly, we might be able to pull 1 or 2 officers, but we will not be incurring overtime again. It's just not. It's not a resource that we'll make available this weekend. So the administrative authority, according to their read, is up to the municipal manager whether we have the resources to host a meeting. The administration further declined to provide audio, visual, and technical for the proposed meeting, telling us that I would have to double check with the fire chief what the actual footnote cost would be, but I want to caution, this isn't a game, this isn't a joke. There are real-world security issues that the Anchorage Police Department has gone over with me, who has discussed the crowd is going to be much larger, and I'm just encouraging the body to really think about security. The resources that will be needed will be dramatic. It's more than what Ms. Zalatel would have in her account. So all I'm saying is, I recognize everybody wants to get through this. We are asking you to make a thoughtful choice and assessment. I'm trying to keep you safe, but I want to let you know that you will not have audio visual. Mr. Crabb is not available. Having spoken with Mr. Crabb, I can tell you he was available. It was the administration asserting its hand on our business to tell us when and how we could meet. I'm not going to even read the details of the screen being moved. The screen was absurd, but it was really amazing to typify that moment. But I'll tell you the crux. This really is the crux. Through it all, thank you, Ms. Domboski says, through the chair, Mr. Presverdia. It's an excellent question. I want to point out, Chief McCoy is here, if you have direct questions for him. But there's one thing to point out. If we go into the weekend, it will occur overtime, will be a direct cost, which the administration will charge. Here's the part. But I would suspect, and this is very mob, the fastest way to diminish the police resources is to vote no on this ordinance. So what the administration was attempting to do at the time was create a hostile environment, to recede and tell the police not to participate or respond, tell security to go home, cut off the video feed, and then tell us we can't actually meet on Saturday when we want to get the work done because they will not provide security. And in fact, really the best way to get this all done is just to vote how we want you to vote. This is not just a bad relationship over time. This is an orientation to power. And at the time, they cited the exact same charter section when they did all of this to us and this community as they did in that veto message. Thank God APD said we're going to follow the law and we're going to enforce the law. Thank goodness Mr. Crabb was the line in the sand and the video did not get turned off. But the reality is, the code needs to be really clear, and I believe we've done that with the ordinance that was vetoed, to ensure that there is a clean and clear process by which we can assert the administration can follow their administrative process by vetoing or not what our chambers, what our facilities, where we conduct our business. And just one last note, our business is not just when meetings are convened and we are in open session. It is not just when we are at assembly meetings. That's an absurd read. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to notice a meeting. Would be subject to veto by the administration or being told you don't have that authority. So ultimately, this is a common sense solution, and I urge your support. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that recount. I'm still kind of reeling from having to even listen to what occurred here, quite frankly. We have a strong mayor form of government, but it's not absolute. And we're a co-equal branch of government. And that's what this really comes down to. We have to be able to conduct our business. And to me, and I asked this question to the chair today about conducting our business, if we don't have the ability over our premises to conduct our business, in theory, our offices could just poof, go away. And frankly, as a member who used to have to go to the coffee shops to conduct business, I'm so thankful for Mr. Rivera and those offices. They're named after him for a reason. And it wasn't because the prior administration, when those offices were created, were supportive. That administration didn't like the idea of the offices, thought they were too expensive, didn't see why we needed offices. But geez, if I am not eternally grateful for that. And that really goes to the conducting our business portion of this. I'm able to have a meeting in relative confidence and have a candid conversation with a constituent, not necessarily out in public. I'm able to meet with up to 2 other fellow members to work on something. And I'm able to confer, and we're able to have legislative staff. Where would our legislative staff go? So I think it goes beyond just what can occur in this chamber, and I think that piece really has to be underscored because we're here every other Tuesday, but a lot of our time is spent at City Hall. Thank you.
I don't see anyone else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Cross?
No.
On a vote of 9-3, that veto has been overridden. I thank you, my peers. Next on the agenda, we have item 15A. Is resolution number AR 2024-9, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for beverage dispensary use and license number 1666 for Pink Cadillac LLC, DBA Pink Cadillac.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mrs. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Any discussion? Hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Cross?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AR 2024-9 has passed. Change the order.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to change the order of the day to take up item 14 Delta. It's one more bond item that I missed for the Anchorage School District.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion to change the order of the day to take up item 14D, moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Is there any objection to that motion? Hearing seen none, the order of the day has been changed. We now have before us item 14D, AO 2023-123, An ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $62,370,000 of general obligation bonds in the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of capital improvements for the Anchorage School District, the election to be held in the municipality on April 2nd, 2024. The public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree Shear, pronouns 14 years, currently residing at the Alex. Not that I have a lot of information on this as far as the insurance goes or anything of the ASD. I do not have a whole lot of skin in the game. I have no children. But I can tell you this one. I am a member of the transgender community. And as of recently, the state has made a lot of decisions on what those children can do. So when it comes to any support for ASD, I have to stand here and say, other than the future of our children, maybe they need to remember to include everybody equally in all aspects. So if it means that they need more insurance money to make that happen, let's do it. Humdrumming about everything, killing all our time for everything else. If that's what it makes them happy, let's make it happy. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Irene Queednow, Sand Lake. I have trouble with this because in 2022, the school district asked for a bond to, can't remember if it was rebuild or renovate, I think rebuild the Inlet View School. The voters voted no, and now they're trying again. And my question is, if they don't listen to the voters, why do they keep asking? They had it already on the ballot, and now they are trying to do it again against what the voters already decided. And what they also are doing, which is practice, I guess common practice, is putting it together with other stuff that's important so that people have a harder time voting it down because the other things are important to be done. And I'm really sick and tired of these games. Make it separate. And if the voters say no, then abide of what the voters say. If you don't want to listen to them, why do you put it to a vote? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Come on down. So if other folks want to testify, please come on down and line up. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from.
I'm Larry Morris. I'm the Planning and Design Supervisor for the school district. I'm your volunteer to answer any questions you have.
Okay. All right, so is that your testimony?
No testimony.
All right, thank you.
I'm just here in case you have something.
Perfect, thanks. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Ms. Zalatal, seconded by Mr. Voland. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. One thing that I need to train myself to do better on bond items is to basically look back and see how much bond debt is being retired. Because I think that's often a critical part of it's a critical part of the story, and it's often missed. And it's basically that our bonds, year over year are rotating, so we, over time, retire the bonds that we voted on, 20 or so years ago, whenever it was. And it takes time because these projects are large. But it's important to remember that we're not just always adding on to the stack, right? We clear the stack eventually. And so I'm just looking at, this is in our memo, I just wanted to briefly summarize this. It says, as of June 30th, 2023, the district had $428 million of outstanding bond debt. That's down $170 million from the same time 10 years ago. So generally speaking, and that's not adjusted for inflation. I'm assuming that's all nominal numbers. And so that means that really we have less bond debt than we used to. In the last 2 fiscal years, ASD has paid off $1.4 million of debt. And also, the district has received $37.7 million in new voter authorization. There was no bond that was approved in 2023. No. And the memo also goes through some details of how they've been able to save money over time. It looks like maybe refinancing essentially. And it's important to also understand that provided this still exists and that it's not vetoed, there is a thing called state bond debt reimbursement from schools. And so that is a cost-sharing mechanism for the state and communities, many of whom don't necessarily even bond for capital projects, so they're in a worse position than we are. But for the ones that do, that there is cost-sharing. And in fact, there was a reduction in our property taxes, or at least the math worked out such that that it was able to be reduced when school bond debt reimbursement was restored. So first, just to note, bonds are a rotating cycle, and so we're not just continually adding. We haven't added as much as we used to. We've paid off more than we used to. And also, provided that the state continues its commitment, there is a cost sharing there for our local schools, which have a statewide implication for our economy, for our well-being, all of those things. And so I just wanted to state that those are really important facts when looking at our bonds, and I understand it can feel like a sticker shock when you're looking at these numbers, but really this is how we pay for things, and this is how we've paid for things for a long time. So I support this bond. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salt.
Thank you. So I do have a question for you. So as it was pointed out, Inlet View bond was voted down by the voters, I think last election cycle. So I guess what's the justification or the reasoning for including it in this bond package, knowing it might carry a negative connotation or stigma to it? Thanks.
All I can answer on that is that's what the board decided to do.
So would you say your name again quick? Would you say your name again for the record?
Oh, Larry Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Thank you. Ms. Alatal.
Thank you. Mr. Morris, I do have a question. Attachment B, as in Bravo, in our packet has this chart. It's the capital project allocation, and it talks about DW unallocated SBDR funds, which are school bond reimbursement funds, is how I understand them. So are these basically additional funds that will be leveraged against the bond funding, or are we asking the voters to approve the allocation of that money to these projects?
On the one that you're looking at is projects that were funded by the school bond debt reimbursement program is in hiatus until 2025. However, those bonds that were approved prior to 2015 and we're still paying on, those still are being reimbursed because they were passed. And so the state has shorted that reimbursement because it's due to legislative each year. And so that caught up on 3 years of it, and they took that money and allocated it to new projects.
Okay, yes, I got that. And those projects are the ones that are also in the bond package?
No.
Because Rebuild Inlet View says DW unallocated SBDR at $26 million. So it is a portion of the capital cost as part of the fund stack.
Yeah, the total project is $50 million.
Great.
Of which $26 million they took from the SBDR to go towards it.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. I'm going to make a quick comment. So the attachment B is actually really interesting because quite a few of these projects are leveraging either unallocated general fund or this unallocated school bond debt reimbursement in order to make these projects go, which I think is important for voters to know before thinking about the bond proposition, because it's not just saying, hey, taxpayers, we want you to pay for these. There are other funds in these projects.
Mr. Salt, you're back.
Yeah, sorry. I don't think you'll have the answer to this, but it would be good to know, as Ms. Brawley said, there's $428 million in bond debt out there, but there's also bond authorization that we've approved in the past that may not have been issued. So it'd be good to know, and I don't know if you would know that, but what that additional potential debt that if we just issued it could be out there.
I don't have that.
Good. All right. Anyone else? Question before us is approval of the Anchorage School District bond. Oh, there you go. Ms. Braga, go ahead.
Thanks. I just want to say strong schools make a strong community. We've heard that a lot from our housing conferences, that first thing you do is you look at the schools, and when you have strong schools, it attracts people, and they want to raise their families here. So I fully support doing what we can to maintain our schools and make them more attractive to the public and educate our kids well.
All right, anyone else? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera.
Yes.
Member Cross.
No.
On a vote of 9-3, AO 2023-123 has passed the body. So this rolls us on our agenda back up to item 11.
Mr. Chair? I'd like to propose changing the order of the day to take up item 14I.
Okay, you should make that motion and get a second if you got it.
I make the motion to change the order of the day to take up item 14I.
Is there a second? Who was that? Mr. Myers? Okay, so we have a motion to change the order of the day by Mr. Johnson and seconded by Mr. Myers. So is there any objection to the motion? Hearing, seeing none, the agenda has been changed, the order of the day. Next, we have item 14I. 14I is AO 2023-137, an ordinance authorizing the competitive disposal of portions of Heritage Land Bank Parcel 6-011, 6-016, and 6-017.
Waive reading.
Thank you. So just a clerk's note on this. It is the intent of the sponsor to continue the item to the meeting of January 23rd. So if you speak tonight, it's possible you won't be able to speak at the next meeting unless, it's likely you won't be able to speak at the next meeting unless there are substantive changes in an S version. So you may speak tonight, and you can only speak once to the item. So with that, the public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard tonight? They're here, that's why he changed the order. Just get through them and they can't speak again. Welcome, please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Betsy Cannell. I've been a resident of Girdwood since 1989. I've worked at the school there since about that time with a few years off. I've been active in the community in Challenge, Alaska, Four Valleys Community Schools, PTA, Food Pantry, Land Use Committee, poll worker, Girdwood Forest Fair, attender of the Girdwood Board of Supervisors meetings. In other words, I really know about Girdwood. I'd like to speak about the laid on the table ordinance 2023-17. There are a number of reasons that the methods used to reintroduce the Houghton Hills issue appear to be disingenuous. Number one, laid on the table items are usually those with a need for a quick turnaround time. This doesn't apply to the Houghton Hills ordinance. Number two, a laid on the table item is not publicly available ahead of time, whereas an item on new business would have been on the agenda, posted on the MOA website for all to see. Both of the South Anchorage Assembly members were unaware of this item until shortly before the December meeting. Obviously, that gave them no time to consult or talk to the Girdwood Board of Supervisors or to inform Girdwoodians that this was happening. The timing was certainly inconvenient. Number four, the laid on the table item was at the last Assembly meeting before Christmas and then addressed tonight, not long after New Year's. And number five, no communication, town hall, public meeting, brainstorming session, or work session has occurred between MOA or HOB and the community of Girdwood during the 11 months that this ordinance has been tabled. Over that time, Girdwood's volunteers have been busy working on housing issues and the necessary infrastructure for increased housing. Number one, the Board of Supervisors has created an advisory committee, the Girdwood Housing and Economic Committee. Some of the immediate housing issues that they have been working on include looking for viable parcels for workforce housing, getting an accurate count of the unhoused Girdwood residents, and also a count of how many short-term rentals we have. Thinking about incentives for converting short-term rentals and ADUs into long-term rentals, and investigating getting gravel from a local source to reduce the cost of producing housing. Number two, the use of the Girdwood Food Pantry has continued to grow. We know that some of our clients are unhoused. If that's the case, we work on asking them what their cooking accommodations are so that we can give them the right kinds of food. Number three, a group of Girdwoodians is looking into the possibility of creating an RV campground down the road from the fire department and the public library along Glacier Creek. It would have drinking water, sanitation, and supervision. The idea is to create a legal camping spot for summer visitors and a legal winter location. And I will send the rest of my comment to all of you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. All right, and welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi there. My name's Lene Dorn. I'm also a Girdwood resident. I've lived in Girdwood since 1994, and I'm also a small business owner. I was here last year advocating for Holton Hills to become a development project that would benefit the community of Girdwood. Despite Girdwoodians being called NIMBYs, including that of the Anchorage Daily News, you saw yourselves last December that we are YIMBYs. Yes, in my backyard. We asked for this development to address our housing needs. We asked for affordable housing. We asked for dense housing, which I heard many times tonight that you say we need. We want multifamily homes, condos, dense living. We also asked for the development to be designed like other ski resort towns and address our needs for commercial space so businesses could grow in the valley. We asked for a certain percentage of housing to have deed restrictions so that our community could grow and not just become the land of the second homeowners and vacation rentals. Over the past year, Girdwood has been working to find temporary short-term ways to address our lack of affordable housing, but we can't do it alone and we need your help. We also need to have long-term solutions. Having the Holton Hills project be laid on the table before you with no outreach to our community is upsetting. For the past year, neither the administration nor the Assembly has reached out to work with the Girdwood community to re-envision the project to address our needs. The way this is coming before us is being laid on the table feels as it did a year ago, without concern to address the needs of the community. To build houses that become second homes does not address a housing problem. To build short-term rentals does not solve housing problems. To build homes that aren't affordable for community members does not solve housing problems. As I understand it, nothing has been done over the past year to change the development proposal that Girdwood objected to last year. Once land is developed, it cannot be undone. Please, please, please listen to us and use this opportunity to solve Girdwood's housing problem so that our community can grow and prosper as a quaint ski town like other communities in the lower 48.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Matt Schechter, and I'm a Girdwood resident. There are many financial reporting issues I've raised in the past with the Assembly. I have two financial issues with this AO. The first is the fair market value of the land of $2.1 million as stated. Based on the interest disclosed in the financial statements from last year, I estimate the loan to CY to be basically $7.5 to $8 million for the development project. A common metric used in real estate lending is loan to value. A bank usually issues a loan with a loan to value between 50 to 80%. If the loan is for $8 million, the bank lends with a loan to value of 80%, then the bank thinks the land is worth $10 million. If the loan to value is 50%, the bank thinks the land is $16 million. Why would a bank issue an $8 million loan on land with a value of $2.1 million and a loan to value of 400%? If the project went bust based on a $2.1 million value, the bank would only recover 25% of its $8 million loan. In my opinion, the value of the land is drastically understated and is being given away to the developer. My guess is the bank financing this project would agree with me. Second, how will CY Investments pay off an $8 million loan within this AO as $1.2 million in profits are disclosed from phase 1 and phase 2 of this project? What event happens in Phase 3 to make this issue go away when Phase 3 has no financial estimates? I would also note that JV profits in Phase 1 and 2 look to be declining in the past 18 months. If HLB is expecting to get $1.2 million per this AO, it compares to $2 million in February 23 and $2.7 million in August 22. Is the MOA on the hook for the loan to the bank if Holton Hills goes bust? The main financial issue with this AO is that there's no ordained path to more dedicated rental apartments for those who work in our community, as well as the ability to regulate short-term rentals. Girdwood has only 60 dedicated apartments in one complex, and including workforce housing and a small parcel of mobile homes, about 236 units in total. That compares to 350 short-term rentals, which are 20% of the available roughly 1,700 homes, townhomes and condos and cabins in Girdwood. I personally have no issue with vacation homes and STRs, and I want development very much. It just needs to be a transparent deal with detailed STR regulations and dedicated rental apartments for workers in the community. I also want to thank all the Assembly members who have given me their time, both in person and on Zoom and via email, to discuss issues. Communication will continue, and though we could disagree on issues, hopefully compromise can come and maybe creative ideas as well. Thank you again.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Assembly members of Anchorage. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to AO 2023-137. My name is Grace Pleasance. Over 336 days ago, this body, the Anchorage Assembly, voted in a 7-5 vote to indefinitely postpone AO 2022-103S on February the 7th. The community Girdwood was thankful for that action and looked forward to working with the MOA and the Assembly on several key issues dealing with housing over the coming months. The Assembly should also note that numerous meetings should reflect that the Girdwood Board of Supervisors, Imagine Girdwood, and the newly formed Girdwood Housing and Economic Committee have been addressing and constructing solid housing solutions to be brought forward to the MOA, the HLB, the Planning Department, and to our Assembly members that have been occurring. Unfortunately, over the Christmas holiday, this new AO was resurrected to the dismay of the community. The basis of this new and unwanted Assembly action is very disappointing. The arguments of incompetency and between the dissidents of your Assembly and the Mayor's office and the Mayor and the MOA's general position of vacancies is still applicable. No trust and no confidence is present in this action. I've revisited the Assembly's members' comments of the February 7th meeting, and through many of the Assembly members gave acknowledgement to Girdwood's housing needs. It appeared that the needs of a resort community differ substantially from the Anchorage Bowl neighborhoods, and that they continue to be ignored. The problem is lack of land being brought forth in a manner to allow for an organic growth of Girdwood to evolve. I want to thank Assembly Member Mr. Perez Verde on the correct assessment that Girdwood is working on their problems and that the public lands do require a higher level of purpose for all the good of all. He clearly heard the voices of Girdwood come out to you in public testimony, written testimony, and personal outreach on this Holton Hills development was unwarranted and unwelcomed. We have been talking to the HLB for decades now, and they do not tend to listen to this community for a more organic approach, even when the bulk of the lands are in Girdwood. The development of Holton Hills has continued down the path of poor public process, lack of transparency, and not listening to a community that the lands are in. Do better was stated last time around. Nothing has changed except for the date on this AO. Please remember that over 700 people in Girdwood's Facebook page voted against this project. Over 250 signs were bought, paid, and put in yards in Girdwood residents that said, "Halt Holton Hills." Hundreds of people attended public meetings in front of you, HLB, against this disposal in 2023, and will do so again in 2024. I'm a single-family owner, resident of Girdwood with no STR ownerships. Please vote against this disposal and listen to the community that you represent. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, members of the Assembly. Hi, my name is Dave Nyman. I'm a resident of both Anchorage and Girdwood. This ordinance before us is nearly the same ordinance that was rejected previously after nearly 2 years of study and attempts to negotiate with the development. The ordinance was rejected by the Girdwood Board of Supervisors, the Girdwood Land Use Committee, the Girdwood Holton Hills Housing Subcommittee, Girdwood Chamber of Commerce, Girdwood Inc., and a great majority of Girdwood residents at large. In fact, the HLB Advisory Commission did not support the same ordinance without significant changes to the development agreement. This uniform lack of support for this ordinance is in part due to the absence of meaningful engagement with the community, as can be observed by the only minor changes to the project since it was introduced. Lack of process transparency and developer intransigence on what amounts to be one of the largest, if not the largest, privatization of public lands in the history of HLB has contributed to the lack of project support. Girdwood is a community that's virtually surrounded by HLB lands and seeks to develop these lands to benefit all of Anchorage. This proposal squanders public lands and opportunity to prevent mistakes that have plagued resort towns throughout the United States. This project is a throwback, and it robs Anchorage and Girdwood of opportunity to develop the land resources that will serve all Anchorage residents, not a private developer. For example, the first priority for development of land adjacent to our school could be for other institutional needs, such as daycare, senior housing, workforce housing. As pointed out in a recent ADN opinion piece by a member of the Girdwood Board of Supervisors, HLB seems to be wildly off mission. The joint venture formed by HLB with the private developer, CY Investments, has proven to be a juggernaut of disregard and disrespect to community objectives. Here's a couple of examples. HLB developed the Holton Hills RFP with no input from the Girdwood Board of Supervisors. HLB, despite many requests, has not released unredacted versions of the winning RFP award, even though it involves public lands. HLB has not released the development agreement between HLB and Pomeroy, the owner of Alyeska Resort. This represents a huge unknown to the town that wants to support the resort, but balance that objective with smart development. Girdwood residents request changes to the project were rebuffed by then HLB Director Adam Trombley, who now works for CY Investments. The biggest failure of all in this is not the ordinance. It is the disaster of the development agreement HLB executed with CY Investments that your vote will embrace should you choose to approve this ordinance. This agreement is full of liabilities to the MOA taxpayer. I encourage you to take the time and review it. One such provision is the MOA shall indemnify and hold the developer harmless from and against any actions, suits, claims, penalties, losses, liabilities, damages, and expenses. This really is backwards. Usually it's the other way around. The developer has control of the site. They're the ones that should be indemnifying the city. There's a lot of other, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Gabe Shetty Farnsworth, and I live in Spenard area. I'm speaking today for myself and also as a member of Carpenters Local 1281 and a representative of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. I've spoken on these issues previously. I just want to reiterate my appreciation for this body for the work that they're doing to come up with creative solutions to solve our housing crisis here in Anchorage, and specifically for this ordinance and reviving it, bringing it forward. I want to thank Member Zalatel, and it's exactly this kind of a creative solution with a private-public partnership that I think is going to help us to solve our housing crisis. Unfortunately, I'm not able to speak in favor of this ordinance as currently written, but I would like to offer a couple of proposed changes and amendments to the ordinance that would allow me to get behind this 100%. And, those two changes would be to amend the ordinance to add 2 additional items to the terms and conditions of the developer agreement with CY Investments. One would be that the construction of these units be subject to prevailing wage requirements for all the construction labor on the project. And number 2, that all contractors performing work on the construction of these units employ participants that are in federally registered apprenticeship programs. As far as the prevailing wage requirements go, we have in statute at the state level Little Davis-Bacon Act, which says that all public construction projects will have prevailing wage requirements followed for all labor on construction projects. Unfortunately, the statute does not include this kind of a project because it is just the disposal of public land. But I would argue that this is a public resource and public investment for the public good, even though it's being delivered by a private developer. And I think that this body has the opportunity to require prevailing wage requirements on these projects in the development agreement, and I think I would ask that you do that. The second aspect is on the apprenticeship requirements. We don't only have a housing shortage and crisis in this community, we have a worker shortage, and requiring that the contractors employ apprentices would allow you to solve both problems on this project. So,
Ms. Salatil,
thanks.
hold on.
Thank you. Thanks for the testimony and the specific suggestions. My question is, are you speaking to the actual home construction part of this or the development, like the infrastructure piece of this, or both?
Both.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else in the room? So we'll go ahead and call, there's the last person on the phone list.
Hello.
Hello, Ms. Bogdan. We are taking testimony on AO 2023-137, Holton Hills. You signed up for testimony. You'll have 3 minutes. And I'd ask you to mute your TV.
Okay. Please tell me when, because I can't.
Go ahead.
Okay.
3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Paula Bogdan. I am a full-time Girdwood resident. Thank you for allowing my testimony on A0 2023. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. 2023 without, okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for Anchorage Assembly for allowing my testimony. My name is Paula Bogdan. I'm a full-time Girdwood resident. Shame on you for how this item was resurrected without any prior notice to any Girdwood representative, any agencies, or residents. The fact that all previous testimony on this item is lost is even more of an insult. The Holton Hills disposal will do absolutely nothing to alleviate Anchorage or Girdwood housing issues. In fact, as it is planned without any developer investment into Girdwood services, schools and infrastructure, and without any regard to any of the in-process activities to update Girdwood's comprehensive master plan and Girdwood's housing and economic analysis, this project will only worsen food security issues in Girdwood, will worsen Girdwood's homeless issues, and will exacerbate issues Girdwood has been attempting to get under control with short-term rentals. Girdwood's resistance to the Holton Hills project has been characterized by the Assembly and the developer as NIMBY, or not in my backyard thinking. Opponents have also been accused of being a small group of wealthy and privileged Girdwood homeowners opposed to the project in order to protect their own interests and to keep Girdwood's exclusivity. That viewpoint is far, far from the truth. There's a misconception that Girdwood residents are wealthy and privileged. Only 20% of the homes in Girdwood are actually owned by full-time residents as their primary residence. Of the 25 homes built in Girdwood in the last year, 100% of those are second homes or short-term rentals. NIMBY is very far from the truth. Do you know how many homes sold in Girdwood in the last 2 years that are owner-occupied primary residences? No? Then why are you even laying this issue back on the table without any consultation with the groups that have this information and are working to develop the right solutions to alleviate Girdwood's housing issues? Please let them do their jobs and give us the time to work with the developer to make sure that what decisions are being made are correct. Girdwood residents are not opposed to housing development in Girdwood. In fact, we welcome it, but we want it done right because when it's done wrong, our community and a jewel of a town that we love will be lost.
Thank you.
You will be spending any income on Holton Hills project building
Your
a
time
homeless
has
shelter.
expired, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. Move to continue the public hearing to the meeting of January 23rd.
Second.
There's a motion to continue to January 23rd by Ms. Alatel and a second by Mr. Walland. And put myself briefly in the queue just to say the item was laid on the table 2 weeks ago. Clearly, there was notice enough that people heard, and it's being delayed. So the item is not going to be even begun to be deliberated until at least the meeting, 2 meetings after it was laid on the table. So I just wanted to dispel that. Ms. Bronga.
Thank you, Chair. I just have concerns that this meeting was really packed. The January 23rd is going to be very packed. Should we maybe move to the February? Could I make a motion to move it to the first meeting in February?
If you could hold that thought for just one moment. I move to extend this meeting to midnight. Sorry, we're getting down to the wire.
Motion to extend to midnight and by Ms. Alatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Any discussion on the motion? Any objection to the motion?
Sorry, what is the motion?
Extend to midnight?
No. I seconded that, yeah.
Yeah, you did. That is why we do our best not to go to midnight, because it gets loose. So there is a motion, no objection? I want to object, but I'm not going to. So we are extended to midnight. Ms. Alatel?
Okay, yeah, you can certainly make that motion if you would like. I will not be at the February 13th meeting. I will be gone, and I've already informed staff. So that means this would be pushed all the way out to the 27th. I very much would like to see this get going. I think a month's notice is fine. We can hear additional testimony. If there is a request for a work session, it needs to be made. It's been noticed to members since the 19th, and lots of items get noticed for introduction by being laid on the table. So I am okay with the 23rd. I have communicated that. I communicated that very early on the intent to move it to the 23rd. So not only through the clerk's note, but through a press release, and have been communicating with the community that the 23rd. Thank you.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, yeah. So just want to read the chair said, when something is laid on the table for introduction, that causes it to be publicly noticed. And you all are here tonight to testify on that because that's what happened. It was made public. So coloring it as some sort of conspiracy, I don't think is fair. I think it was in line with our normal process. I don't support delaying it further. I think we are ready to take this up on the 23rd. Thank you.
I have myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant.
I think that the measured approach would be, let's put it on the agenda for the 23rd, and if it's an overwhelming presence and we don't have time to get through the ballot process, we'll make the determination then to continue the item. And then it's possible, because actually Ms. Alatel and I will both not be here on the 13th of February, that I'll be on the phone. Mr. Rivera will be chairing, and Mr. Perez-Verdil will be vice chairing. That we could have a special meeting in advance of that after the 23rd if there's a time constraint. In much the same way we were prepared tonight. If we do our diligence tonight, I think we can get through our whole agenda and not have to have a meeting on Tuesday. So for all of those reasons, I would argue we should maintain the tiller at this point for the 23rd and then be prepared to extend if we need. Anyone else on the motion? No. Hearing seen none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Cross?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0 on a AO 2023-137 will be continued. The public hearing on the item will be continued to the meeting of January 23rd. Now we roll back up to item 11C. 11C is AM 956, 2023. That's AM 956, 2023. Anchorage Community Development Authority Board of Directors, Evelyn Russo, the public, oh no, there's no public hearing on this item. There is no motion pending. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zolotel, seconded by Mr. Myers. Is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera.
Yes.
Member Cross.
Yes.
Member Solt.
I would note that he made a thumbs up gesture, so on a vote of 12-0, AM 956-2023 has passed the body. Next we have item 13A. Item 13A is AO 2023-117, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Chapter 1080 of the Anchorage Municipal Code for retail marijuana stores to allow acceptance of internet and telephone orders for sales to be picked up at the licensed premise only with identification check.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she, her pronouns, 14 years transgender. Again, I reside at the Alex. Not that I am against any businesses as far as goes marijuana sales and whatnot. I am, again, I will stress, to make any controlled substance available through a drive-through and or any other easier way than what we are doing for alcohol without the proper controls and infector. It concerns me. You know, free samples, we're not allowed to give out free samples of alcohol. Why are we doing it for marijuana? If we're going to do it for one, we got to do it for the other. I know tobacco, we have drive-up, pull-up places, but again, tobacco is not such a controlled substance. It is taxed even higher than marijuana.
Bree, I'm going to interrupt you.
But my point being is...
Bree, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm sorry. You actually already testified on this item. I was just notified. I'm sorry. So at the previous hearing...
Sorry about that. Bouncing around so much, I'm having troubles keeping up. So
It's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bree. No, thanks, Madam Vice Chair. Welcome. Please state your name. What part of town you're from. You'll have 3
Hi,
minutes.
my name is Nick Miller. My wife and I own a marijuana establishment here in Anchorage, and I'm here in support of this change. It's a little confusing. A and B are kind of wrapped together, so I assume I'm talking on A only, which is mostly the free samples. I would say effectively today, retail stores are giving free samples. They're just charging a penny. We're not allowed to give it away, but we can buy one, get one free or buy one, get one for a penny. Come in on your birthday and get a free sample. Damn it, I keep saying free. Get a penny sample of penny pre-roll. So effectively, all we're doing is, I feel like making what is already happening today more effective for the businesses to actually say, buy one, get one free. Come in on your birthday, get a free sample. These are businesses. You know, I've heard a lot of concern about, oh my gosh, someone could come in and get a free sample. Well, no business is going to do that. We're here to make money. We are trying to attract customers, but you got to be practical. No one is going to give somebody an ounce. No one is going to give a half ounce for free. But it does give the business the opportunity to run promotions. Just like any other business would do. There are also typically 1 or 2 industry events here in town. They rent typically the Egan Center and other places. It would be a nice opportunity for a business to hand out a business card that says, stop by and get a free pre-roll on your way home. You know, this is really about marketing and effectively, I guess, changing the regulations a little bit to what's effectively happening today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Underwood. I'm an Anchorage resident. I became interested in cannabis and cannabis legislation after my spouse became disabled in 2018. He began to use cannabis to treat his seizures, and since then, Ease of access in getting this product has been monumental to keeping him healthy. I believe that drive-thrus are an improvement for customers to purchasing cannabis for access and mobility issues, and they can't be overstated. Snow, ice, and thoughtless drivers or other customers can impede disabled Alaskans and Anchorage residents' access to cannabis. Drive-thrus have worked in 18 other states without an increase in incidents or issues. The responsibility for enforcement does not fall on the business. The business verifies age and eligibility to purchase, both of which can be done through a drive-thru, as has been done in other states or in a drive-thru pharmacy. Currently, there are purchase limits as well. However, there is no tracking or enforcement that is also subject to an honor system. Alaskans value their freedom and their privacy. Passing this resolution tonight is a vote for both. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is John Redden. I'm General Counsel of Great Northern Cannabis, and I'm here to speak in support. I guess we're speaking on both A and B.
You can. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I don't really have anything to add to the other two comments, except for I would draw attention that the alcohol and marijuana regulations are slightly different in that in a cannabis dispensary, a minor is not allowed into the premises. And what happens sometimes is people leave their children in the car in some dispensaries unattended. And while we definitely do not encourage this type of activity on our own, we do notice it in practice. And so having the drive-through would definitely give people the opportunity to shop, be our customers, and to safely take care of their minors. And also to the prior speaker's comments, we do have a fair number of, cannabis is a recreational industry in Alaska, but we do have a fair number of people who rely on it for therapeutic benefits. Often many of them are immune compromised, and having access to a drive-through would give them safe access to our products. So, thank you.
Thank you, and welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Will Schneider. I live in East Anchorage. I think it's always a good idea to bring state law and local law into consistency and have them mirror each other. The municipality did this at the beginning of the industry when they made some changes on separation distance rules to align them with state rules and state regs. AMCO temporary, the Alaska Marijuana Control Office, temporarily allowed drive-up window sales during COVID, and then later added it to the permanent regulations because they saw it as good for businesses and did not see a significant risk to the public. They were in operation in Willow. I know Midnight Sun had operations at window sales. They have recently modified their application to be able to allow them now that it's become part of the state regs. I talked to the owner of that operation. They said they had no problems when they were in operation during COVID. As Stephanie mentioned, 18 states already allow drive-through window sales at cannabis dispensaries. There are many elderly and medical users of cannabis, some of whom have conditions that require them to keep a distance from others or have mobility issues. They would benefit tremendously from the convenience and the safety of drive-through options. This is even more true in Alaska where we have icy and snowy conditions. Despite our best efforts as a cannabis business owner, we have had members of the community and customers fall in our parking lots and in our storefronts. This would be a tremendous benefit to them. Drive-thrus will not lead to an increase in people driving while impaired. People who choose to consume in their vehicle and then drive will do so whether they buy in a store or at a drive-thru. We have laws against driving while impaired, and those who violate those laws should be punished. Drive-thrus will not make it easier for minors to buy cannabis. Laws on cannabis sales are stricter than alcohol. Dispensaries closely follow these laws as to not lose their license to operate. All employees within the cannabis industry have taken a marijuana handler permit class that teaches how to identify a person impaired by consumption of marijuana, how to determine valid photographic identification, and how to intervene to prevent unlawful marijuana consumption. If pharmacy employees can be trusted to verify ID when serving customers at drive-through windows, why can't marijuana store employees? Privacy is something Alaskans cherish. Some want to keep their cannabis purchase confidential. With a drive-through option, customers can maintain a higher level of privacy than by making a purchase inside a store. And finally, drive-thrus also can offer better security. I'm a owner and founder of Catalyst Cannabis Company, and we have a store in Muldoon where at nighttime we have sales that we operate through a window in our lobby. This allows us to operate with a lot fewer employees, and we can close down the majority of the store while making it safer to our patrons and to our employees. So as a business owner and a licensee, I would encourage the Assembly to allow businesses to provide drive-through windows service to our customers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Ms. Zolotel, seconded by Mr. Walland. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. Question either to the sponsors, or I understand we may have an AMCO board member with us tonight. When we were at the Public Safety Committee, we had a conversation that AMCO was still making changes. And I guess I want to know where this intersects with those proposed changes. Are those changes far enough off into the future that we aren't back here in 3 months? Or is it that we would be back here in 3 months if we pass this to update again based on what AMCO may do? Thank you.
Mr. Miller. If you have the ability to answer, you would be the best source despite your reticence.
At the last meeting...
Say your name and your role, what hat you're wearing right now.
My
Not for your
role?
business. Yeah.
My name is Nick Miller, Chair of the Marijuana Control Board.
Okay, thank you.
And there is an amendment being drafted by AMCO to, there's some safety concerns. I think I guess we all had in mind what we envisioned when these regulations were written. And I think the concern is there are going to be businesses that have a brick and mortar building, and they're going to apply for a drive-through in a coffee hut type situation. And I think it's the will of some of the members of the board there. They don't want the cannabis to leave a restricted access area, go across an unlicensed area into a coffee hut. So I think they're going to make it to where it has to be a contiguous restricted access area.
So just a possible small tweak to the overall plan?
Correct.
Okay, great. That resolves my question. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Volland.
Thank you. I move Volin Amendment number 2.
So there's a motion to
Second.
amend by Mr. Walland and a second by Ms. Brawley. And
Yep, I'll go ahead and speak to it. So this amendment removes language that would authorize retail marijuana stores to have a walk-up or drive-through exterior window. And I'd like to explain why. It has nothing for me to do with the industry and everything to do with land use and transportation. Drive-throughs, I think, are not the highest use of our finite land in the Anchorage Bowl. They cause traffic. Idling engines are bad for the environment. They reduce our air quality. They contribute to an environment of stroads and sprawl. They eat up valuable land that could be used for housing or other uses. I hate to invoke strong towns again and again, but they are opposed to drive-throughs for all of those same reasons. And so for me, I just don't want to expand drive-throughs to any other uses. There are a number of different jurisdictions, cities, municipalities, are actually looking at their zoning laws and prohibiting drive-throughs in certain zones. And that's something that I think that we need to explore for the future. If we're saying we want this to be a dense, mixed-use, residential and commercial zone, maybe we don't allow car-centric infrastructure there. And so I'm less concerned about the, control of the substance, and just more concerned about how do we plan our city around people and not cars. So hopefully you will support this. Thank you.
so I have a few folks in the queue, but I think they're on the main. Ms. Brawley, on the amendment? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm torn on this one, but I will say that I do have concerns about the drive-throughs, and like Mr. Voland, it's not so much about the specific product, but my concern is that this would open the door to drive-through alcohol stores. And I know that that is a common thing in other states. However, it's also really seen as a public health risk in other states. And I actually, from my former role, am familiar with public health evidence base. I was digging into that one. I will say it is not one of the top 5 interventions to limit drive-throughs. So it is not the strongest evidence base for alcohol. However, I did find there was one study, for example, in the state of New Mexico that found that for folks who were DUI offenders, they were most likely to have used a drive-through store to get their liquor. So again, I'm not saying that these are the same products, but I am also going to say that driving under the influence is a problem, and I think there's a lot of misconception, it seems, among cannabis users that it makes you a safer driver or that it makes you a better driver. That's certainly not the case. That's not the case for alcohol. It's not the case for being extremely tired. It's not the case for distracted driving. All of those things basically slow your reaction time. So again, when we're talking about operating vehicles, I guess I'm still deciding on whether to support this one, but I do want to really put on the record that I have serious concerns about that, and I do not want to see this state or this city move toward drive-through alcohol. Thank you.
Ms. Pongos, on the amendment or the main? Well, okay, it's your call. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and speak to it. I have the exact same concerns as Ms. Brawley. It seems like this is a slippery slope to alcohol drive-ups. In general, we are a society that we have a lot of number one isms, alcoholism, child sexual abuse, problems that are not great. And anytime we are allowing substances to be easier to get to, I don't think could be great for our society. I taught health for 14 years, and during that time we had a lot of lessons from kindergarten to 6th about ways to deal with stress, anger, sadness that didn't involve using substances. And that's not the only reason I know that people smoke marijuana or drink alcohol. For heaven's sakes, I drink alcohol, and I can tell you when I want to drink less alcohol, I make sure that it's not available in my house, easy to grab. And I think when you make going through a drive-up is an easier way to get a hold of substances, or if we ended up with drive-up alcohol, it would just make it easier, more people using, more people flowing around. And I got to tell you, when I taught, it was pretty shocking. You get an interesting glimpse into the household of your students. And when you ask a kid, what is one of the chores you do at home? And they say that I hold mommy's hair while she pukes because she drank too much. Or what's daddy holding in that picture? It's a blunt. It's concerning. And I don't think making marijuana more accessible is the answer.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I won't belabor this. I think the last couple of members have made good points. I think Member Vaughan makes some interesting points, which would be great for another conversation. But through all that, I support this amendment, and I just want to add to the conversation that it was something that was highlighted by the Anchorage Police Department when we were discussing this, that trying to evaluate the intoxication level of a driver in a vehicle is much harder than when that person is required to actually physically walk into a store. And I'll tell you, having been in that position myself, that is just correct. And it's not necessarily because the people working the windows have bad intentions or poor training. It's just harder for them to make that determination. And I think for those safety reasons and others, I support this amendment.
Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. So on the amendment, I just wanted to distinguish the difference between long-term land use planning and strategizing for the city and a starting point right now. It seems to me as a weird place to start the land use conversation on one industry's head at this particular time. So I'm a little torn by not necessarily leaning in that direction, but I'm torn by why we are highlighting land use at this point when we can always get to land use and we can always change the code to reduce the amount of drive-throughs across all sectors and different types of businesses that utilize them. I don't know why we would be singling out one industry as the starting point for long-term land use and drive-through discussion. So that's a little odd to me on the amendment, so I will not support the amendment on that front. I also want to say this is a little more complex than just most people's readings thus far, and let me just put two fine points on it. One point, originally when the state of Alaska decriminalized, let's do a little history, it was decriminalized way before it was brought into legalization of full recreation. But the gray area with full recreation is medicinal purposes. And we know that we have a community that has lots of challenges with the physical ailments, and I know directly from folks who have served in the military, who have separated, who have PTSD, this is one of those things that have been helpful in their areas. So when we talk about apples and oranges and comparing cannabis with other things, I think it's difficult because it's more complex, and we should be in that complexity. Walgreens drives through for medical purposes, and often those medical and the pills that are picked up in Walgreens are part of an opioid epidemic, in fact. So I just wanted to say I don't see this as germane to being able to highlight public safety at this particular level. And the other thing I wanted to just make sure we were real clear about is if we're comparing marijuana to alcohol with respect to drive-throughs, then we are really having a conversation about on-site consumption for marijuana, and I welcome that as well.
Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. I'll try to be very brief. I don't support the amendment, but I applaud Mr. Volan's consistency and commitment to the cause. And the two reasons are disability access. I think that that's important for some of the reasons Mr. Martinez raised, as well as testifier who spoke, and also security and heightened security, particularly in the later night hours. If there's the opportunity to open up a smaller portion of the store, I can see that being advantageous to various operations. As one individual testified, that kind of idea of kind of shrinking the footprint during certain hours makes good sense. And I think that it's really important to acknowledge that this is something that is legal, that there are rules and safeguards around it, and we have to legislate within those parameters. And I don't like to legislate with the idea that the sky will fall. Let's get data, let's get actual facts, and if we find that there's a problem, we can always come back and fix it. Thank you.
I haven't spoken yet on the amendment, and so I'll put myself in the queue. I have been going back and forth on all of this as a sponsor. I had some gray areas I had to sort through, and I have found compelling the safety arguments and the disability arguments in the community. It hasn't happened here, but it's happened in other communities, some pretty terrible stories about what happens when kind of it goes sideways, and the less of an aperture, the better at key hours of the night. And I think Mr. Martinez makes an exceptional point when he talks about Walgreens and access to the pharmacy. So I will be voting no. Mr. Volland.
Thank you. I do want to respond to Mr. Martinez. Look, we can all bring the lens to legislation that we want to bring. And I will be consistent because I care a lot about land use and transportation, and I think small decisions that we make today impact the future of our city. And I would argue that this is not a small decision. This is expanding drive-throughs to an entire use type where they're not currently permitted. There's a lot of marijuana dispensaries now in Anchorage. I think that's a good thing. It's a thriving industry. And like I said, for me, this is not about the public safety issues or about the industry, but it is about how can we reimagine our city in a way that is people-centric? On the topic of disability access, that is something that's very important to me too. For instance, when we brought forward the proposal to repeal parking minimums, we actually increased the proportion of when parking is provided, what proportion would have to be ADA spots. And so for me, that was a way to prioritize accessibility. So anyway, I think when we're looking at different topics of legislation, there's sometimes the obvious arguments, but there's also sometimes the other tangential things that do matter and are important to the future of our city. Thanks.
Right, on the amendment, I don't see anyone else in the queue, and I'll just point out to folks, we have 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, or 12 items, some that are not insubstantial, so it's becoming clear that Tuesday next week is becoming a reality. So on the amendment, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Cross?
No.
On a vote of 6 to 6, the amendment does not pass. We're back to the main motion. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, I'd like to move Brawley Amendment 1.
Second.
I don't have it. Okay, thank you. Brawley has moved her amendment, and we have a second by Mr. Volland. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. I put a rationale in the amendment, but I will summarize it. Essentially, I appreciate that the prohibition on free samples was removed, and I think Mr. Miller gave a good example of how businesses can get creative with the rules, and that is something that we see in every industry. And just to say that it is still legal what they were doing. But also, I believe that it is appropriate to consider rational limits. And the other thing that I heard, and I might have misheard in our work session, or sorry, in the Public Safety Committee meeting, is that the state was also considering potentially some rules or regulations around free samples. And I may be mistaken on that. If that's not true, I still believe that it's behooved us to either look to the state to put those rules in place, or that we take the time as the municipality, as the assembly, to craft those rules. And what I mean by that is limits on the amount of sample that can be provided, perhaps the hours, making sure that someone's ID is checked, any of those kind of rules. I'm not going to make them up on the spot. So what this amendment does is it restores the language that does not allow delivering free samples. But I want to just state very clearly, my intent is not that this prohibits this forever. It is so that we can pause and come up with either rational local rules or follow the state if and when they take up those rules. And again, I will point to the example of alcohol. Before January 1st, no one in Alaska besides a manufacturer was allowed to provide a free sample. Now, the rules have been changed, the law has been changed to allow package stores to do that. However, they need an endorsement on their license, and there are rules around it. And I believe that's appropriate, and that was the result of a great discussion and compromise among the public health folks that had a lot of serious concerns, and public safety, as well as industry folks who made a good case for why we should do that. And so I believe that we should take a similar approach here. So what this does now is if this ordinance passes, it does not allow free samples, but again, my intent is not to close the door forever. It is to come up with a more rational set of limits on that activity. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I don't support the amendment primarily because of exactly the rationale you described. We can always come back and tighten things up. I think we have a pretty straightforward approach now, but it raises the question, this thing about the sampling, and a lot of gaslighting going on, honestly. And so and not with my members, but just in the public, where people are concerned that people are just going to go to all the businesses and get what they can for free. They can try, but when they do that in Fred Meyer's, it doesn't work out often because that's called shoplifting when they do it in other places. So you can't do that in the business because these are controlled establishments. But I wonder, when I think about the comparison again to alcohol, I think of what the heck is happy hour? Like at a bar, what is happy hour if happy hour is not a discount or a free drink that associates with buy one, get one free or some other sort of discount? So it's an interesting perspective. I do acknowledge that the businesses are creative, but I'd rather them not necessarily feel that they have to be creative skirting our law, but I'd rather them be aligned with our law and then work with us to improve these conditions as we move forward, as we all learn together. So I would not be supportive of this because I think we can just move forward on the whole package.
Mr. Bond.
Thank you. I think as we heard in public testimony, some of the marijuana stores are already, offering their own version of a happy hour, doing BOGOs or birthday discounts, and so restoring this is not saying that they can't do sales or promotions. It's specific to free samples, and instead of passing something and then having to come back and fix it later, I will support the amendment because I would rather wait and see what the state does, and then we can really get it right. Thanks.
I'll just briefly speak that I was the one who said that the state was looking at doing something because I'd spoken with the director, and she said that they would at some point be coming back to this question because they didn't put much bounds around it, and there were questions in the industry, but I don't think it's contemporaneous. We heard from a member of the AMCO board that it's not on the table, and so for my part, the penny is like a loincloth. It's kind of absurd, so thank you. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera.
Yes.
Member Cross.
No.
On a vote of 7 to 5, that amendment has passed. Next, we have the main motion before us. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. That's all.
Member Rivera.
Yes.
Member Cross.
No.
On a vote of 7 to 5, the item is passed. AO 2023-117 has passed. Next, we have item 13B. Item 13B is AO 2023-118, an ordinance to the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 21.03.105, 21.05.055, and 21.05.070 to allow drive-through service at marijuana retail sales establishment.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Nick Miller, my wife and I own a marijuana retail store here in Anchorage. It's a safety thing. We've talked about armed robberies. We've talked about crimes on the licensed premises. 13 months ago, our business was a victim of an armed robbery. One of my employees was shot. Thank God he wasn't killed, but I can tell you, if it continues, someone will. This is an opportunity to do something meaningful to improve the safety of the businesses and their employees. As everybody knows, our businesses don't have the access to the credit card system or anything else. We're a cash-heavy business. Wouldn't it be nice if 7 o'clock at night you could lock the door, not let customers in, and serve them through a window where you could hopefully be better protected? We're not talking a coffee shop drive-through window. These are windows that are, basically a bank window. So for me, this is really about safety. I take it very personally, and we don't talk about it a lot, but the businesses here in Anchorage have a lot of, I would say, crime committed against them. And the other issue, or the other reason I support it so much is I think everyone here knows that there is an unlicensed market, is what I'll call them, unregulated. I can call them and have product delivered to my home, to my office. I can meet them somewhere in a parking lot. That product is not tested. A lot of the time, when you do things like that, you get subject to other crimes, right? Whether they set you up kind of, to rob you or steal from you in these areas. And it would also increase the tax revenue for the city. So the products are tested. It's about convenience. Nobody wants to go home and make dinner, so they stop on their way to get it. Or they'll call and have a delivery service. So if we can make it more convenient, I do think that's a benefit, but the real reason I support this is for safety of our employees. It's important to me.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Ms. Salto. Who's the second? Oh, okay, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Walland.
Thank you. I would love to hear the rationale from the co-sponsors for waiving planning and zoning.
Want to take it? I think that the rationale at the time this was introduced in, actually the project for me started months and months ago, was that the reality was that the state was moving forward and we wanted to keep pace and we were behind them, and so that's it.
Okay, in that case, I would move to refer this to planning and zoning because I'd like their input on site plan for drive-throughs and where they think we should expand drive-throughs or not.
Second.
So there's a motion to refer to the Planning and Zoning Commission by Mr. Walland and a second by Mr. Johnson. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just think there's opportunity here to have, our commission that's advisory to us, again, coming from that land use perspective, to weigh in and potentially an opportunity. And we've seen a sort of a shift in dynamic with the Planning and Zoning Commission that I think has been really cool, where the Assembly co-sponsors can act as petitioners on issues of land use and give a presentation and sort of explain why this is important, how you envision this impacting the future of our city on, whether it's transportation or different types of zoning, what it means to traffic to allow many more drive-throughs in Midtown, for instance, where we already have some traffic issues. So I think that their input would be valuable for us as policymakers. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. And I understand the intent, and generally speaking, I do believe that Title 21 changes should go through planning and zoning because that's what our code says. However, this is an area I'm less familiar with, is regulation of these marijuana establishments, but I see in one of the whereas clauses, it does state the Planning and Zoning Commission does not review applications for special land use for marijuana, and so they don't see individual applications, and so they won't have necessarily a lot of review context because these run through staff. And then I guess the other thing to say is this ordinance simply puts this into these types of drive-throughs into the same review process that applies for other aspects of a marijuana establishment. So I'm not sure what input they would give that would be meaningfully different if this body just already decided to allow drive-throughs. So really what would happen is it would reopen the question of drive-throughs. And so I appreciate the intent. I know we're often together on land use issues, but I'm not with you on this one, Mr. Boland.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, no, I appreciate Member Brawley's comments now. I was going to go into that space with respect to the land use and the special land use, but I also wanted to highlight that this item has come before this body twice, and we've been referred to the Community and Economic Development Committee 2 times. So I feel like considering what Member Brawley said and considering the time that it's taken us to get here, I see that this amendment is more of some ability to delay it, and I'd rather not do that when I think the arguments are compelling to continue to just get this done. Thank you.
Mr. Bond.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm not asking that the Planning and Zoning Commission advise us on special land use permits for marijuana. What I'm asking them to advise us on is the expansion of drive-through to another use, which I think is totally in their remit. When and where should we have more drive-throughs? I think it's worth them taking up. So just, I guess I'll take one more crack at it. I don't see any, urgency in pushing this through. I think that they can advise us on it, and they can take a little time and do that, and I'm sure that they would be amenable to working with the co-sponsors to get it in their workflow. Thank you.
I have myself in the queue just to say that the 2 tours of the visit from referral from this body to the Community and Economic Development Committee had the entire leadership of the planning department. And so they were quite involved. It wasn't a specific question as Mr. Vaughn is asking, but there has been a lot of executive planning time spent on this question, so I would urge us to proceed. And vote no on this motion and get to the main. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Cross, it's Kevin Cross.
Okay, sorry, see that now. Mr. Cross, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think that's an unreasonable request. When I served on the planning board, it was often a point of contention when new drive-throughs moved into an area. I can tell you how frustrating it was in Huston Business Park when Sonic was introduced, and it was set to disrupt the flow. And so, depending on the number of drive-throughs, I think it's a reasonable request that Dan has proposed here. I wouldn't mind expanding it and being preemptive and saying not just expand it to marijuana, but maybe getting ahead of the ball here if the state were to amend that to allow drive-throughs for alcohol, just so that we have some sort of plan in place if that were to happen. But I think that's a reasonable request. Just understanding from the planning board perspective, every time a new business, a fast food restaurant with a drive-through moved in, there was always a lot of heated debate with residents and other surrounding business owners of the unintended consequences of that traffic. It might be interesting to have the perspective, but thank you.
So I put myself back in briefly, and just to say that if there is a broader question, it shouldn't be based on the back of this ordinance, but it should be a question brought more broadly about the effectiveness, utility, purpose, where drive-throughs should be allowed. And so I think that gets back to what Mr. Martinez was saying, that this imputes onto this industry and this potential use an entire citywide conversation, that they should be the vehicle by which that conversation is held, and I don't know that that's fair. Anyhow, we're getting close to the end, so on this amendment, members may proceed to vote, or this referral.
Member Rivera?
No.
Member Cross?
Yes.
A vote of 5 to 7, the referral does not occur. Next, we have the main motion before us. Anyone else? Hearing see none, members may proceed to vote. I would note before that, I think it's a really good question to send, and I'm not sure in what form that question comes, but the nature and purpose of drive-throughs, and it's fair, bigger picture conversation. Anyhow, now members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Cross?
No.
On a vote of 6 to 6, that item has failed. All right. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Alato.
Thank you. The next item, 13C, involves funding to the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, of which I'm the executive director, and therefore I have a conflict and would ask to be excused.
It is clear that this is an item you have a personal and professional interest in, so you are excused. Next, we have AR 2023-421, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly appropriating $1,500,000 from the Alcohol Beverage Retail Sales Tax Fund 206000, fund balance, the Real Estate Department 2024 operating budget, and $500,000 from the Alcoholic Beverage Sales Retail Sales Tax Fund 20600 to the Anchorage Health Department 2024 operating budget, all within the Alcoholic Beverages Retail Sales Tax Fund 206000, and authorizing grant agreements with the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness for the Anchored Home Next Step Pilot Program, $1.5 million, and to Restorative and Reentry Services for operation costs of its pallet shelter pilot program. The public hearing is now open. Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved
Second.
by Mr. Rivera, seconded by who? Mr. Salt. Any discussion on the item? Is there an amendment?
May I, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Rivera Amendment Number 1.
There's a
Second.
motion to amend by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So although I believe that this appropriation should be considered as a package, just based on the reaction at the December work session, I brought this amendment forward as well as another item on our agenda, item 14B tonight, to have the full conversation. So this amendment will effectively take out the transitional shelter concept and leave this item simply as the next step pilot program appropriation. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
On the main motion.
Mr. Martinez?
I support the Rivera amendment.
Thank you. Any further on the amendment? Members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Cross?
No.
On a vote of 9-2, the amendment has passed. I bumped someone out of the queue. Was it Mr. Johnson? Go ahead, Mr. Johnson, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't at the committee meeting where this was first brought up, but I did go back and I watched the presentation, and I sent some follow-up questions to the coalition, which I haven't heard back from yet. And, to be candid, this is something where I think I could potentially get to yes, but based on the information I have right now, if we vote on it tonight, the answer is no. And my primary concern is this. As I understand this, we're talking about creating a mechanism to move, it sounds like I believe up to 150 people currently experiencing homelessness through a subsidy program into apartments. Now, I generally like that idea. I recognize the value of housing first, but the fact is we have this extraordinarily tight rental market right now in Anchorage. Last estimates I saw from the state of Alaska is around 333 vacant units, which is about a 4.1 vacancy rate, which is really low. So if we're talking about potentially taking away half of those and filling them with tenants who have the benefit of being subsidized by the local government and these braided programs, my concern is what impact does this have on the people who are currently renting, who are just getting by? And when I dug into this a little bit, just to kind of check my assumptions here, I did find an interesting article from Strong Towns, of which we all, I think, mostly large fans, that really drove home this point that scarcity reduces competition for landlords and increases the cost for tenants. And there's one quote I want to read here. What the evidence does support is that the vacancy rate in a given market tracks remarkably closely with whether rents are increasing or decreasing. So when we take an extraordinarily low vacancy rate and we push it even lower, I think inevitably this is going to increase costs for currently people who are making their way in the rental market. And so, when we're talking about hotel conversions or pallet shelters or bring on emergency cold weather shelter, these things I have an easy time supporting because we're creating new space for homeless people. And I do see a lot of value in that. And I want to continue to support efforts to find housing and space for homeless people, but I do not want it to be at the cost of people who are currently just getting by. And that's what I'm concerned this will do. And so, again, if there's an opportunity to have further conversation and there are some controls in place to make sure that that does not happen, I'd be willing to consider supporting this at that time. But with what I have right now, I worry too much about the people who are housed, but just making it and what this will do to them.
Thank you. So I'm just going to step out of the debates we're having on this item and speak briefly to process and procedure going forward. I am going to call a meeting for the 16th, Tuesday at 6:30 p.m. to address all of the remaining items on this agenda. And so everyone prepare your calendars, hopefully without objection. So with that, we'll come back to the queue, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly, and then I have a question. In response to Mr. Johnson's comments, I think it is important to understand that many of the people in our community are on housing vouchers, or at least they would be if they were able to get through the housing voucher system. And that also includes, vouchers that go with tenants, and it includes vouchers that are part of a project's financing. And so, and there's also many other subsidized housing that exists right now. So I think it's important to understand that a lot of folks who are on the margins, the folks you're describing, are already part of a system that has this. That said, I do have a question for the sponsor. I would like to understand the rationale for putting this through the real estate department as opposed to the health department. And I say that not because I advocate for or against that, just want to understand the rationale. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So since this item is primarily dealing with housing issues and not necessarily dealing with, let's say, homelessness per se, I think this fits better under the real estate versus the health department. Also, I think the health department is quite burdened right now. Not to say that real estate isn't, but I think there's probably more breadth, more room for real estate to handle this kind of work and to help manage this contract than there is in the health department.
Thank you. And I'll also point out that this is essentially seems to be one of the strategies that Houston was using with housing to really work with landlords and find those units so that folks can get housed. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Bronga.
I share the same concern that Mr. Johnson shared about taking more apartments off the market, but then further, when we're giving those landlords a bonus to take on people that are maybe have had problems with leases previously, then we're also raising the rental. If people can get a higher rent, they're going to start charging that. And I really like the idea, but I am concerned that they have individual leases with these landlords, and there are some landlords that if they get paid, that's all they care about. And I know this is wraparound service. People are coming in and checking on them periodically, is it once a week? But if they're dealing drugs from this apartment or they're doing other illegal activity, and the landlord isn't vigilant, they're not around a lot, there's nothing in here that says where is the line where they keep these apartments. With public funds, I believe that we need to make sure this is really this is an opportunity and that there can be rules for it. I know that at the Alex, they inspect bags. They're trying to keep it so that there's not a lot of drugs and alcohol around because people are trying to get sober. I talked to a person from Hennings, and she had shared her experiences of having had trouble with drugs, and she said if I was given an apartment that I could have just gone to at a certain point in my life, I would be dead today. And so she was really hoping that there will be some, screening of people who really want to make a change that go into these apartments. And I had asked the sponsor, I'm kind of a co-sponsor on here, but we all know Mr. Rivera is the one. But I asked for some amendments to this and didn't get a response. And so for me, I can't move forward with this unless my ideas for amending this were considered. Thanks.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm also a co-sponsor on this, and I would just say every member has the prerogative to bring forward amendments, even if it's something that you co-sponsored. So you could have done that. I know we're running out of time here, but briefly, I have a couple questions. I think we have somebody here from the coalition. Jessica, if you could come forward. And just based on some of the discussion, so number one, how many people have been placed in housing currently through the Next Step initiative? Because I think this is something that's ongoing now. And number two, can you speak to your process for placing or screening folks so they can succeed in this program?
Absolutely. Thank you through the chair. Currently, the Next Step has housed 17 individuals with the funding that we had available right now. The target population is the residents of the Alex at the emergency cold weather shelter there. So that is the identified population to be served through the Next Step.
All right, I am going to call it at this point. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent that we take audience participation up for the last 5 minutes. Come on up. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. The microphone's off.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she, her pronouns, 14 years, transgender. I am of the Alex, so I am one of those people you speak of. And this brings me to my next point. I do work an incredible amount of hours driving taxi. You guys hold the keys to being able to make sure we make an affordable rate. I can only encourage the fact that we have been at the same meter rate for 10 years. There has been a 28% increase in the price of living. And I'm telling you, I don't make enough to even be able to pay my bills, let alone think about getting an apartment. That being said, it is essential that we have taxis in this town. So I urge you to look at this. Because even at a maximum level, there's not enough meat on the table. And we're losing more and more cab drivers. The cost of their business for our cab owners is going up. And it's only going to fall on us drivers. If you don't want us taxi people here, that's fine. Uber and Lyft is going to continue to gouge everybody. So I give you that. The other thing I give you is, in the reality of it, every one of y'all can look at every part of y'all's little areas of town. And I know that our snow removal is not where it needs to be. I argue in my own head if this is your responsibility, the administration responsibility, or the fact that our manpower is gone. That is $1 million question. Where did our workforce go? That is something that I with all my knowledge of 29 years in Anchorage, I can't tell you where our manpower are gone that used to work this. I can tell you that I do believe our youth is not coming back. Our youth goes out to college, they don't come back. I encourage that this body finds ways to be able to incite our youth to come back. If that's supporting our colleges, supporting better schools, whatever it takes. I know our population is getting older. And the only other population that we have out there, you guys keep pulling the rules that give the fundamentals to make better decisions, if it be to put people in jail when they do something wrong, so that way we can step in and correct action. If it be the administration, if it be the assembly, I don't know who to say on that one again. You guys are a higher education than I am. I am a simple street person. Working my butt off, trying to do what I can, where I can. I encourage that you guys continue to look forward in the most unique ways to try to help find solutions for everybody. I wish everybody to remember that as the citizen body, there's a lot of overreach that these folks are doing, and they're doing it for the betterment of us because we are not stepping up. As a citizen body, we need to step up as a community. We need to continue to move forward. We need to get away from our video games. We need to pay attention to our community. I do encourage growth in all sectors of business. Over 12 gas stations close at night now. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and reiterate what I said earlier, that all of the unfinished items on this agenda will accrue to a special meeting January 16th at 6:30 p.m. Yep, thank you. Ms. Quino, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town. You've got 3 minutes.
Irene Quidnow, Sand Lake. In regards to AO 2023-129S, the meetings from a couple of years ago with the masks were mentioned. I want to add 2 points. Well, 1 point for those particular meetings. I was there. Again and again it said the security was sent home. There were at least 6 to 8 police officers here for the rest of the meeting when security was gone. So to say that this was an unsafe situation is just not true. The other thing that was mentioned several times was that the administration messed with the audio and the video. In September, there was a meeting where I testified, and the video stream of that, my testimony, because what I said was not very popular, and the testimony of the person behind me, there were only two, was completely cut off the record, supposedly because of technical issues. And then there was a big outcry, and a week and a half later, all of a sudden, the testimony was there. There was no audio issue. There was no video issue. It was perfectly fine. So I guess I could also claim that you guys mess with the audio and the video, and it's a public, not document, but anyway. And then through the chair, Mr. Paris-Vidia, I want to thank you that you put on the record tonight that there's a trend of taking decision-making powers away from the administration. That trend has been on record for the 3 years I've been here, and the most drastic example is AO 2022-60, where you guys voted to be able to boot out a duly elected mayor. You spend taxpayers' money.
I'm sorry, we're adjourned.
Yeah.